Butler now. We got Curry still. We got Draymond. This helps. This helps in the offseason going for it, really going for it next year, because that's what I think that's what the goal is for them right now. So tell me what you guys think, but
well, they started small second half, Steiny. Well, let me go with the Curry factor, and thanks for the call, Trevor. All I can tell you is, 4 days before the deadline, a report came out that Curry had concerns about acquiring Butler and Butler's presence in the locker room. All right, that was just a report. Do I believe it? I think there was probably some truth to it. Now the KD thing falls through, and they go back to Curry, and they're like, we can get Jimmy Butler. And what's Curry supposed to say? Yay! Yay! He's probably like, all right, might be risky. Steph, we got to do something. No, we do, but all right. And then you make the move. It could be something like that. But it doesn't feel like Steph Curry is, let's get Jimmy Butler in here and go on a run. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like that.
Well, I would tell you,
might be wrong.
That's his job. Yeah, it better. Like, I get you, Steiny, but that's his job. And you disagree with me yesterday when I told you, or I was trying to just hammer home the point that I feel like now, since you go get a top player like a Jimmy Butler, it's not, Steph just doesn't have help. It's just him and Dre, and, poor Steph, they're triple and double teaming him. Now that you got Jimmy Butler, I think this has added more pressure on Draymond and Steph, Steiny, and I like that. Like, okay, if it doesn't work, now we can really hone in on why. And I'll tell you, one answer won't be they don't have enough help. Joe Lake was like, I went and got you Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, and that's
you know what I mean?
And that's the other thing. Like I get it. He took a lot of shots the last few games, but I'm also worried. I
love that.
I'm worried about the way Curry's playing. I mean,
now I'll meet you halfway.
Like now,
on there,
it feels like now we're at the point where, holy cow, Jimmy Butler might have to, Jimmy Butler may not be able to do enough for this team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you talked about a 1 and a 1A, and I think whatever number you want to put next to Jimmy Butler, he's that, Steiny, and his game's different.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's see what we got here. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Are you ready, Bay Area sports fans? San Francisco International Airport is welcoming the biggest names in basketball for the All-Star Weekend. FlySFO, the Bay Area's home court for travel. Visit flysfo.com.
Hey, it's your boy Guru, and I've been telling you for months now, Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. It is the big game, 48 hours away. Let's go, and Prize Picks has you covered. The Monday Flyer is out. Player projections for the big game are as follows. Will Saquon Barkley rush for more than 112.5 yards? Will Jalen Hurts pass for more than 215.5 yards, and will Travis Kelce have more than 62.5 receiving yards? I can't wait to find out. Prize Picks now offers MasterCard, and that's for quick and easy deposits into your account this sports season. Do this. Download the app today and use code GURU957 to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code GURU957 to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Hey, it's Joe Spadoni. Just want to thank all of you out there that listened and watched the Morning Roast in my first ever week. Shasky, what do we got going on next week?
Look, it was a great job by you last week. Let's do it again next week. But Monday and all week, we're giving away a pair of the new Curry 12s.
lot of guys.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, the biggest celebrity pickleball event in the world is coming to San Francisco on February 15th and 16th at the Warfield. The star power behind this event includes Brandi Chastain, Chris Mullin, Hunter Pence, Terrell Owens, Baron Davis. Visit 957thegame.com for more information and your chance to win tickets, courtesy of our friends at Pivot. Don't forget, 12 o'clock hour, we're giving away another knockout spot. Listen during the 12 o'clock hour, and you can play knockout on Chase Center's floor with 95.7 The Game. And
Let's
who knows?
go.
Who knows? Maybe Curry will come out and take a look.
Well, we got to see if they're going to be home or away.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll probably be away. Hey, my guy Big Dex texted. He said, tell Steiny, Lacob doesn't do everything Curry wants. Years past, didn't Curry, wasn't he in on Avery Bradley? And they didn't get him?
Him and Draymond wanted Avery Bradley. And they kept Gary Payton II.
Yeah. How'd that work out?
Played great for him.
No doubt about it.
Here's what I was thinking.
I can't wait for tomorrow.
Remember the great Gary Radnich?
The GOAT.
Yeah, Gary Radnich.
My man.
One of the greatest of all time.
I did an hour with him.
You know, he had a different way of looking at sports. And I was just thinking about him last night about this trade. Like, kind of what would he think about it? And, you know, we've spent a lot of time talking, well, they might have lost some three-point shooting, but they got another shot creator.
Yeah.
But spacing might be an issue. Like, he wouldn't have dealt with that at all. You know what he would have said?
Give it to me.
Warrior fans, how you feeling about Joe Lacob teaming up the two most suspended players in recent history in the NBA? He would say, this is like putting Rodman and Rasheed Wallace together. He would be talking about how this team now has two of the most volatile personalities that exist in the league. They have two of the most volatile personalities in the NBA right now in the same locker room. He would say that.
Yeah,
like, anybody else worried about that?
I would tell Gary, Steiny, I would tell him those two dudes on defense are dogs, and they can funnel on a good day that tenacity and be problems.
I've noticed that you say on a good day a lot these days, which means you don't believe necessarily that they can be consistent.
No, it's life, Steiny. It's when you get in a relationship, you're being proactive. You're hoping everything is on the good foot. There are concerns. Okay. This has the ingredients to be hella combustible. This could go bonkers. And when you talk about what was the record they need to go to get to 46?
21-10.
Like, I'm looking at this Butler acquisition, and I had to check myself, and I checked myself. Steiny, you got to get to the playoffs to really get the Jimmy Butler experience. And I'm scared as all outdoors, there's a real chance if this thing went left that you don't get there. That, to me, would be nightmare on Jimmy Butler Street. Think about that for a second.
I have. I thought about that for 5 weeks leading up to the trade deadline. I didn't just think about it when they acquired Butler. I thought about it when they might get Levine and Vucevic and Durant, and what does it really do? And of all the names, Butler was the one that wasn't the craziest about. Let's go to Suzette.
Hey.
Suzette's in Oakland. Hey, Suzette, how you doing?
Good morning.
Hey.
So you guys were talking about all kind of stuff. So, like, what I was going to say was, like, all over the board. So, like, you're right, Steiny. So, like, this year, you know, it's been kind of like eeny, meeny, miny, moe. What do we want for the trade, right? And then it's like the rotations have been like musical chairs. It's just like if there's no consistency, you know what I mean? And it's just like whoever made this executive decision, because Lacob isn't the only owner of this team,
right?
You know, so this executive decision was reckless. You know, they were blindsided. The team was blindsided, kind of like, you know, Jason Kidd when they had their little interview. He didn't even know that Luka had been traded.
Right.
You know, I just find it, you know, the style of play is different with Jimmy. You know, he slows it down. It's like, it's crazy. They think they're going to have a plug-and-play guy come in here and get adjusted to all of this? I don't get it. And Curry, he played the most minutes last night, 37 minutes.
I know.
Well, they were shorthanded, Suzette. They were shorthanded.
I understand that. But the defense, I mean, with Draymond, I don't see him doing it. He's tired too. I mean, and it's right, the suspensions. But I want to just leave it with this.
Okay.
We were really blessed to have the Warriors win 4 titles in 10 years. There are 10 teams still in the NBA that hasn't even won a championship. We owe a lot, but we don't owe anything to the players that are still on this team. You know what I mean? So it's like, if we wouldn't have won that 2022 championship, I think that's the time that they should have let Draymond go, because I think he's just been the outlier of this whole thing. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Have a good weekend.
Appreciate the call. She used the word blindsided.
And great movie too.
You think the team was blindsided?
No,
I kind of do too, a little,
because it was all out there that we're desperate. We'll dance shams.
Not that guy.
The Warriors
Not
are
Butler.
attached to every superstar. Like, I was just going to jump in and tell the lovely Suzette, like, were you really blindsided? Like, we didn't know it was going to be Butler, but when your team is out there with any and everybody, nobody should be blindsided.
I kind of think they were. It felt like they might not have been blindsided by a trade. I'm starting to feel like they might have been blindsided by Butler.
After he said he wasn't coming here. That was the one where I was like, okay, he's not coming.
I mean, imagine Joe Lacob going to Curry a week ago and Curry being like, God, I don't know, Joe. And then you got to come back to Curry 5 days later and say, we can't get Durant. Levine's off the board. We could probably still get Jimmy.
Nah.
Joe, don't make me make that decision. That's what I would have said if I were Curry.
Yeah, this from the 925 on the text line, Stouty. I think we have a pro in navigating big personalities in Steve Kerr. And maybe that's from his playing days, being with Michael, Scotty, Rodman, dealing with Dre.
I mean, maybe. Sandman in Fremont. How you doing, Sandman? What's going on? Sandman, what's up, buddy? All right. Let's go to BR in Virginia. Hey, BR, what's going on, man?
Not so much, Stein. Go. How you guys doing?
All right. It's Friday, baby.
There you go, bro. Oh, what I want to say brief as possible and all. I listen to y'all show every day, and y'all make some good points.
Thank you.
But my problem is Jimmy Butler and also with Wiggins. I think it was a pretty good trade, although I like Wiggins better. But then we get back to talking a little bit about John Kuminga. I want y'all to answer me a question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Steiny, I was listening to you a while ago saying that Kuminga will be better being a six-man. I don't agree at all. I agree with the things with Stein and Goo, I believe it is. Goo, what Goo's saying sometimes. I promise you, Stephen Kerr gave Kuminga 32 to 35 minutes like he do Paz and some of his other pets. I will guarantee you almost he would average 25 to 30 points a game, whether you accept it, believe it or not. But I listened to Cyrus, I listened to Larry Kruger. They, the main ones, said the same thing, that Kuminga will be a star if he got the minutes that he got. But everybody want to down him more than they do everybody else. And I know as a fact, this boy can play ball. I was a coach for 15 years, and I know a little something about basketball, too. If they gave him the minutes he have, I guarantee he would help Steph out a whole lot, although Jimmy Butler might be able to help him a lot, too. And I don't think the fair way people regularly down on him being a sixth man and stuff. Give him the minutes just like he do Barkinski, whatever his name is, playing guard. And he can't shoot his way out of wet paper bag. And also Looney, TJD, Jackson, whatever his name is, and some more of the other players out there too.
Hey, BR, thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
I would tell BR, get ready, because before Kuminga got hurt, Steiny, the team they were making a shift. They knew they needed what Kuminga brought to the table. And I think when he comes back, if healthy, partner, I think he's going to be inserted in the starting lineup. And I can't watch just Dre, Steph, and Butler and think that's enough. I'm already assuming Kuminga 30 minutes a night, Steiny.
Yeah, and I don't care if Kuminga starts or comes off the bench. It's I don't have an opinion about that. What I said, BR, was, don't assume that Steve Kerr's putting Kuminga right back into the starting lineup. That's all I said. He might, but why would anyone assume that when we've seen how Kuminga's been handled the last 4 years? And I mean, we can't assume it. That's all I'm saying.
But if you follow the tea leaves, right before we left, tell me if I'm wrong, right before he got hurt, that is, we heard Draymond talk about how they were going to basically hand over the keys to – no.
Is he the coach?
But the coach also said that, and Steph was saying that they needed – that's why the injury, all of them come at a bad time, was at the most inopportune time for Kuminga, because it was almost like, here, you're about to be featured. So I would tell BR –
well, he ain't anymore.
When he comes back.
He ain't featured anymore. I don't care.
We don't know that.
Oh, you're going to go to Kuminga when you have – that's the other thing. Like, why can't we acknowledge?
It's a team game, though, Scotty. I'm not saying you're going to give him the ball down one with 15 seconds left.
The bottom line is Kuminga has been bumped down in the pecking order. I mean, you didn't go get Jimmy Butler to give Jonathan Kuminga a bigger role.
All right, well
that's all I'm saying.
The energy on that call was, has he ever been bumped up? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're saying he's going to be bumped down. Has he really ever been bumped up? Because
that's what
I thought it was starting to happen, and then he got hurt.
Again, I don't care how much Kuminga plays. I'm just saying, after 4 years of watching how the Warriors have coached him and watched how his playing time has been, I don't know what Steve Kerr's is envisioning for Kuminga. Like, I just don't know. I mean, for all I know, Steve Kerr just told Chris DeMarco, we can't play Kuminga, Butler, and Draymond together. We can't. I don't know. Maybe he feels that way. So I just want to let that part play out. And it feels like Kuminga's still at least a couple weeks away anyway.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go to Gene. Gene's in Oakland. Hey, Gene, how you doing, my man?
I'm still bummed, guys. I mean, this makes absolutely no sense to me. This may go down. I don't know, the Carroll and Parrish debacle of many years ago. It may not be quite that bad, but it's close in my mind. Like you said, Steiny, it reeks of desperation. We got three old guys that are going to be commanding somewhere around $140, $150 million, and we're trying to keep Kuminga. I heard all we have left is around $25 million, which, as I understand, he turned down at the beginning of the season. So what are we left with? I mean, we're three old guys that are going to try to trudge their way through the twilights of their career and try to bring us a championship. I don't think so. I mean, look at Curry, for example. Curry, once again, you look at his 37 points, which is what all the fans will look at, but look at the efficiency.
Yeah.
37% overall and 30% from three. I mean, the last 10 games, he's been around those levels. Those are substandard.
Right.
And, if he's got physical ailments and age, I mean, that's not going to get any better. So, to me, the best case scenario, frankly, is wait the 2 years, dump all these salaries, hope your young guys have really developed in the meantime, and go start over.
Oh, man. Thanks, Gene.
Man, Gene has that energy like they lost Kuminga or Pods or Moody in the deal, but he feels like and I said this to you real quick.
They might have lost Kuminga in the deal.
And maybe
it won't be till this summer.
Exactly. They made that decision, and we'll see how that plays out. But as far as Curry shooting 30 shots each of the last two nights, I kind of think that's an anomaly, Steiny. I'm not saying I don't want to see the chef shoot them many, but the bottom line is if Wiggins or Butler were out there, you would think that would be 15 shots from either or on those given nights, and Curry was doing that last night, but it wasn't efficient, Gene. And I am worried about the ailments, but for him to get up 30 in two nights and almost 40 last night, I'm like, man, You got to improve the efficiency, but he's feeling frisky.
He's not playing well. And the one thing, like, I don't – the last 10 or 12 games with Curry
have me concerned.
He doesn't seem like – he just doesn't seem like he's the same player.
Right.
And I get it that he's declining, but now it seems like – I don't know. He just doesn't seem like the same player. And then that's where I'm like, well – if Steph ain't the same player, what was the sense of bringing Butler in here? If Steph can't get to a certain level. Now, obviously the plan is that with Butler, things are going to get easier for Steph, and it's gotta go that way, you would think. But, yeah, I'm worried about Curry. What do you want me to say?
That's my guy, Stoney. I think I was there before you. I think you're being kind with the last 12 games. I think it goes back a little further, but if somehow in a perfect world Kuminga could do more, I'll tell you what, I think there's going to be enough food to go around because Draymond is not a volume shooter. So again, here I go. I'm using again Ice Cube on a good day, Butler could get his, Kuminga could get his, and Curry could get his.
415 on the text line. I wasn't in on the deal, and I am still skeptical. But I haven't been excited to watch the Dubs play in months. You're lying to yourself if you're not excited to watch Jimmy Butler play with Steph tomorrow. I will agree with you there.
Yeah, no, man.
I mean, I will agree with you there.
Can't wait.
Do you guys think that it's possible that they made this deal with the intention that Jimmy Butler is now their best player? Like that Steph Curry is not just about finding him help, but finding the help.
Evan, I'm going to say yes.
It's possible.
Because I think that was the intention for Durant. I don't know what people think about Butler because he was playing B, but I think that's why they wanted Durant.
That's a great point. And Stoney, I think he can be the one without even fighting for the 1A per se. But Evan, I'm with you. We'll see if he can handle, if he can live up to it.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I'm very interested in seeing is how Butler fits in. And, is he a 1 and Curry's a 2? Is he a 1A and Curry's a 1B? Is Steph still the 1 and Butler's the 2? It's going to be – no, you're right. You're right. More excitement and intrigue has been created. That I will give you. Yes. So that they succeeded in creating passion about the trade. That's what they did. They created passion. They reinvigorated the fan base with feelings, one way or the other.
Now, I'm not a lot of things, Stoney, but I'm not a phony and a fake. I would be remiss if I didn't tell you I do have a worry. That worry is when Kuminga hooked up with Wiggins, as much as I wanted it, it wasn't fluid, it wasn't pretty. Do you think Kuminga and Butler have a better chance of coexisting when they're out there together than Wiggins and Kuminga?
Butler and Kuminga versus Wiggins and Kuminga?
Yeah, which was always, though we saw it and I wanted it and I liked what it looked like on paper, I don't want to say seasoning, but do you think that has a better chance to cook than what we saw with Wiggins and Kuminga?
I think Butler's a better creator than Wiggins. So, Butler can make more plays off the dribble with the pass. So, from that regard, I think he would work better with Kuminga. Because, I think he's more of a playmaker than Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins can make, he can make plays for himself. For other people, not quite as much, but that's what Butler can do. Let's go to Father Time. Father Time in Napa. How come you're in Napa?
What do you mean? That's where
You should be in Chicago. You should be in Chicago with the Warriors. If you're Father Time.
No.
Oh, that's
hilarious.
Coming off the bench.
Oh, my man. I could be 15th man on the bench or go, back and forth to Santa Cruz. I'd love to go to Santa Cruz. That sounds great. Fellas, first of all, let me start and finish with the same thing. Father Time, still undefeated. And a lot of people have made a lot of points about the age of this group, this 3, and it's important, but you can delude yourself and say, age is just a number, tell that to my wife. It's real. You get older and you decline in your performance. And I just want to say a couple things. This smacks of everyone said, oh, it's a big gamble. It's not a gamble. It's a flyer or it's a hedge if you play poker. They're going to have him for another 2 years. They're going to pay him $1 zillion. They got the three of them. This smacks of like, well, let's see what happens. Bottom line is there's only 32 games left. The Warriors are going to be dogs in 19 of those games, right? They're going to be underdogs. It's not like a cakewalk schedule down the road.
Okay.
If you think Jimmy Butler is going to add 5 wins down this stretch so that they can get to that, play-in whatever playoff spot, well, I'll take that bet. I'll take that money. It's a super challenging problem, and it's frustrating because they didn't have to do this.
Well, you know what? Hold on, Father Time. Father Time, I'm feeling you. But why don't you ask Guru if he wants to make a bet like that?
And I got another question for Father Time real quick. What was your other option? To just watch this team flame out and for the second year maybe not make the playoffs? I'm just asking, is that what you wanted?
Well, first of all, I'm not the general manager. Maybe I should be. Pat Riley is the smartest man in the league. Just look at his record. The point I'm making is you're going to maybe make that play-in game with Wiggs, and you're maybe going to make it with Butler. So you're acting like this is some sort of panacea, like this is like the fix, the cure-all. This is just frankly, it's insulting. If I was a Warriors fan, which I'm a Warriors follower, it's insulting because you're not doing anything other than saying, look at us, we got Jimmy Buckets. Well, that's great. You had Andrew Wiggins, which is the same production, same WAR. You want to look at the analytics. Better, actually.
Andrew Wiggins was never a one on a team. And you guys got to quit disrespecting what Jimmy Butler has done. Andrew Wiggins on his best day would never have drugged the Miami Heat to 2 final appearances. So why are you guys just going in on Jimmy like he's just the old meatloaf? He's a better basketball player than Andrew Wiggins. He's never been a one. I love Wiggins and what he did, but put some respect on Butler's name. And you're just going to call and pick up the phone and say the Warriors are idiots for rolling the dice to think that Butler might give you more than what Wiggins can? And if you do win the play-in game, which you lost last year with Wiggins, that's when the Jimmy Butler effect will kick in, Steiny. And it's a crapshoot. But don't sit here and act like they didn't trade for arguably I'll ask you right now, Steiny, and who's the best player on the Warriors right now?
I don't know.
I got my answer.
I don't know.
As currently playing Jimmy Butler.
Okay, well, he hasn't played in like 2 months, so I don't know who the best player is on the Warriors. Nobody's calling the Warriors idiots. The caller didn't say but I happen to agree with him.
He said he was insulted.
Well, he can be insulted. But, like, I get it. Now, don't call the Warriors idiots, but also you don't have to blindly subscribe that they just made a great move if you don't think they made a great move. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up in an hour, your chance to get a spot in our knockout tournament at Chase Center. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more. You just stay in your car. Coupons are at BayAreaOilChange.com. Yeah, I don't have my legal. Can we get to the bottom of the wives?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up at noon, Steve Bulpett. He writes for HeavyOnSports.com, worked at the Boston Herald for decades, NBA expert, all over the trade deadline. Get his thoughts on what the Warriors did and maybe some of the other moves around the league. Warriors obviously acquired Jimmy Butler. Draymond Green, give it to me. He likes it.
I respect it because, Mike came into this situation and he could very easily be like, that ain't the right move to make it. And to do that could save his ass. And he didn't. He was so aggressive in trying to make a move to give us an opportunity. And I respect that because, in a sense, it kind of puts him on the forefront, like, for this thing to work. And so for us as players, specifically myself and Steph as leaders, you got to respect that and you got to make him right. And he made a move for us that helps us. And so it's on us to now go make him right.
All right, that's Draymond Green saying,
there it is. It's on us.
Now we got to play ball.
I love it.
Got to play ball.
So do we know for a fact, partner, if he's playing tomorrow, Jimmy Butler in Chicago?
I'm pretty sure he is. Okay. He said that was the plan.
Yeah, we need ASAP.
Let's go to Fred in Oakland. Hey, Fred, how you doing, man? Fred.
All right. How's it going, fella?
Hey, how are you?
Hello.
Yeah, you're on.
Good. Yeah. All right. Cool. No, I just with the trade, I just wanted to comment. I kind of hate to see Wiggins go because I think he was a guy that was guarding, the other team's best shooter, like he did against Boston in the championship game. We had Tatum and
Brown,
held him down. And I'm just concerned about, who's going to be that point person? Who's going to be that guy now that Wiggins is gone? You could say Butler, but Butler and Curry are going to need to be the ones to make, get the points. So who's going to be that third person, that two-way person that Wiggins was? That's my only concern about if we happen to get in the playoffs and we need somebody to shut down their premier guard. Who's going to be doing that?
Right.
And, but I like Butler coming over. I think he's going to, when Curry takes a break, needs to sit down, or when they're playing together. I think Curry can come back in the game, and the Warriors could be up by some points, or at least by a few points. And I think he can hold it down. He looks like he's ready to go, and I think he's going to come out running, and he's definitely going to inject some energy, and he can get the points. So that's my only concern about the Wiggins trade. Hopefully, I don't know if you guys think that Miami wanted either Kuminga or Wiggins, and they went with Wiggins. Do you guys think that happened? And if so, I would have preferred for Kuminga to go and not Wiggins. But anyway, just leave that. Just wanted to leave that with you guys. And that general manager that called a few minutes ago, he's got to go. But thank you.
Appreciate it.
Is that the one that said he was insulted? The one?
Oh, yeah.
And real quick about the Kuminga or Wiggins, it was just about the money, right? They had to move Wiggins even if they didn't want to because Kuminga is not making as much as him.
Well, I'm sure, this is still ended up, has this been officially announced?
Somebody was saying that last night.
Schroeder ended up in Detroit.
Yeah.
So I'm not even sure about that. But, I mean, look, I think it's fair to say that, a team like Miami was uncomfortable having to figure out whether they wanted to keep Kuminga or not and how much they were going to pay him. That's a factor. Kuminga comes along with you got to deal with the contract situation too. So,
I think Jimmy Butler, again, I don't want to compare or contrast because Wiggins is an athlete, Steiny, but he, to me, is that perimeter defender that the caller alluded to. That's the beauty about Jimmy Butler. When he's on, Steiny, he can score and defend.
Well, that's what I'm really looking forward to seeing, how good of a defender Butler is. Because the one thing Wiggins can do, and Kuminga to a lesser extent, is kind of stay in front of smaller, not smaller guards, but just smaller players. I want to see what Jimmy Butler's lateral movement is like, because Wiggins is pretty good defensively. So will we notice that Butler's a better defender than Andrew Wiggins?
It's kind of funny these two get traded for each other and they had would you call it bad blood in Minnesota? Jimmy was kind of picking on Wiggins.
I actually think it was more Cat. Jimmy and Wiggins always got along. I actually think Wiggins has spoke pretty highly of Jimmy, but Cat was the one that Butler could not stand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jimmy, man.
Like, I think I can say this safely without any information. Nobody doesn't like Wiggins. Wiggins is a great guy. If you don't like Andrew Wiggins.
LeBron didn't want to play with him.
Oh, that's one thing. That doesn't mean he didn't like him.
And I got to correct the caller, the last caller. Father Time has one defeat, guys. He's took one little L. And tell me if I'm wrong.
Tom Brady.
LeBron James. What that man is doing right now, Father Time, Steiny, might be losing.
Oh, he always falls behind. Father Time, he's not like the Warriors. He's built to come back.
Well, he hadn't took your hair or mine yet.
Father Time. Yeah. Let's go to Horace is in Texas. Hey, Horace, how you doing, man?
Oh, are you guys doing good today?
Yes, sir. Hey.
Great, man. I got 3 quick points I want to make. First of all, Jimmy Butler thing, man. I'm with you, Steiny, on that. I'm about 50-50 on Jimmy. Number one, the thing about it is, it was a desperate move, and I don't think it's good to make a decision when you're desperate. You gotta, you gotta avoid doing that. And another thing about Jimmy is like some dudes, when everything's going your way and everything's great, you're happy. But the minute things don't go your way and you get unhappy, then everybody's got hell to pay because you're not happy. And I don't like that because, he did it in Chicago, the coach had to suffer. He did it in Minnesota, the team had to suffer. He did it in Miami, the team had to suffer. And don't get me wrong, I like Jimmy Butler's game. He's a dog. And I don't care about his age. He's a great player. But, dude, if you want to get paid like a professional, act like one, because there's too many guys in the league that do what he does. And when things don't go your way, man, you still got to be professional. Number 2, you don't always, and I hope Jimmy hears this. Number 2, you don't always have to get a star. Okay, look at what the Lakers just did. They found this dude, Mark Williams, with the Hornets. 7-footer. I understand he's a shot blocker, a scorer. I mean, this dude has been sitting in Charlotte. I don't know if we pursued him or not, but that would have been a perfect fit. How long have we been looking for a big? Years. And he was sitting there. I don't know if we pursued him or not, but That's just an idea that you don't always need a star. It took you a while to put yourself in the position you're in now. It might take you a while to get back to where you had it. It took you a long time from 2009 to 2015 with Steph Curry to win a championship. Hey, you may have to spend a little time building this thing back up.
Right.
The third thing is what we're witnessing right now are the effects of not having a Klay Thompson on the floor. Now, what I mean by that is this. I don't care if Klay goes 0 for 20. The threat of him having him out there is lethal because it takes a lot of pressure off Curry. It stops people from loading up on him. And everybody in the league knows that dude can go nuclear on you at any time, just like he did last night for Dallas.
Yeah. Good stuff, Horace. Appreciate the call. Appreciate the insight.
Well, it's why you brought in Buddy Hield, Steiny.
Yeah.
Who had an okay game compared to how he's been playing last night.
Jimmy Butler, how excited are you to play with Curry and Draymond?
That they always play winning basketball, and they'll do whatever it takes to win. I think that's what I respect most about those guys. And they've won at so many different levels, obviously, at the highest level, and done it multiple times. So not only can I bring some things to this team, I think they can teach me a whole lot.
Wow. All right, Jimmy Butler saying the right things yesterday when he was introduced to the media. How about this, Goo? What? I'm going to read you a quote out of Anthony Slater's story in The Athletic. All right. It's going to be a paragraph. I want to know what Warrior fans think of this. Joe Lacob scoffed at the idea that the Warriors were, quote unquote, desperate, but acknowledged that a shakeup was needed. And now this is a quote from Joe Lacob. First of all, we look at everything, Lacob said. This idea that we were desperate to do something, no. This is every year. This is no different than any year. We look at everything. You've known me from day one. What have I always said? We're going to go after anybody who's good. Anybody. We're going to look at every situation. It's never changed. So this is no different for me. The only difference is there was a lot of opportunity this time. Do you buy it?
I got to give him the BOD, man. I got to give him the benefit of the doubt. But if you're telling me, Guru, the desperate part of it, and Joe might not, obviously he doesn't, Steiny, there was desperation involved. Him saying he's always been who he's been and it's about talent, I think the Warriors are better with this move.
I mean, here's the way I look at it. To at least acknowledge that Steph's timetable is what okay, well then there is a dynamic at play that made it a more urgent deadline.
Right.
So I actually, I don't really believe him there. And that's the cost of having a timeline that's got to meet Steph Curry's timeline. That's why you made this deal. Let's face it.
And that's why, and again, I'm not caping for him, Steiny, but there is a reality in a world where Joe Lacob might really feel like, what the F are you guys talking about? I'm not desperate. This is how I got to be where I am. Mm-hmm. This is why I built a dynasty. So, with that alone, I'll leave that there. He might really be one of those guys that was desperate. But when I look at the TV and I read and I see the Warriors their name is attached to any and everybody, that reeks of desperation. And when things are going good, you're never desperate. And this is to the caller's point, a few callers ago, Donnie, you only get desperate when things are starting to look bleak. And coming off a season with no playoffs, fiddling around with 500 again, it looked like, that qualifies or constitutes to me desperate.
Yeah. The one thing I wonder too, is what kind of team did Jimmy Butler join? Did he really join? I said this yesterday. Did he really join a 500 team? Or did he join a team that's more like 13-21 since the 12-3 start? Because if this team is really the way they've looked after the 12-3 start, then maybe we're just underestimating the boost he's got to give this team.
Okay, but what about this to that? Because I do like the question, and you brought it up yesterday. Regardless, whichever one you want to pick, the team he's about to come to, the team he's on now, is going to get that boost and be better with him.
That's the plan.
No doubt about it.
Let's go to Rod in Vallejo. Hey, Rod, how you doing, man?
Real quick, before you go to a caller, Stein, just a piece of news. The Golden State Warriors are converting to a 7-footer Quentin Post to a 2-year standard NBA contract. Wow. That's per Sham Charania of ESPN.
Kudos for the young fella, man.
All right, Quentin Post this year and next.
Again, they only had, I think, 11 roster spots, so they're starting to fill out the backside.
Exactly. Rod is in Vallejo. Hey, Rod, how you doing, man?
Great show.
Oh, thanks.
Very entertaining, very professional.
Oh, thank you.
I listen to you all the time.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I just have one point. You bring up the point that Curry hasn't been the same recently. Anybody that's ever played basketball knows one of the worst injuries you can have is a bum thumb, especially on your shooting hand. That thumb is really bothering him, and I hope he didn't tear ligaments. And,
oh, gosh.
And by playing on that thumb, it's not getting any better. So it's really bothering. He took the brace off so the opponents won't know that it's bothering, but you can tell it's really bothering him. That's all I got.
Appreciate it, Rod. Yeah, he's dealing with.
And how many times was he shaking it last night and in Utah, Stein? He's sitting in the corner. And I'll tell you this: if he were playing in the '90s, brace or no brace, Xavier McDaniels of the world, obviously, he wouldn't be guarding Steph, but the Gary Paytons, the Rod Stricklands would be slapping at that thumb.
Yeah. You're probably right.
And to his credit, he's not using it as an excuse.
Nope. Lamont in Oakland.
You are something else.
What's up, Lamont? How you doing, buddy?
Lamont.
Hey, what's up? What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Doing well, thank you.
I wanted to say this about Jimmy Butler. He's, obviously he's a good basketball player, but one thing, and it was also an issue for Pat Riley in Miami about Jimmy Butler, is the last few years he hasn't played a lot of basketball games. So, when you look at his seasons, he played 58, 52, 57. 2023, he did 64. That's not bad. 60, and then this year, 25. So he's an aging player, and he does get hurt a lot. I think we have to acknowledge he does get hurt a lot. And so when you give this man an additional $120 million for the next 2 years, it's like you kind of gave this dude a retirement package. But in essence, it's not going to be able to he's not that reliable. Even in the playoffs, remember what Pat Riley said? He said, "Hey, you got my availability is the thing." That was one of his biggest beefs with Jimmy Butler, because even in the playoffs, Jimmy Butler missed games because he was hurt. And so I think when we go ahead and sign somebody for all this money, knowing his history and knowing that there's a lot of time when he's not on the court, that's why it seems like a desperate move. And he's 35. And the last point I'll make about this is Andrew Wiggins was their best perimeter defender. He was their best perimeter defender. He was strong, he was athletic, and like the other caller said, he locked up Tatum. I think that we're kind of underestimating that, and I don't think Jimmy Butler is at that defensive level anymore at 35, going to be 36 years old, but we gave him $120 million for the next 2 years. That's why it reeks of desperation, is because this guy's history. He doesn't play a lot of basketball. He's off the court a lot. And he had no problem this year sitting out for, the issues. And he's played 25 games this year. He does not mind missing basketball games. No. And I guarantee you, $60 million for the next 2 years, what's going to be the incentive for him to play? It's like a parachute package for this guy to retire. And that's why I reached a desperation, because I don't think it was thought out properly, knowing the reputation that he has. When he's on the court, he's a good player. I'm not saying that.
I got you. Good stuff, Lamont. Yeah. Appreciate it.
And Steiny, as much as I'm happy about Butler, the facts are the facts. He missed last year's all of the playoffs with the MCL sprain. He said he doesn't mind missing basketball games.
I'm the way I look at it too is, so Butler is going to be here for the next 2 years making 55. Does he have incentive to go full bore? Or does he have incentive to, I don't want to say coast?
Because this team can't.
Well.
And if he's got any pride, I really believe, Steiny, and like that caller said, he'd rather smoke a cigar than not play. He didn't say that. That's how I took it. But, Steiny, I think Jimmy Butler needs, what's the word when you need your reputation fixed?
Change of scenery.
No, but you need to fix your brand. Because it's taking a hit. And now you got paid. I just don't think he's in a position to be a fat cat. And the bottom line is, you got your new contract. When a lot of people think, what is this team doing? That's why I just really believe we're going to get the best version of him. Because only a fool would think he could come with his antics here when this fan base is desperate. They're already halfway mad Wiggins is gone. They want to see the best Jimmy Butler, because if not, then this will be a super bad move.
Also, other interesting piece of news from Shams Charania. The NBA three-point contest at All-Star Weekend has been announced. Jalen Brunson, Cade Cunningham, Darius Garland, Tyler Hero, Buddy Hield, Cameron Johnson, Damian Lillard, and Norman Powell.
How is Steph not in the three-point contest in your home backyard?
You okay?
No Steph.
I'm sick of I know his thumb. And the dunk contest is a joke. The real hoopers, the dudes that got bounced don't participate. I just knew Curry was going to win it at home.
He's not in it.
Why?
You know what?
You can see Buddy Hield.
You know it's funny.
I'm serious, Evan. I can't believe he's going to say Steph.
Here, Evan.
Go, Buddy.
Evan, if Steph Curry were on the bottom of that list, you know what Guru would be saying?
What?
I don't want him busy on All-Star Weekend. We got to save him for the second half. He's going to get tired if he goes and plays and shoots in the three-point contest. Steiny, I want him resting during the weekend.
Hey, Evan.
He's got a bum thumb, Goo. You really got to think about that before you...
But honestly, Ian, I know your initial thoughts when you read that without the chef.
He's shooting below 39%. I mean, he doesn't deserve to qualify for the...
Well, Buddy would be out
Evan,
there.
I'm just kidding.
So Buddy's going to win it, huh?
I'd love that.
Yeah, the only time on Chase Center is hitting threes.
I'm really shocked. That thumb must really be bothering him, man.
Yeah,
but he's going to play in the game. But he's going to play in the game. Wow. I really wanted to go to Saturday. I won't go there.
Okay. Let's go to Gus. Gus is in Tracy.
Gut punch.
Hey, Gus, how you doing?
Good, guys. I love the show.
Thank you.
Hey, so I think it's a good trade. I like it.
All right.
I think he's going to bring some toughness to the team.
Yeah.
And also too, I wish that they would have kept Shooter and traded Buddy Hield. I don't know if that would have worked out with the numbers, but I like Shooter better than Buddy. He brings a dynamic to the floor, and he could handle the ball. And like the last caller that you just called about him saying that he doesn't play much and he gets hurt. Well, maybe that's a good thing that he doesn't have that many miles on his body.
It's true.
So that's all I got to say. Hey, you guys have a good day. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Gus.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
What is going on?
The NBA Skills Challenge.
You're a horse's behind.
Has been announced. Would you like to guess who's representing Team Warriors?
Pods.
Of course it's Pods.
Nope.
Don't tell me.
You're not going to guess
Jimmy Butler.
This. No, I wish.
Draymond?
Yes, sir.
No way.
Who's his teammate?
Steph?
Nope.
Butler?
Nope.
Hold on.
I had a long night.
Moses
right.
Moody.
Well, I ain't mad at that.
And Draymond Green will represent Team Warriors alongside Team Spurs, Victor Wembanyama, Chris Paul, Team Cavs, Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, and the Team Rooks, Risa Shea and Sar.
Wow. I've never been a big fan of that, but I'll watch.
Me neither.
Yeah. Dre and Moody. Moody gets some shine. Evan, I really thought the mountains had moved. Look at something.
Well, the trade deadline's over, so it couldn't have been that big of a move.
Hey, I got to ask you two something. You guys are capologists.
Nah, careful.
The guy said the money. You're telling me there was a way the Warriors could have held on to Wiggins and moved Kuminga, although Miami would have had to decide if they wanted to. I thought Wiggins had to go because of his contract. I thought they couldn't, like it wouldn't have worked had they wanted to keep Wiggins and put Kuminga in Wiggins' spot.
It wouldn't have. It would have had to been Draymond.
Okay, all right. That's what
Draymond.
I was like, whoa. All right.
Yeah, so. Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570. I still see a lot of people on hold. I'm going to get you on the other side. Also coming up at noon, Steve Bulpett, longtime NBA writer, and all over the trade deadline, looking for his perspective on the Golden State Warriors. Also coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, your chance to play knockout at the Chase Center with 95.7 The Game and other listeners. We're going to give away another spot at the 12 o'clock hour. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton.
I will never get duped again.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We had a super chat from Jay Capinia.
Yeah, $1.99.
I think he's the gentleman that got the he either got the shoes or the knockout spot. Anyway, he said maybe Curry's going to be in the WNBA, NBA three-point contest. I don't know if they're having that this year or not.
Oh, yeah, they did it last year, right?
I seem to remember something vaguely.
Go ahead, Team Buddy. For me, Buddy Hield in the three-point.
Hey, by the way, I just noticed Ken came in.
Yeah, Big Ken.
Yeah, it looks like he may have gotten a haircut. You want to make a disparaging remark about it?
It was not disparaging.
I'm just wondering if you want to do it again.
No. Evan,
take a look at him. Maybe you will want to criticize it.
It's coming in, my man.
Right.
He looks clean.
Yeah, you look sharp.
Yeah.
You look sharp. We're talking about Jimmy Butler. What else? All right, I'm going to do it one time. I'm going to do it one time. One time. Hank Stram.
That's my guy.
Tomorrow night, the debut of Jimmy Buckets.
My man.
There it is.
Yeah. Look at you glowing, too.
Oh, yeah.
Dude's a baller.
Oh, he's a baller.
If I could just fix or program your mouth not to say 35, his age, and just focus on the basketball.
36 in about 4 days.
Dude, I'm excited, man.
I know you are.
And they better get off to a better start than Zach LaVine and the Kings. And nobody mentioning Doug Christie these days.
Watch out for the Blazers.
That could be your biggest victory lap. They are coming, Steiny. 2.5 behind the Dubs, right?
Oh, boy. Warriors got to get hot soon. Let's go to Reginald in Houston. Reginald called earlier this week, and he was solid. What's up, Reginald? How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful, and thank you for remembering me.
Absolutely.
I wanted to call back.
My man.
I wanted to call back and touch base because I know I touched a lot of nerves when I mentioned incompetence.
Yeah.
And again, it was on full display. Both of you gentlemen are very intelligent. Now think about this just for a second. Why would you go after Kevin Durant knowingly this man was in the perfect situation and he walked away from the Warriors due to his ego? That's why he walked away. Second question. They talk about Joe Lacob. Joe, you're your greatest enemy. Your ego. Because you had an opportunity to make the necessary moves during the off seasons, but you refused to leave Dunleavy alone, and you handcuffed him. Now you briefly mentioned about the Kings struggling.
Yep.
You trade away one of your best players in De'Aaron Fox, who's one of the top point guards in the league. You have no point guard, so this is why Sacramento is struggling. And my last, Draymond, did you finally get your wake up call? Did you finally realize after all these years that LeBron has simply been playing you and using you? He showed you last night what he really, really thinks about you. He not only clowned you, but he clowned your team. I find it interesting, after every game that they've played against one another, they've always hugged one another after the game. Didn't see that.
I didn't either.
Well,
I didn't see it, Steiny.
Did you get your wake-up call, Draymond? LeBron cares about one person. LeBron cares about LeBron. He cares about clutch sports, and he cares about his inner circle. That's it. What's the old saying? You keep your enemies closer, and that's what he did. That's what he did for Draymond. And my last thing, and I want you guys, and I got a problem with what you just said about complaining about Steph not being in a three-point contest. I got to ask.
Okay.
What more do you want from him? He's been in the league for 16 years. Anything and everything that people have asked from him, he's done. He doesn't complain. He shows up and gives 1,000% every game. He's been the perfect spokesperson and role model for this organization. You know that he's injured.
Yeah.
This is the perfect time to take off, but you're in your feelings because he won't participate in the three-point contest. What do you want from him next?
I'll say this. Yeah. No, you're on one. This is phenomenal. I'll say this.
Love you, Reginald. Don't be a stranger,
Reggie's
my
the man. But, Steiny, to that point, I swear I looked for the hug. I didn't see it.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
But to Reggie's point, Draymond is a clutch client, Steiny. So you can make an argument, and I'm not going to say, he's in LeBron's circle already. But that was interesting. But Curry has a chance to re-injure this thumb in the actual game that he'll be playing in, however, as opposed to the three-point contest. And I'm a sports romantic. I don't hide from it. There's nothing better than when you see Jordan or some of the greats win the contest or they get MVP in their home yard or win the dunk contest. So that's where I was coming from, Reg.
Yeah.
But I got to defend Lakeup against Reg real quick. Lakeup tried to do everything this offseason unless we really find out intel Pods was untouchable and that prevented them from landing somebody. Because there's a story out there now that they could have got Levine, but the Warriors didn't want to get off of Pods. I don't know if that's legit.
No, remember, I thought it was for Chris Paul. It was Chris Paul and Wiggins, I thought.
No, it was Levine for Pods. That's what I was telling you well, you were making your rounds yesterday. Where's Steiny?
I don't know. Derek in Toronto. What's up, Derek? How you doing?
How you doing, guys?
Doing well.
For the first time, I'm actually agreeing with Steiny. In a league where athletic two-way wings are the most important thing, they've traded away a 29-year-old two-way wing for a 35-year-old malcontent who's injured often. I just don't understand the move.
Well, what were I'm just not being a smart ass. What were your thoughts on the team as is before the move? Because to me, they were hemorrhaging.
I thought that they were actually playing better before Kuminga went down. I thought Wiggins was probably the most consistent player on the team. I just don't understand. And I thought that Schroeder was actually acclimating himself to the team.
I kind of did too. In fact, I remember saying, hopefully they'll keep Schroeder after the deadline because I think he's starting to fit in a little bit. Appreciate the call, Derek. You're not the only one.
I won't dare say Wiggins wasn't playing his best basketball because that he was, Donnie.
I was just thinking, we just got to talking about Curry's thumb. And maybe, what if he's got ligament damage? And I'm thinking, oh my God.
Now that would be
could you imagine Curry's got to sit a month?
That's a nightmare.
Right. And they got 3 guys who we got to worry about now health-wise. And I said this on the text thread. I noticed you guys didn't get back to me. If at any time,
oh gosh,
in the next 2 years, Butler, Curry, or Draymond, they get hurt for a month or two, let's say 2 months, please don't act surprised. Can you promise me that?
Right, when Draymond's already missed some time.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
you're not necessarily going out on a limb with that.
Well, exactly, but that's my point.
Yeah.
Is the first thing the Warriors have to do now with 31 games left is Steph, Draymond, and Butler got to play 25 of them each, essentially.
Yeah.
They got to start playing. Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Steve Bulpett coming up in about 5 minutes. Covers the NBA for HeavyOnSports.com. What's going on, Christian? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Man, I missed you last night, but I had a game. So
it's all good, baby. It's all good. It's all good.
Guru, get ready to smile because this Jimmy Butler disrespect is crazy.
Wow.
Dude, and Steiny, you're right about one thing. It's on curve, but you're wrong about the youngsters. Now they know where they're going. It's basically saying, Podzinski, you're point guard in 3 years. Kuminga, go show us, and we're going to sign you, and it's your team. He's a legit number 3 now. Wiggins, never you could give him the ball in the post and say, get a bucket. We're 500 in clutch games. Man. Jimmy Butler, go in the post, get a bucket. Now you see the youngsters flying around. Kuminga, come here, set me a screen. He turns into Stoudemire. We're going to win a championship before Jimmy Butler leaves. The disrespect on Jimmy Butler.
Preach. How much money you got on you, Christian? How much money you got? How much money you got in your wallet right now, Christian?
I put up 30 when I played D3 when I transferred down. I'll bet anything
First
you
of all,
want.
hey, Christian.
D3 versus D3.
There ain't a player in D3 who scores 30 a game.
D3. It's a D2 champion in San Francisco State, 94-95. And I went down to D3 because my coach wouldn't change. Kerr needs to change. That's what Steiny's right about.
Oh, no. Were you one of those? Hey, Christian, were you one of those guys that went to college didn't play, and then transferred because the coach didn't like you.
No, I was one of those guys that was so good. The coach came to recruit my best friend in the gym in Hunters Point, and I didn't play high school. And he was like, "Who's that guy?"
Wow, look at him. Put some respect.
And I didn't pay a D3 at Brooklyn College. I came home with $3,500 for gold my junior year to go play pro in Australia. Stop it, Steiny. I will destroy you.
How tall are you?
You're killing me.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'1".
Oh, my God. I would take you into the block and just go to work.
I got a big ass.
I got a big ass. Thanks, Christian. All in good fun, my man.
Yeah, and another element of Jimmy Butler, Wiggins does it occasionally and makes them, but he lives in the paint on that post too at times, Stoney. So that's another dimension.
For Jimmy.
Yeah, and the team.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM. And HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's get to Steve Bulpett. He's a senior NBA columnist at Heavy on Sports, and he worked for the Boston Herald for decades, covering the Boston Celtics since the mid-'80s. Steve, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm just, living the dream.
There it is. You and me, Steve. Appreciate it, my man. Let me ask you this, and I know you're on the East Coast, and I always love to get a different perspective. What's your take on the Warriors acquiring Jimmy Butler for Wiggins and a few other players and then extended him $110 million for the next 2 years?
Wow. Look, the Warriors, I'm sure, as you're aware, have been trying to make a large move for a few years now. A couple of years anyway. And, I think this one gives them the proverbial puncher's chance. But I was thinking about it, and I kind of liken it to like a band that was like, greatest in the world, winning all the Grammys, and all of a sudden a couple of guys drop off the band and they're trying to, they go on the road for a tour and you still want to see them, but, it's not quite the same.
Speaking of not quite the same, Curry's having some struggles just, in regard to efficiency. Steve, can you share with us from afar just your take on, because if any of this is going to work, Steph's going to have to ball. What have you seen from him? Is he the same Steph? Anything different in your eyes from how you view Steph Curry?
No, I mean, Steph Curry, I do not doubt ever. The kind of work, I've written a couple stories about the kind of work he puts in. There was a game a few years ago where they came into Boston from Indiana, and I was talking to him after a practice, and I had to wait for him because he was getting up a bunch of shots. And here's like, when I've spoken to teams, or even my own college, I said, look, this guy, he went out afterwards, after practice, and put up like 250 3-pointers. So, it's not like he forgot how to shoot on the flight from Indianapolis to Boston. So when talent puts in that kind of work, talent will always come out. I think if you look at anything dropping off with him, I'd say it's the situation around him. Steph runs off picks, gets open, makes shots, and guys have to be, on the same page. And maybe there's been a little less of that.
Steve Bulpett joining us on 95.7 The Game, heavyonsports.com, covered the Celtics for decades in Boston. Let me ask you this. Jimmy Butler spent a lot of his career in the Eastern Conference. And, one way you could look at this is maybe the two of the most volatile personalities in the league are now going to be in the same locker room. From what you know about Jimmy Butler, how do you view the situation of now Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green are teammates?
Personal injury attorneys are standing by. I look, that can be a good thing. I mean, let's go way back to the Oakland days, say that with a smile. The old 70s days, they were always going crazy, battling each other, but out of that came victories. And I think you could see something similar here if it gets people's heart rate going again.
In regard to expectations with this move, Steve, prior to the Warriors not having Jimmy Butler, what are your expectations now that they got him? Because right now, today, they're on the outside looking in of the play-in tournament.
Well, just remember one thing. If once they get in the play-in or the final 8, as far as home court advantage goes, you have to win one game on the road, and then you have home court advantage. So, again, as long as they can get themselves moved up and get their chemistry together to a reasonable extent in the next month or two, then, they'll be in decent enough shape. Again, they have the puncher's chance. When you got guys like that, the questions would be, do you have enough talent to make it a 2-minute game? And if you can make it a 2-minute game, do you have the players who can win a 2-minute game? And certainly to the latter, the answer is yes.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Steve Bulpett joining us on 95.7 The Game, senior NBA columnist at Heavy on Sports. Let me go around the league a little bit with you, Steve, because you've been covering this league for decades, and the Doncic for Davis trade, I thought it felt like a trade out of 1987 where nobody knew about it, and then the paper came in the morning and you found out about a trade from the previous night. Was it as unique a deal for you as for the league? Did it take you by surprise?
Yeah, it took me by surprise in that it happened. It didn't take me by surprise in that I think a lot of people were certainly aware that Dallas was really mulling over its situation. The people I've talked to in Dallas since have said, look, this makes their window smaller. But the question they had to ask was, did they have a window before this? I mean, they got themselves to the finals last year. They came in back, beat some teams that probably weren't ready yet for that next stage. And they had to wonder, and the big thing comes down to, they had to ask, did they trust Luka Doncic, a guy that, wasn't really excited about playing defense and wasn't really excited about staying in shape? He wasn't that way now. Would they be able to trust him more if they gave him a few $100 million?
Yeah.
Steve, I love my partner here. We've been riding together for 7 long years. And one thing I know about him, Steve, he's not big on nicknames, but can you share with us the intel that went into you nicknaming my guy the Mets?
Well, it's his last name, dude. You're gonna play the song that the baseball team stole from you.
And you know what, Goo? How about this? Sometimes I used to call Steve Pet because his name's.
Now there you go. There you go.
There you go.
Hey, real quick, Steve.
I'm a blue-eyed Greek boy from Boston, so I prefer to be known as the Big Lamb Chop.
I love it. I love it. Well, Big Lamb Chop, I'm going to ask you about what's going on in the nation's capital. Sacramento, 2 years ago, they got Coach Mike Brown. He's Coach of the Year. This year, we hear some noise. De'Aaron Fox wants to get out, and Vamoose, Stevie's gone. What's going on in Sacramento with that trade and how Vivek let De'Aaron Fox get out of there that fast?
This is one that bothered me from the moment they let Mike Brown go. You've got a good coach there. You've got they had a good situation last year, but all of a sudden some people get a little bit unhappy. They get all up in their feelings about how things are going and about how they're being coached. I think that situation could have been solved by ownership walking down into the locker room, pointing to Mike Brown and say, he's staying. You guys got to ask yourselves what you're doing, but he's staying here. And I think, once you give somebody an out or give them an excuse in a marriage, in a relationship, then, things are going to fall apart.
Yeah, Steve, I'm looking at the standings in the Eastern Conference. Boston's sitting at 2, 36-16, 5.5 behind Cleveland. What you see out of Boston this year, Steve? Is it kind of the normal malaise after a championship, or do you think Cleveland or somebody else has action in the East?
Well, put it this way here. The Celtics, I think it's kind of a malaise thing with the Celtics, but if they keep in their heads the idea, oh, we'll just turn it on when we want to, and we'll beat Cleveland whenever we feel like it, then they will be in for a really rude and ugly awakening. The Cavaliers are real. The additions they made, DeAndre Hunter is going to be a good addition for that team, and they've got size. And look, the danger if you're the Celtics is this: you have to be afraid that you're building up some bad habits, and that when you get to the point where you need to be locked in, are you a fraction of a split second slower to get into what you need to? Is it not fully on the computer chip for you? And that's the stuff, that's the kind of hesitation or whatever that can get you beat. Look, the Celtics, a few years ago, I know there were Warrior people that were surprised in a little bit of a way that they beat the Celtics in the finals. They were concerned about Boston's ability, but they took it to the Celtics, and the Celtics kind of collapsed on themselves. And that was the Warriors and their professionalism and their toughness pushing them over the edge. So I've felt for a few years now that one of the teams, maybe the team most capable of beating the Celtics, is the Celtics. And the fact that they show a propensity for perhaps doing that, that should scare them.
Hey, Steve, do you got any confidence in Milwaukee? I know they swapped out Middleton for Kuzma, made some moves around the edges, but do you give Giannis and Dame and Doc Rivers a shot at all in the East?
I think the Bucks were eliminated from Eastern Conference contention the day that the Portland Trailblazers traded Drew Holiday to the Celtics.
Wow.
It's like you traded for Dame Lillard. You wanted to put some more firepower next to Giannis, but it really hurt your defense to do that. And then you didn't look ahead and say, if we give Drew Holiday to the Blazers, they're in rebuild. They're not going to keep him. What are they going to do with him? They didn't see the chessboard. But when Drew Holiday comes to Boston, that's a better version of Marcus Smart. And, look, I am stunned that Drew Holiday has played for this many teams. Like I could see it with a Dennis Schroeder, but not a Drew Holiday. This guy is nails, and he does what you need to do. And in an NBA where guys, have such quick access to the pleasure points with social media and this and that, there's a guy that's in your dressing room that will do what you need him to do when you need him to do it. No questions, move on. Go worry about somebody else.
He's a Hall of Famer in my book, Steve. Drew Holiday.
I mean, if you're a basketball freak, if you just watch this guy play, how can you not appreciate his game? I think that move really hurt the Bucks. And, Middleton coming back, this was a great trade for the Bucks for Kuzma. Middleton, his ankles, he wasn't able to play defense the way they needed him to. And Kuzma, I know the Bucks looked at it like, hey, we get Kuzma here, and have Giannis, glaring at him if he does something stupid. That's going to keep him more in line, and you're going to get the best out of Kyle Kuzma.
Hey, Steve, great stuff, man. Appreciate your time, and we're just two guys still hanging in there, you and me.
Living the dream.
All right, man. Take care, Steve.
Take care, bro.
All right. Steve Bulpett, heavyonsports.com, longtime Boston Celtics beat writer, and I think he's based out of D.C. right now. But said the Warriors giving themselves a puncher's chance.
And he said a 2-minute game, Stoney, and I think they got two dudes in 2 minutes that we know they can close, in Curry and Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
And I said nation's capital, state capital. I caught that.
Well, you caught it too late.
Right, but I looked it up.
Let me know when we have that, Evan.
Now, see.
Thank you. Let's go to Alexander in Chicago. Alexander, how you doing, man? What's going on?
What's going on, Steiny and Guru?
Hey.
Man, thanks for having me on the show.
Yes, sir.
Hey, it looked like I got my wish in Quentin Post. Y'all remember I called about Quentin Post?
Yeah.
It looked like I got my wish, man. But
Let's go.
Man, I was just calling, man, to talk about the Jimmy Butler situation. First of all, I love it.
All right.
The second thing is we got to look at the circumstances, right? 2023, Jimmy Butler led Miami to the finals against the Boston Celtics in the AC. Now, we all could understand that that's going to take a lot of work and wear and tear on a superstar if they have to go through a playoff series and play that hard to get you that deep into an NBA championship game, and Jimmy Butler was able to do that. Second following year, you go back to the playoffs again, and then you lose in the first round because he had an injury. But the whole situation is Jimmy Butler been in a situation similar to what Curry's in right now, where the man has literally had to do everything. And I want to thank Pat Riley. For being so simple-minded and saying, oh, well, the heck with what Jimmy Butler got to say about us bringing another superstar in. We got enough to get it done with who we have. So we're not going to trade you and give you what you want, and we're not going to bring in a superstar. You just basically running this man into the ground. You don't want to bring him no help, and you don't want to pay him. So now it's like now he got this narrative, well, Jimmy Butler's too old, and Jimmy Butler don't play enough, and Jimmy Butler shows his tail wherever he is. I don't want to hear the too old stuff. LeBron James dropped 40 points last night against the Warriors, and he all of 40 years old. Jimmy Butler, he takes care of his body on the same level that LeBron James does.
Appreciate the call, Alexander.
Well, pro Jimmy. I'm
not
with
6'9",
him.
260, though.
Well, I'll give you that. Not many of that.
I don't, I don't know what Butler has left, but it's tough for me to compare anybody to LeBron James or Tom Brady when they're just a complete and utter anomaly. I mean, LeBron did something last night that nobody other than Jordan has done, which is score 40 when you're 40 years old. So, all right, here's your shot to play knockout at Chase Center. I'm going to give you a keyword, and I want you to make a note of that keyword, and then at some point in the next hour, we're going to play this sounder. And when you hear that sounder, the keyword is pick, as in pick and roll, as in few people run the pick and roll as well as Steph Curry. So the word is pick. When you hear the sounder later on in the hour, you call the contest line. I'll give you that number. And then the first caller is registered for knockout. Absolutely. What do you got? Oh, what did I miss?
No, I was about to just go back to the Milwaukee thing. That trading for Dame, and I appreciate everything Dame has done, Steiny, for Drew Holiday, man, has been a nightmare and enabled Boston to probably start their dynasty run. It's already culminated in a title, but man, that hurt. I don't know what they were thinking or taking him for granted.
That's what happens when you listen to players. That was Giannis. Please.
You didn't ask me, but I'll tell you, if I had a gun to my head, he is the next guy that's going to buck and no pun intended,
nice,
and try to get up out of Dodge.
Okay.
Yeah. Because they're going to get bounced.
Well, that's the one thing that I found interesting is, I noticed in a lot of the stories today that the Warriors are saying, and we can still pull off a big move in the offseason. Somebody's going to have to explain that one to me.
Right.
I mean, they really are, because that sounds difficult unless you're going to move Butler or Curry. But that's just me.
What do you guys think about this?
Yeah.
With the whole trade going down, the Warriors essentially traded Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins for 36-year-old Jimmy Butler. Like the two guys that they gave big contracts to after the championship, way after, down the line, turned into a 36-year-old you just paid $112 million to.
Evan, I don't like the trade when you say it like that.
It's an awful trade
when you say it like that. I don't like it. But as they were, man. I mean, that caller, I know you guys are foo-fooing what he did, Steiny. 2023, you got some good players. He was everything.
So how about this?
All right, like that's a hell of a feat,
You finally put to bed, you finally stopped saying, Steiny, the Warriors won in 2022. And so they've got it. I'll tell you what, I'll give you 1 year with this Jimmy Butler in 2023
It's a fact, though, man.
Oh, it's a fact.
If he's ready, Steiny, hopefully he can change their – and they have no room for error starting tomorrow night in the Shy.
Yeah.
Trades are hard.
Oh, shoot.
Who we got?
Oh, no, I didn't do it yet.
The Pete, you got the shout-outs.
Yeah, let me do that right now. Right. I'm just going to do it right now.
Because they showed up.
So last night we were at
Tipsy
the
Putt.
all-new Bay Street in Emeryville, place called Tipsy Putt. We had a watch party there, watched the Warriors claw back into it last night, and a bunch of people came out, and I just want to recognize them. Say thank you to all you guys. Steven in Emeryville, he had his son Sage, and I also met his buddy at the bar, Steve's buddy, but I can't remember his name. Ernie Chavez in the house with his buddy Brandon.
Yeah, P1.
Brandon, not Brendan. Thank you to Dre, who I knew from way back in the day.
Yeah.
One of our favorites, Alnetta, was there.
The beautiful
Yes,
Alnetta.
sir. I'd like to say a special thank you to Thomas, otherwise known as Trophy T, on the chat. He came last night, and he was also a gentleman who 4 years ago, when I would park at the West Oakland BART, I would park in his neighborhood, and he would always keep an eye on my car.
He told me that story.
Yeah, so thank you, Thomas, for coming out. Butkus, thanks for coming out. Eric Page, along with your son, Tom.
Oh, man.
He has another son, Kevin, I left a message for. He said, any chance you can leave a message for Kevin?
Wow.
My other son who's not here. And
You didn't mess it up?
No, I actually threw a couple expletives in there like, hey, Kevin, where are you? Big John from Oakland. And the night wouldn't have been complete without Sharika. Sharika.
Girl. Yeah.
She was dynamite.
We're going to call her Kodak because she takes a lot of pictures.
She does. There was one more person out there, and he's going to join us right now on 95.7 The Game by the name of Philmo Mike.
Mike, baby!
Philmo Mike was in Emeryville last night. What's up, Philmo? Thanks for coming out last night, man.
Oh, man, it was lit, man. I appreciate the ambiance. Jeff was in the building. I was trying to see Carter. Carter didn't pull up, but he don't get paid like y'all get paid for them little remotes. Y'all get a nice little bag. Yeah. I ain't gonna talk about that. But anyway, though, speaking of pay, players get paid way too much. I'm sick of players getting traded. No, I'm not even trying to hate on players, but like players need to be traded for players, not for contracts. And I know it's cool when you swindle the team because they want financial relief, but like I don't know if it's players getting paid too much. Like some players aren't where they should be when it comes to their salary. That's all I want to say.
Hey, Mike, before you go, don't bury the lead, man. What about the young lady? Started in here and said I look like Russell Wilson.
Oh my God!
Hey, that she said it. I said, okay, we got a chuckle, Starter. You weren't around.
You kind of do.
Yeah.
You kind of do like Russell.
Oh boy,
nah, that's funny. You taking care of future kids?
I can't.
You taking care of future kids? But nah. Anyway, Steiny was got his specs on. He was looking crazy. He was like, man, I couldn't see you pulled up to the station a couple of days ago. But, I just want to say, I don't know what the trade going to do, but we definitely made a trade just to make a trade. We're going to see what to do. But this is what we lost versus what we gained. We lost youth, a more proven defender. Dennis Schroeder was coming along slowly but surely. But what we gained, we did gain toughness, like mental toughness. We did gain toughness for the short term, but for the long term, I don't think it was a good situation. We had a lot more flexibility, and then that's another thing we lost was flexibility within the cap and all these dumbass rules that we got when it comes to first and second aprons.
All right, Mike, you're the man.
Take it easy, baby.
Appreciate it again for coming back, coming down last night. The idea of LeBron playing Draymond.
Man,
I got to say this. I'll be honest with you.
That was our
I'll
guy.
be honest with you, Goo. If you and I were friends, all right, but we're on different teams, but we're really good friends, and I miss a foul shot, and you do what LeBron did to Draymond, I don't think we're friends.
Wow, man.
I mean, we still are, but like, I thought that was kind of a tool move.
But what message was he sending?
He was trying to get everybody to jeer at Draymond because he missed the foul shot and he was playing to the crowd. He wanted to make him look bad.
Or to the caller's point that brought that up, do you think LeBron was trying to let us know, and this is, God knows, too far. Like, it ain't all that. You know what I'm saying? That's my dog, but at the end of the day, I'm trying to kick their ass. I don't know.
Yeah, I felt like, they
went small the second half, and maybe should have thought of that when the game started, but that's too much Monday morning quarterback.
I thought we don't like when they go
I'm just saying,
small.
they went small, and they cut that lead, man.
Yeah, they did.
Too little, too late.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors, they got Jimmy Butler. And how we feeling about that? Also, we're going to listen to some more sound from Butler and the Warriors about this trade. Also coming up in the next half hour, we're going to be giving away that spot to play at Chase Center. Game of knockout.
Don't forget our Super Bowl predictions too, Steiny.
Okay.
Yeah, your Eagles.
Yeah, I forgot. I forgot about that. Super Bowl week.
Wow,
my God.
Dude, the NBA has hijacked it.
All right, what's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment brought to you by the all-new Emeryville Bay Street.
I'm going to ask you about what's going on in the nation's capital, Sacramento. Yo, what's up, sports fans? It's Guru, and if you want to watch the game, guys got to put some respect on my gambling.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
I shouted out Big John.
You did. Phil Mike texted me, said you forgot. But you did.
Forgot who?
About Big John.
I did not forget Big John. Now he's been mentioned 4 times.
Yeah. And speaking of which, if the Chiefs win, you owe me a lunch.
A beer.
I thought it was a dinner. Trying to be nice. I said lunch. Yeah, well,
shut up, Evan.
Against the field. This was a big one. Boy. You
You should have to owe him a dinner.
What?
You got the field.
And people win his stupid bet, Goo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm that meme now where the guy's pointing at the side of his head. Yeah.
Now it's a dinner.
Yeah.
Coming up before 1 o'clock, your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. We're giving away another spot between now and 1.
Let's go.
And you think the front office was aligned in this move?
I don't.
I don't either.
And I'm not mad at it.
Oh.
You got levels to everything. You got the assistant. You got the assistant to the assistant, and then you got the big dog. And the big dog, to me, Steiny, I really believe Kuminga's future is more secure than ever. I don't know what I'm with you on the money.
Why would you say that?
Because the Logan Murdoch we played about a week and a half ago, the sound of, some of the scouts not knowing or believing if Kuminga actually had the necessary skill set to be consistent enough. But Joe Lacob has always been fixated, and I get why with Jonathan Kuminga. Steiny, as soon as he's not hurt, I think he's coming right back in the starting lineup, not only because they need him, but that's like he's not a project. That's like Joe Lacob's guy, man. And if you talk about, to me, anything about the Warriors and their young studs and whoever hates this deal or their future, it starts and ends with Jonathan Kuminga to me, and I would just be surprised if there was a dollar figure the Warriors felt like they didn't want to meet to let him go after having all this invested in him thus far.
Yeah, I just, they're going to have 2 $55+ million players. And to me, what it's signaled is they think, or they are going to put themselves in a position where they can only offer Kuminga a salary starting at like $19 million.
So it wouldn't be them coming off cheap or we don't believe you, this all we got.
Well,
it would almost be like that.
I mean, my understanding right now is they're about 19 under the luxury tax. So if he were to get a contract more than $19 million to start, then they're paying the penalty.
And Evan wasn't here, but when you brought up those numbers by just one Austin Reeves, you had a few examples. I'm not ready to look you in the face and tell you Kuminga should be making $1 more than a guy that's given the Lakers what Reeves has given the Lakers up until this point.
Yeah, and
I know it doesn't work that way, but
yeah, I mean, I think the Warriors have boxed themselves in to. I don't think it's going to be a case of them saying we don't want Jonathan.
Yeah,
I think it'll be a case of something like Klay Thompson, where
we don't have it.
They're going to say they don't have the money. And they won't. Like, here's the thing. If the Warriors don't make the playoffs this year, okay?
Now
that'll be 2 years in a row. How can you justify going into the tax if you've missed the playoffs 2 straight years? See, that's the part that I think is going to be tricky. If you don't make the playoffs, how can you possibly then re-up Kuminga for $30 million when it's going to cost you closer to $60 million with all the penalties?
Yeah, and as it stands now, I think Lacob on his computer, Steiny, or his Rubik's Cube was like, Steiny, that I know where we are with outside looking in right now today, but that's the last thing that's going to happen.
Well, that's
it could.
Right, Joe, you said you were going to win a title last year, and you didn't even make the playoffs. So,
but I told you guys at Chris Mullin retirement ceremony that we were going to win, and we got 4.
Okay. So
I got you. But if they don't make it, I'm going to be hot. We'll all be hot.
I won't. I won't be hot. I won't be happy.
But you could take a victory lap, you and the people that thought this move was just kind of ho-hum. Like, it'll be really, what are you doing?
I don't think it's ho-hum.
Or what were you doing?
I think it's, it's to me, it's a foghorn leghorn deal in a way. They're doing a lot of chopping, but no chips are flying. And we'll see if they get better. Debbie's in Palo Alto.
Hey,
Debbie, how you doing?
Oh, great. Thank you for taking the call.
Sure.
I've got one positive for Draymond and a positive for Jimmy. Okay? Just briefly, for Draymond, he is pure defense. All the opponents need to do is grab his shirt. You keep him from moving. He can't see where everybody is, and then he punches. He never does something unprovoked. And I think there should be a foul with grabbing people's clothes. Okay? Jimmy Butler, I'm very high on. I think people don't realize there was Jimmy before and there's Jimmy now. And you know what? He had a big scare. The trade happened on, the last day?
Mm-hmm.
And I think he will come out the old Jimmy, and he will work hard. He carried the team to the East Coast Championship.
All right.
And I think he'll play great.
Thanks, Debbie. Appreciate it. Oh, I don't think there's any doubt we're going to see the old Jimmy Butler.
I'm going to give you a 2. But dude, science has changed a whole lot. 35 ain't what it used to be back in your era.
Okay.
No, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like, come on, Steiny.
Yeah.
35 is the new 25.
No, it isn't.
Steph had 37 last night on 100 shots. My man was jacking.
Somebody was saying, somebody made a comparison between this trade and like the Parrish and McHale trade. I actually think it's more like the Corey Maggette signing.
How so? Because I think that's disrespectful to Jimmy.
How so? The Golden State Warriors were taken by surprise when Baron Davis opted out of his contract.
I'll never forget.
He left the team hanging, and they made a desperation move and signed Corey Maggette, and it just didn't work. And I'm not comparing Maggette to Butler. But it just feels like, excuse me, that kind of move to me.
Do you think Durant Durant couldn't be Baron Davis in this sense because he wasn't on the team. But Steiny, again, I'll never forget, and I keep saying that, I went to bed thinking Kevin Durant was a warrior. I'm mad at myself for that disappointment, but are you making that parallel like Durant in a crazy way is the Baron Davis because the Warriors thought they were getting him?
No, I'm saying it feels like a panic move.
A rebound.
Yeah, it feels like they made a move because they felt like they had to make a move.
But for a better player.
Mm-hmm. An older, better player. And they extended him. So now they're like, to me, until I see differently, I mean, they're going forward with this core for the next couple of years.
I like it.
Okay. Coming up on the other side, we are giving away a shot at Knockout. We're going to give away one of the spots in Knockout on the next during the next segment. I see Tim in Raleigh. I see Dennis. We'll get to your calls on the other side. Jimmy Butler. Do you guys? I know you hate the Maggette. It's not the player. I'm not saying Maggette's anything like Butler. I'm just saying. Feels a little bit like a little bit of a rush job. That's all. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Jimmy Buckets!
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting.
The noise shook me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in the next 10 minutes, we're going to be giving away a spot in the knockout tournament. And I'm going to ask Evan over the air, please. Can you put the number again in the producer's box? Thank you. I don't have that memorized like I should. You all right?
Yeah, no, I had some trivia for you. I thought you had to knock out your stuff. Because we know being a 1, you got to do a lot more than the 2s and what I do. So I wanted to give you that respect and not, I know a lot of times I just start blabbing.
Yeah.
But I want, the ins and outs, as they call it.
Gotcha. Jimmy Butler. Hey, Jimmy. Jimmy, be honest, Jimmy. Jimmy, did you really want to come here to play for the Warriors? Or do you want that money?
I'm not going to say that was a big part. I'm happy about it. I am happy about it. I think the biggest part was just getting me to be able to play basketball again. I just want to be able to go out there and do what I've been doing for a very long time and have fun and smile and rip and run and not feel like I'm just doing cardio majority of the game. So I'm very, very, very happy that I'm not getting suspended no more.
Are you happy to be a Warrior? Hold on.
I'm not going to say that was a big part. I'm happy about it. I am happy about it. I think the biggest part was just getting me to be able to play basketball again. I just want to be able to go out there and do what I've been doing for a very long time and have fun and smile and rip and run and not feel like I'm just doing cardio majority of the game. So I'm very, very, very happy that I'm not getting suspended no more.
Well, he should be happy. The Warriors don't suspend anybody.
Well, wow.
That's a 4.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Now, Evan was out again. I keep saying that because we missed him yesterday, and he missed my my goodbye to one Andrew Wiggins, or our goodbye. Evan, I put some respect on his name for what he meant and what he's done. This is #random, but I work with 2 smart asses because you guys know stuff. But I want to say thanks for everything that Dennis Schroeder has done while he was with the Golden State Warriors.
Stop pandering.
Now, here I go.
That's not the guy.
So it's all about status then, huh? I can't just say thank you for a guy that played this role.
What did he do?
He gave you his all.
Did he?
When he played.
Are you going to thank Lindy Waters? Are you going to thank Slow-Mo?
How about Slow-Mo for his professionalism?
Man.
Are you going to thank the future top 10 protected first-round pick that the Warriors aren't going to have?
Well, the reason I brought him up is I wanted to have some fun on a Friday and see if you 2 hot shots could name every team Dennis Schroeder, because I'm looking at it, has played for in his NBA career.
Okay.
All right, Evan, you and Steiny.
Oklahoma City.
Check.
Oh, you want me to do them all? Okay.
Wait,
I wanted Evan
to
too.
The next one?
Yeah.
Oh, the Lakers.
Check. Oh, boy. This is going to be a layup.
The Nets.
He just came from there. Yes.
Yeah.
Atlanta.
You guys are going to get it. Go ahead.
Warriors.
Go ahead.
How many more left?
2.
The Boston Celtics.
Yeah. And there's 2 more. So I was wrong. There was 3. You got 2 left.
Houston Rockets.
I don't got him. They don't got him on the Rockets here.
Well, I think he was a off-season acquisition. He might have got flipped then, too.
He played for Dallas?
No.
Miami or did we say Atlanta?
You're missing 1.
We said Atlanta.
Yeah,
right?
you got that.
Well, Detroit now.
Yeah.
It's still 1 more?
Yeah, still 1.
We already said the Hawks. All right, so we got
Lakers.
Atlanta, Boston,
Clippers,
Oklahoma City.
Nope. Go ahead, Evan. You're right. Lakers,
Warriors, Nets.
I'll give you a hint. Do you guys want a hint?
Philly?
Nope. You want a hint?
Sure. By the way, he did play for Houston.
Drake.
Toronto?
Yeah. And Utah doesn't count. Yeah, Utah doesn't count. He didn't put the jersey on.
Well, you don't know that.
We need to do that more.
What?
Just trivia.
Well, you need to be right on the answers more, and we'll do more.
I'm looking at the damn thing.
I mean, you said Houston wasn't on, and then Evan.
But what I'm looking at, the Rockets aren't on. They had him in every uniform but the Rockets.
Okay.
Well, he didn't play a game for them, but he was.
See? That's like Utah then. They got him in a Utah jersey. He never put it on.
On his reference page.
Well, like, did Chris Paul Washington is not on Chris Paul's.
No, it can't be to me.
Well, it'll be under transactions, but it won't be part of their stats.
Yeah.
Let's go to Tim. Tim's in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Wow.
Hey, Tim, how you doing, man?
What's up, Stoney? How you doing, buddy? Sonny, I know you guys, Monty Poole and Slater, those are some trusted agents on the show, man. So if you guys listen to the post game the night of the trade, Monty Poole pretty much said on there that it wasn't a unanimous thing, that the front office wasn't even all together on this one. And they also, you guys probably remember, like a week before this whole thing, when they were talking about some of the locker room and certain players, like they weren't even really wanting him. I mean, it was out there that he might come, and they was in the locker room, which the locker room is pretty much curved. And it's like a Slater and Kawakami. I kind of listened to their their podcast. Yeah. They were saying how that they Kuminga is going to be fine, almost like Lacob is prepared to like go into the tax or whatever if he has to keep him. And to be honest with you, I mean, they offered the kid 30. He only wanted 35. And to think of him 2 years from now at 24 on this team for another 2 years with the improvements he makes year over year, I definitely don't think they'll be prepared to lose him and turn this thing over to just pods in 2 years when all three of these old heads are pretty much out of here. So with the way he's progressing, 2 years from now, 24 years old, bigger, stronger, faster, that with the improvements I see will be from him year to year, I can see them preparing to kind of at 24 kind of move on to the next phase. But yeah, man, it definitely wasn't a consensus on the move.
Right.
I'm like you, man. They were kind of thirsty and just needed a name. And Dunleavy just went with his old teammate and gave him $120 million. So I don't know. I definitely don't think he's worth it. $35 million more than Wiggins, but they had to do something, Steiny. They had to do it. They needed a name. And
they told the world.
But I don't feel it, man.
Hey, I want to, before you hang up, I want to give you your victory lap. I remember all our callers, and I know you're a big Kuminga fan. As excited as I am, and it doesn't sound like you are, about this acquisition of Jimmy Butler, it does not work until your guy gets back. I know a lot of people don't agree. Kuminga has made money, improved his importance by being gone. Steiny, this thing will not get off the ground until JK is back. That's the bottom line, man.
Taking Butler and Steph, taking the big three off the hook already.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
They need this youngster to be
at the powers. Well, they don't have him for 2 weeks, so what?
No.
So just don't expect anything.
No, you can
from the
still
Warriors?
hold it down to then. Oh, hell no. Hell no. I'm thinking big picture, like if they're going to get and win a series or two. Kuminga.
All righty, there is the sounder. Now's your time to call 415-523-4652. It earns you a spot in the knockout tournament at Chase. Give the keyword to who answers the phone. 415-523-4652. That's to play knockout at Chase Center. First caller gets it. One more time, 415-523-4652. 4652. There you go.
Oh, wow.
What?
I got to read this from the Jewish man on the chat YouTube.
Careful.
Kuminga is our Kawhi Leonard.
Okay.
Young Kawhi.
Yeah,
Remember when he was a baby?
Yeah, okay.
Hey, I like it. So we'd have Duncan as Dre.
What do you like about it?
Ginobili, Steph, and Parker would be Butler.
You don't like how accurate that is, clearly.
But it works for me.
You think that you can envision Jonathan Kuminga down the line.
Oh, no.
Backing a guy. Well, what are you talking about
the importance
Stop
and the difference
to a
between
Hall of Famer.
You do that.
You
that's
just
what
did
you do.
it. You said it's Kawhi Leonard.
No.
He's a Hall of Famer.
It's the principles of the thought.
Thank you.
The fact of the matter is he's way younger than all three of them, Steiny. He probably is your future. But what he brings right now when he does get back will be what baby Kawhi did when it wasn't his team yet. But he still was, you knew he was coming. Nobody said anything. Nobody said that.
You don't even believe it. You don't.
No,
I know you don't.
I'm waiting on him. I am Forrest Gump at the bus stop. I've been waiting on him. We know, move or no move.
Hey,
Kuminga is missed.
Let's compare Jonathan Kuminga to Kawhi Leonard and then say, well, no, I'm not really comparing him to Kawhi Leonard. Get in the game.
No,
I'm sick of it.
It's impact. It's impact, partner.
He's not going to have near the impact of Kawhi Leonard.
You don't know that.
I do know that. I'll put money on it. I'll put money on it.
Well, no, you got a bet to worry about. Sunday,
Please.
baby. And it's dinner now.
You know
I said lunch. You done pissed me off. It's dinner.
And you know what? If I lose the bet, I'm not paying you.
I'll come take it.
Yeah. You try it. Try it.
I'll get it.
Yeah.
These streets of the Hume, baby. I'll get it.
You going to get it from Lowe?
Now that's you guys, man. Boy, I did the push-ups, E.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You know, Kawhi Leonard is one of the most fundamentally sound players we have in our league.
It wasn't a contrast.
Solid defensively. He can score on 3 levels. He can pass.
Oh, my gosh. I want to radio fight you now.
He is about as polished a player as we have in our league. What are you talking about?
Youth. Youth.
Well, that's the other thing. Kawhi's 37. Dennis, we'll take a call. Dennis in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis, what's going on,
guys.
man?
Hey.
Yeah, he's the next Kawhi Leonard. That's why we didn't pay him.
Baby?
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
Oh, Rastani being an ass, but we're fine.
Yep.
Attaboy. But hey, I wanted to call you guys yesterday because the night I heard the trade, the other night when it happened, I couldn't believe it. I was shocked. I've told you I'm an older guy, right? And I still make mistakes in my life. I wish I would, I say things that I wish I wouldn't say. I do things that I wish I wouldn't do. And and you know what they say? There's no fool like an old fool. And this has Joe Lacob written all over it, And,
wow.
He made a mistake. He made a mistake. This is, you guys, common sense. Common sense has to tell you that, for God's sakes, we already have 2 aging stars. Now we just got a 3rd. And now how are we going to build this roster with all the money we're paying these guys?
Yeah.
I mean, Kuminga's going to have to really Kuminga's going to have to really do a knock. He's going to have to play well because that's the only way that they're going to get through this thing. I think that Pods, Kuminga, and Moody are all going to have to step up because these old guys aren't going to. Guru, you talked about. Did we want to keep it like it was?
I was just going to ask you that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I would rather, like I said to you guys before, I've called in before, and I said they should trade Steph. I said that to you guys last year. I said I wanted because they got to bite the bullet. They can't. They're avoiding the inevitable. They have to rebuild.
Right.
These guys are all old. We're going to be watching this for the rest of this year and 2 more years after this.
Yeah.
I was I really couldn't believe that they made this deal, and I don't think Dunleavy wanted to make this deal. I think this is Joe Lacob. And I hope Joe Lacob doesn't become Jerry Jones,
Appreciate the call, Dennis.
Well, Jerry's 30 years removed from his last chip. Joe is 3 years.
Not your job. I'm not kidding. I'll get somebody else to ask these questions.
He ain't there yet by any means, but I was just going to say, and he knew it. Did you like it as is? Where was it really headed? Okay, you give Kuminga his payday, and if you did want to do that, that would have been easy if you didn't bring Butler in. But like you said, tomorrow's going to be must appointment TV to see, and it's going to be 4 quarters, 48 minutes. But what if, I was going to ask the caller, what if they go on a run and qualify and then win 2 rounds in the playoffs, Donnie? I mean, come on, man. We don't know if it's failed yet. And all I keep hearing is age. All I keep hearing is... But what about the basketball part if they have success to where we're all shocked and they playing OKC in the Western Conference Finals? Now you're looking at me. Come on, wow.
And you know what? Like, that's part of the problem. Is too many people think like you.
Well, Lacob apparently.
I kind of feel the same way. Like, if Monty Poole's reporting that the Warriors weren't unified in the front office.
I saw that.
It certainly does feel like a Joe Lacob move to me. And again, and I'll ask you this. Let's say, well, I'll just say it. How do the Warriors get better when their 3 core players are all declining and they're all going to make more money next year and then more money the year after that? I cannot see it.
Because they brought in arguably their new best player right now, okay? A closer. A guy that's done it or almost gotten to the mountaintop, but he was the reason that his team got there, okay? And with that, I can't answer those questions you bring up, but what I can answer, Steiny, is it's about the rest of this season and the playoffs, hopefully after that. And I would be majorly disappointed if somehow this move immediately didn't propel them into feeling safe. So the future, I can't give you anything. But the immediate, I think we're going to see it. And a guy's nickname that is Jimmy Buckets, he's earned it. And we didn't have that. We didn't have a guy that could go. We talked about Wiggins floating, and it wasn't all his problems.
What is Steph? If
the 1A, the guy that could play off of Jimmy.
2-2-2.
No, that's a 5, but we're going to see, Steiny.
Here's the problem that I see.
You were stuck either way.
They're not. They made a move, but they're still not building anything. They're not building anything.
What about the growth of the youngsters collectively?
Well, then why did you bring up Jimmy Butler in here who's going to play 35 minutes a night? Period. And Draymond's going to play. Steph's going to play.
And why can't we say Kuminga's going to play?
Because we have to see.
Wiggins played.
Okay. Right. And Butler's now Wiggins. He's going to take all Wiggins minutes. So I don't know. I don't know how much Kuminga's going to play.
Well, I'd be shocked if it wasn't 20, 30 a night.
They're not building anything. They made a move. And it's
well, you talked about, real quick.
They're not building anything.
You talked about one regret. I don't want to say regret, but you kind of used it that you hated from last year was that Pods and Moody and Kuminga didn't get to play in the playoffs.
Right.
But what if Jimmy Butler gets you there and then you get to get that experience and then he's here for 2 more years, a year? You know what I'm saying? So
no, I hear you.
You could get the fact that they didn't. I feel like, Steiny, honestly, and I said this to you yesterday, I feel like a lot of people are acting like their young guys are gone. They're not. They're still here.
No,
now, as far as
but what about
they're going to need them.
What about development?
I don't see how Pods' role is going to be impacted. Okay. Like, they're going to need to rely on these guys.
What about Moody?
What? I don't see how he can't get his 18 minutes a game. Like, Steiny, you're not going to play all starting 48 minutes. We know that.
I get that.
So why would we, the emergence or the acquisition of Jimmy Butler mean, hey, Steiny, you're out the rotation, you're out the rotation, you're out the rotation?
No, Goo, it's about you're going to be in a game, okay?
Yeah.
Pick a game, any game.
Tomorrow night.
And I'm telling you right now that if when push comes to shove, Steve Kerr's going to go with Curry, he's going to go with Butler, he's going to go with Green, he might go with Looney.
Okay.
And hell, he might go with GP too. That's what I'm talking about. Then we're in the last 5 minutes of a game, and nobody young is on the floor. That's what I'm worried about. And then you don't make the playoffs. That's a problem.
But you would have felt better had Wiggins been one of those 5. It still would have been this. I would, as far as the young guys.
I don't like Butler on the roster.
Yeah, all right, I get. Say it that way. I get it, but
the reason I don't like him on the roster is because of all the fallout that's going to occur with him on the roster. That's all. Maybe they go 21-10 the last 31 games.
And Steiny, I know you think I'm sitting here like I wouldn't be shocked.
I would. 21-10.
You got 3 future Hall of Famers at the tail end of their career with at least 2 years left.
21-10 is a 56-win pace.
But you got to understand, they started out 12-3.
They have a brand new team.
Yeah.
Nobody knows how to play with Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler doesn't know how to play with anybody.
I'm giving you that.
But they need to get to 46 wins. They need to play at a 56-win pace right now.
I'm giving you that. I hate that, that they got to get acclimated.
But the reality of the situation is probably 42 or 43 may get you the 9 or 10 spot. And that's where right now they're not even a 500 team. Let's squeeze in Eleasy in Berkeley. Hey, Elise, how you doing?
What's good? How y'all doing?
What's up now? Hey.
Hey, salute to Philmo Mike. I used to hoop with him back in the day in Frisco. Long time
there it
ago.
is.
I just want to send a shout out to Wiggins for everything that he did with the organization. You know what I'm saying? A great person, a great human being. You know what I'm saying? But at this point, can you guys agree that we just needed a change for the energy? We know Wiggs isn't that guy that's going to dunk on you like Kuminga and then yell to the crowd and get everybody engaged. It seemed like the energy was sucked dry out of the chase. It was hard for me to watch, and I'm a diehard Warrior fan, born and raised in the Bay. It was so dreadful to watch, and then looking at Steph Curry, it was just so now we got it's like a new beginning. And all the Jimmy Butler hate, all of that hate is really coming from just the antics and him, you know what I'm saying, for whatever reason, falling out with different organizations. But it seems like it was always because of money. I just want to be valued. I want to be paid. Remember Philadelphia? Philadelphia will be sitting on a chip right now if they would have chose Jimmy Butler over Tobias Harris, and we all know how that worked out. Tobias Harris is now in Detroit. So let's just be honest. Don't judge the book by its cover. When you open the book, what's inside the book is substance. That's what Jimmy Butler is. He's a proven veteran, and it's going to be great for Kuminga because I always said Kuminga, even years ago, was our best player. If you look at the trajectory, of course we know Steph is always Steph, but the things that Kuminga can do offensively and defensively, he just needed another veteran at his position that could kind of teach him the ropes, and that's Jimmy Buckets. Because I say Kuminga, and I agree with Goo, he's a version of a young Kawhi Leonard, not a Hall of Fame Kawhi Leonard.
That's all. Preach.
You know what?
Thanks, Elise. Appreciate it.
This is how I know I'm not going crazy.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you something. He mentioned another name. My guy Elise mentioned another name.
Tobias?
I'm not convinced Kuminga's going to be as good as Tobias Harris.
Oh, no, I wouldn't fight.
Like, seriously. Yeah. Well, you wouldn't fight me.
He's not a one, but Tobias Harris can play. I got you. And he's gotten paid a few spots. I got you, Stoney, but I like what I'm seeing from the
all I'm saying is you can't pay Kuminga $40 million if he's not going to be a Tobias Harris.
But what if I told you just take off your GM hat for 1 second?
No, how can you watch
because you got a season and a playoff postseason to try to qualify for.
Right.
And that's what we got to focus on.
No,
because he's in a Warrior uniform, Steiny.
Right.
And you admitted you're excited about tomorrow and the game after because there's not many games left.
I'm excited about tomorrow. I want to see what this pot Goo, listen, you can be excited about the trade, and it may work out. I just don't like Jimmy Butler being on the Warriors right now at this point in their career. I don't know what they're fishing for. I don't think what they're fishing for they're going to get.
And I know we're up against it. If they weren't going to get rid of Dre and Steph, and it was doing everything for Steph, this is doing everything for Steph, getting a better player.
And what if he didn't want him? Wouldn't that be the irony of ironies? They thought they made a move for Steph, but Steph maybe wasn't on board. I don't know. Let's see. What do we got coming up on the other side? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Are you ready, Bay Area sports fans?
starts and ends with the chef and Dre.
Jimmy Buckets.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Guru, it's on, baby. Check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That's a winner and 3 guests to Vegas with $20,000. That's right, $20K. You'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Vegas. Circa also has the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. Winning's easy, guys. Here's what you do. Just download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour. That qualifies you. Then you're in the contest. It's a national contest. Download the Odyssey app right now, and you might be headed to Vegas.
That's a lot of cash, Donnie.
Yeah.
Putting in work.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Remember last year this time we were there?
Yeah, I tell you what. I tell you what, Goo. It's a Friday. I'm feeling good. What do you say we meet halfway on something?
All right, lay it on me.
Okay. All right. Maybe I've been too extreme with my concern over the trade and my we'll see. My concern over the age and the move and I think it's really risky, and maybe I've gone too far with the I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Just meet. I'll say that if you say to me, you know what, and Steiny, since you're acknowledging that maybe you're overreacting to the negative, just meet me halfway and say, you know what, though, if it doesn't work, it's not like it's no harm, no foul. Oh, well, we tried something. No, we don't have to pay the price for making another mistake.
Steiny, I'm hurt that you even got to say that. I said earlier, this has the ingredients to just be combustible. Like, this can blow badly.
Let me ask you this.
So I give you that.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm
giving you that.
This is a great question, I must add. I almost want to save it for next week.
We'll see.
Oh, it's a great question. How would you define, give me when and how you define if this trade worked or not?
Playoffs this year, next year, and the year after. That's what I want for Steph Curry. That's why I think they made this trade, and that's what I want. That's my barometer. I know, it's not championship. I'm not fooling myself. I'm not saying that's off the table, but damn it, you got 3 future Hall of Famers, playoffs each year starting this year. Even though this is going to be the one that's really going to be, the bear to get in because of where you're at.
Okay, that's
and
fair.
I hate myself for that. I think that's low standards.
So in other words, you will have
I'm going off if they don't get in this year.
No, but what I'm saying is if they get into the playoffs for the next 3 years and lose in the first round, all 3 rounds, it was worth it.
No doubt about it.
And I'm not saying that's wrong.
And Steiny, I got to just add this. Not play in, play off a series.
No kidding.
We were talking to Dre, your guy last night that was out there. What up, Loke? We were talking about that. Like, just give us a series. And I know you could get swept and it could only go 4, but that's what I want to see.
All right. Let's go to Kahan in Texas. Get some positivity in here. Kahan, my question to you would be, what would this trade working look like?
Working look like, I think that they make the playoffs. I think that you have to understand that Steph Curry is a top 10 player all time, and he is currently on your basketball team. So you have to give him an opportunity. You have to give him a fighting chance. And I'm going to take Jimmy, Dre, and Steph in a playoff series, a 7-game series against anybody in the league. And that's just my honest opinion.
Okay.
The Golden State Warriors this year, they're 20-5 when they're playing the best teams in the league, when they score over 115 points. And when it comes, and don't get me wrong, Andrew Wiggins, he's a great player, but he doesn't score the basketball like Jimmy Buckets do on a consistent level. So with what Jimmy does is he makes your team better. He allows you to score the basketball, and he allows to free up space for Dre and for Steph. He just gives you a fighter's chance. Okay. And at the end of the day, that's all you can do.
All right.
I like that.
Good stuff, Kayan. Appreciate the call. All right, so the trade works if
I do like that question.
The trade worked if
Postseason.
They have a fighter's chance.
Postseason berth. Or berth with the S.
How about you, Evan? What would this trade working look like?
You make the playoffs
this year.
You get a 7-game series.
That's
okay.
That doesn't mean you win.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if they make the playoffs, and anyhow, any way.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be tough to avoid a play-in situation at this point. I just do.
But I do think Jimmy helps you in that scenario. Though.
I don't disagree with that.
But where I don't think Jesus can help us right now, Stoney, I'm hoping, is these two losses.
So you don't think Kuminga is going to make an impact?
That 21-10 or whatever it is now, that is daunting.
Yeah, I know.
And you're not unfamiliar.
It was too hard, maybe you shouldn't have.
But next year it won't be that daunting because you're going to know how to play with each other. You would think you'd have continuity.
Older.
I get, I'm not big on age, but I get that. But this is the one where I'm like, let's just say they started out 1-3 for some like that. It ain't a death blow, but already,
wow,
that's
the position you put yourself in.
And I want to add one thing. Do you think Adam Silver could maybe do, and I heard Kerr talk about this is why I'm bringing it up, maybe move the deadline to the All-Star weekend to where there are no games and the Warriors don't got to go through what they went through when Wiggins is warming up. I don't know. I think that ain't cool for teams to have to deal with the emotional part of it. Hey, go out there and play a game.
It's easy to solve. You just put a day off on the Wednesday night.
So nobody's playing.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what. Let me tell you what ain't happening. They ain't going to change the date of the trading deadline as long as it's the same week of the Super Bowl.
There you go there.
Because I'll tell you
they won
what,
this.
This was a shellacking by Adam Silver. He doesn't get a lot of wins against Roger Goodell. Doesn't get a lot. But he got one this week. He did.
Yeah, this was payback for Christmas.
This is payback for Xmas.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so making the playoffs this year would also, prove it worked.
Yeah. And do you agree with me? This is the hardest one of them all.
Yeah, and that's why, see, you think I'm a hater, I'm not. Because believe it or not, if they don't make the playoffs, I would not declare at that moment that the trade is a failure.
Yeah.
Because I think what we're asking him to do right now is pretty tough. To go 21-10, that's pretty tough. So, no, I don't like the move, but I will not kill them if they don't make the playoffs. But in the offseason, if we feel hamstrung and we don't feel like we can make a move because we're locked into this team, then we start getting into a little bit of trouble. Let's go to Jocko. Jocko in the city. How you doing, Jocko? What's up?
Hey, man, it's you guys just had the radio version of Hugging It Out. I love it.
Oh, yeah, we're tight.
Well, you guys, you're my favorite show. I love you guys. Guru, I love you. You're always ready with the enthusiasm, and then the Steiny's always quick with the wet blanket.
You're the man. You know the show.
Hey, so with the Jimmy Butler trade, well, I agree. If they make the playoffs in the next year, this year or next year, I would, call that a success. And at first, I didn't like the Jimmy Butler trade. After sleeping on it the first night, I liked it even less. And now after sleeping on it again, it's like I understand the trade. And saying that, I wish Dre had been, moved instead of Wiggins, just because the age factor. It does concern me to have 3 35-year-olds on the team. But I want to say something to Joe. If you're listening, Joe.
He is.
If I just want to say I appreciate everything he's done for this team. And he's built up 10 years at least of equity with me just for the past 10 years and bringing a dynasty here. So, I just want to remind people, when KD left, they made a move to bring D'Lo in, and I didn't love that move. But what that did was that created a salary slot. And, I just want to say I don't love this move, but they just created a $60 million salary slot. And last time that turned into Wiggins and Kuminga, led to a 4th title. And so I'm not going to judge it just on what's happening this year. I'm going to let it play out. And who knows? Maybe they can turn this into a big fish someday in the future. And, this is only a 2-year contract. I like it better than the Paul George 4-year contract.
Well, there you go. Thanks, Jocko. Thanks, Jocko. Appreciate the call. I mean, yeah, okay, you know what? I like that they didn't. Here's what I like. They had, at the very least, they didn't take themselves out of the Cooper Flag, luck into Cooper Flag.
You're right there.
All right. So that's a good thing. I mean, I know people don't like. I actually hate the idea of giving up the pick if it's number 11 or 12. But I do get that the Warriors apparently don't care about that right now. But and I get it, you don't get this guy every year, but what you're doing, if they get the 11th pick, I'm going to use your line, you know what they're doing? They're robbing themselves of possibly finding the next Klay Thompson.
All right.
But
I'm not mad at that.
They could still finish 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and they keep the pick. So that's good. I mean, look, one lottery ball falls the right way, and this thing all changes. Well, I was going to say it happened to Atlanta, but they didn't. That's the other thing. Atlanta gets the number 1 pick in a bad year. Like, there's nothing they can do about it.
Man.
I mean, who's the best player in this draft? Castle? A nice player. Castle?
Nekty?
That's who I would say.
Even if it is Connect, he ain't that good. Like, he's certainly not going to change a franchise.
Well, he's not had the opportunity to make an impact, but
Charlotte.
Yeah, Snotty, I see him playing.
He's not going to be Cooper Flag, is what I'm saying. And I don't even know what Cooper Flag's going to be. But that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
Apparently there's no Cooper Flag in this draft, the one that just happened.
Who did you put? It was about a month ago to Evan I and Spadona. You go, who? Oh, yeah, Kevin Love. And I think Flag can be way better than Kevin Love, who had a great NBA career. But this dude looks like he could give you some Durant stuff.
Yeah, and this is, I get it. They're two different types of players.
Yeah, they are. But Flag's hype right now, I think you'd be disappointed if he was Kevin Love.
See that
right now,
and that's where I think we get ahead of ourselves. I mean, we're talking about a 5-time All-Star in Kevin Love.
Okay,
he won a championship. Okay, he was 2-time All-NBA second team. All right. Had a stretch during his career where he averaged what? I mean, his numbers must have been incredible. Let's see what we got here. I mean, he's what, 23, 26, and 12. I mean, even if he's a different kind of player, I mean, Kevin Love.
Well, I'll tell you what. You think Kevin Love's going to be a Hall of Famer?
It's a great question.
With the NBA, maybe.
If Iggy's a Hall of Famer,
doubt.
Kevin Love's
Absolutely.
a Hall of Famer.
You're absolutely
without
right.
a champion. Well, you said he got a ring.
You're absolutely
Man.
right. You can't have Iguodala in the Hall of Fame and not Kevin Love.
Come on.
Let's go to Deborah is in San Leandro. Hey, Deborah, what's going on?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good.
All right.
Okay, bear with me. That press conference yesterday with Dunleavy and Butler, Dunleavy was nervous as all get up. I've never seen someone as uncomfortable. Go take a look at it. He was very uncomfortable at that press conference, which was a little strange to me. But I'm not all in on.
Real quick, Deborah, you're talking about Dunleavy, not Steve Kerr, correct?
Right, Dunleavy.
Okay, gotcha.
Dunleavy. When it was just he and Butler on at the table, and he was just very uncomfortable starting off, nervous.
Yeah.
I don't think it was necessarily his choice. He actually played with Butler, right?
Yeah.
He was a teammate of Butler, so there's probably going to be a lack of respect there. But I'm not all in because Butler, when he plays, but his availability is the biggest problem.
Yeah.
I don't think he appreciates the game and commits to the game as he should, as other players do. So that's my biggest thing. And for me, if they don't get into the playoffs, or if you have to go in the play in, that's fine, but you win, and then you get into the playoffs, you need to win a series. With Jimmy Butler, if he's all of that, you need to win a series the first in this first round. That's how I would feel about it.
Yeah.
I'm not giving them a pass.
Appreciate it, Deborah. Good stuff.
Now, we were out and about, and I could have saw it before we got in.
Win around or shut up.
I didn't see the presser. I'm going to go watch it, but what if that's just his personality? But but Dee's right. I'm not telling her what she saw was wrong, but we don't know if that because he wasn't comfortable with the move.
Let me tell you what I respect, probably more than any other human, and that is the opinion of certain women when they talk about sports. My mom, for example. Deborah, for example. There's something they have. It's a sixth sense. Some women have it. They notice things that are really important that a big lug of a guy like me wouldn't notice. For example, my mom.
You're not a lug.
I'll be talking to my mom, and she'll be like, yeah, I don't think he likes that guy. I'm like, what are you talking about?
That is awesome.
And she's like, yeah, I can tell. They don't like each other. What do you mean?
Intuition.
I can just tell. I'm like, but she's on, she's usually on the money.
Well, let's put it right on the table. Brought to you by Atco. Okay. Why would he be nervous? Even if he wasn't, like he's a salesman. You're the face of the franchise.
Because he's got to lie. He's got to get up there and lie.
And that's all. I don't want to compare him to Myers, but I'm sure working under Myers, that's part of the job. You got to go out there, even if you're pissed off, make it look like
maybe he's not good at it.
And that's why I'm saying it could just be a personality thing.
Or he could be having trouble selling something that he never wanted sold. I don't know.
Well, Lakin would know that, and I'd be like, you know what, take this off. I got it. I'll send Kirk out there.
And this is what, I'm just going to give you the facts, because this is what Deborah's talking about. This is his number of games in the last 7 years.
I don't like it.
Okay, the first year when Jimmy Butler was 28, he played 59 games. When he was 29, he played 65. When he was 30, he played 58. When he was 31, he played 52. When he was 32, he played 57. 33, he played 64. That's the most he's played since 17. Last year, he played 60, and this year, we know with the suspensions, he's not going to get anywhere close to that. Forget his demeanor, forget his game. That's the biggest issue. He has got to play for the Warriors. Like, they can't afford him forget this year, next year playing 51 games.
And I think he knows that.
I know he knows it, but he might not be able to do anything about it.
And yesterday you alluded to, I think it was a Tipsy Putt, we were talking about the conditioning. It's not like he's, drinking Red Bulls and eating Funyuns. I'm sure this dude's in tip-top shape, and I would
Just
hope.
like Bosa was. Bosa was after his holdout.
He's a bigger boy than Jimmy, body type. But you're right. His mama called in and said, my boy is in the best shape ever. It's like,
Listen, I don't know. Go ahead.
I think the time off, excuse me.
Well, I have no idea what the time off did.
I would hope he's been in the lab. You better not come out here pulling on your shorts tomorrow in Chicago, bud.
How's he going to stay in basketball shape when he hasn't played a game? There's going to probably be some rust, I would think.
It also means he might be a lot more fresh than Curry and Draymond.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't think that's
the end of the year.
I don't think that's going to reveal itself for a few games at least. But who knows? Maybe he comes out of the gate tomorrow and has 30. I'm not sure. Let's go to this is good. Mark in San Francisco. Hey, Mark, how you doing? And good call here. I think I know what you're getting at. Go ahead.
Al the Guru Classic, by the way, Funyuns and Red Bull. I like that one. My thing is Butler is good because I like it because we have a lot of clutch games we're close in, and the strategy of going to Steph at the end of games solo and two guys double teaming him and one guy being a rover for his one hand pass, it doesn't work at the end of games anymore. So I like him for that, and I like the fact that, and it is a hard ask. You're right, Steiny. They might not go 21-10, but next year I think they'll be very good.
Okay.
This is also a strategy to get rid of Dre.
Maybe.
If they're so inclined, because you get that money off the books. You got Kuminga, and Butler is a dog. He takes over the dog for Draymond, and I kind of like that. Honestly.
Yeah, Mark, that's a fair point. Is maybe you go into the offseason and you move Draymond.
I said that yesterday.
Try to extend Kuminga.
You don't know.
I don't know. And you know who else doesn't know? Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob. Clearly, right?
Trades are hard, but he got one done.
The positivity I'm pulling out of this trade is that with Jimmy being a bit of a ball stopper, it might spell Curry a little bit and allow him to stay more fresh. Yes, that would be part of the goal for sure. And now they have a guy they can go to.
Yeah.
In the last 5 minutes of a game, you would think.
And our boy Leroy just texted, "Is Steiny Goo? It's this trade works if the Warriors start to win some of those close games and Jimmy Butler can average 20 points, 6 assists, and 8 rebounds the rest of the regular season." So 26 and 8. But he's right. Nobody can run from, even with Wiggins. We just, for whatever reason, we squandered off some victories. And I'm hoping it hadn't bit us in the ass to where, Steiny, the margin of error is so thin. It's nerve-wracking.
So in 2021, Butler was defensive player. He was 10th in defensive player of the year voting. I think he was NBA third team. He averaged 21 and a half, 7 assists, and 7 rebounds. That would be unbelievable.
Yeah.
If he could duplicate those numbers.
Yeah, he's doing a lot. He's playing.
All right, 888. What do we got? Oh, we got crossover next with Dibbs and Willard.
Yeah.
And what's bugging you? Oh man, nothing's. And that's brought to you by Atco.
I want Tom Brady to tell us what work he's had done. There's no way. I'm not hating, Steiny. I think people that get work done, there should be a sticker. Quit tricking us.
You get
Instagram,
facials.
That's cleaning my face.
Same thing. You're altered. You're altered.
Same thing.
Put your arms down. Okay. Okay. Hurry, Steiny. Hurry, Steiny. Don't take the choke. 142. Stay right here. On the other side, the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. It's also your chance to win tickets to the NBA Rising Stars game at Chase on Friday and All-Star Practice on Saturday. That segment was also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different?
I'm going to ask you about what's going on in the nation's capital, Sacramento.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, anybody out there enjoying these bouts of rain and cold we've been experiencing? I know I have. But the weather isn't the only thing to worry about. It's also ant and rodent season. If these pests have made their way into your home looking for shelter from the rain and cold, Atco Pest Control has comprehensive solutions. From effective ant treatments to rodent eradication and exclusion work, Atco can take care of what's bugging you. Call Atco Pest Control or fill out a service request online at atcopestcontrol.com. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibs. But before we do, don't forget, you can win 2 tickets to All-Star Friday night, the Rising Stars game, and then Saturday practice. So when you hear this, John Sally, call the contest line at 415-523-4652. Caller number 7 is getting those tickets. All right. Exhausted.
Yeah,
Hi.
It's good. I mean, that's what it takes to be a real host.
Yeah,
and congrats, you're there now.
Look at Dibs.
Took you 12 years,
I don't like
but
any
you
of it.
arrived. Yeah.
I don't like
to
any
be
of
honest
it.
with you.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Go ahead.
Here we
Goo.
go.
Why in this business when you make an error is highlighted and everybody laughs?
Do you know what's funny?
We were doing an interview. I said the nation's I meant the state capital, but we come back to it. Why do we got to just keep bringing it back
Because
up?
we're coastal elites, so we think we're the center of the world, and Sacramento's the capital of the country now. That's why. No, you know what's funny? Is actually they do teach you in broadcasting that when you make a mistake, you're not supposed to call attention to it. Keep going, because actually people are listening passively, and I bet. Now, I noticed. I was listening when that happened, and I noticed.
You should have saw Steiny.
But I just I chuckled. It was funny, right? And your guest, I forget his name, but he didn't point it out. He just rolled. He kept going.
Oh, man.
You're not supposed to point it out. But that's the culture inside the building, which is we're going to bring it back so we can make sure that everybody has to feel as much embarrassment as possible at all times.
Well, and think about the sounder that he just is going to play for the contest giveaway.
Good point.
It's based off the back of a mistake, maybe not by
you're
him,
right.
but he introduced John Sally.
And that was a big one, too.
John Sally.
Your mistake was a small one. The John Sally
Now
story,
I feel better.
That's about as embarrassing as it can get.
John Sally.
And it lives on, and the way that
It's great.
Steiny handled it with such aplomb, with a B, the B is silent, makes it so that we can poke fun. And we've all made these mistakes. And so, when you call Sacramento the nation's capital, it's absolute gold. We all embrace it, and that's why you are Steph Curry.
Stop it. My hand's not hurt, Will.
Hey, let me, I thought of this question late in the show. I should have thought of it a little earlier.
Yeah, boy, show
What just started so we can steal it.
How would you define and when would you define, like how much time are you giving it before you say this trade worked or this trade didn't work? What is this trade working?
We've given our answers.
Look like, and I'm even going to make it harder. Short term and long term. Mm-hmm.
Okay. In this moment, and I'm actually literally going to answer your question by pulling up the schedule. I would argue
next Wednesday.
No, I'm going to say, I'm going to say probably around the end of February, which might not even be fair because of the All-Star break. That's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's only 8 games.
Okay,
that's only 8 games. That's probably not fair. So maybe extend it into the first week of March. Okay. I give it 1 month.
All right,
1 month. If this thing isn't trending toward playoffs, it's going to feel a little bustish.
Yeah, that feels a little disingenuous to me.
Why?
Because you were willing to give Dennis Schroeder a lot of leash to, get to know how to play Warrior basketball, yet you're only giving Jimmy Butler 10 games?
Yeah, these are different roles, and the cost is different. Dennis Schroeder came in for next to nothing, so he's not asked to be the centerpiece or a centerpiece of your team. Jimmy Butler cost you Andrew Wiggins and a 2-year extension for $60 million a year. You better come in and have a damn effect right away.
Well, there is.
And that's why I said playoffs. I went the whole season at playoffs.
It takes time for a guy to get into a new system and fit.
They don't have the time.
By the way, it's not all his fault. They're under 500. They do not have time.
Yeah,
they do not have time. That is not on their side. And then your question, Steiny, about the larger view, whether it's good or bad. The first thing that my head to was Jonathan Kuminga's extension, if it exists. Like if this costs that, right? Like you got Jimmy Butler and everyone went, I had a lot of people go, and they kept Kuminga.
Right.
Well, did they? I don't know.
Yeah.
They did for this year.
There it is.
Yeah, that's what Guru said.
I'm focused on this
They didn't get rid of Kuminga. I said, maybe they did.
Not yet.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not
It depends
yet.
on what the market will determine he's worth. And, if all the reports that we've gotten and the people we've talked to, if they're saying it's between 20 and 25 a year, they can keep him. And he might not be thrilled about that. But if that's what the market bears and you are restricted, then you either take that or you, go play in Europe and make 1.6?
You play it out. It'd be like Ayuk or Purdy playing it out. Well,
this is him playing it out. At the end of this year, he needs a new deal, or you've got nothing.
Right.
So
And
if,
they need
if the
him.
deal is 20, if it's
I mean, he can
22.5 a
take
year,
the mid-level.
Well, you know what?
I'm not. I come in and take the mid-level.
I don't laugh at that anymore. I know people think I'm out of my gourd, but there's only 2 teams with money.
Right.
And I don't think Washington's going to.
Right now.
Where they're at right now, they're not going to say, Jonathan Kuminga, you're our cornerstone.
I don't think Brooklyn will either.
I don't either.
And I think that's the bet the Warriors are making.
I believe that is too. Yeah. I think they can get him maybe for 15 or 20.
Wow,
so the Warriors have the leverage then.
Yeah.
Man.
The Warriors have all the leverage.
Wow.
I mean, he's
restricted.
Yeah. Not only is he restricted, but
there's no suitors.
There are 2 teams, and if they don't offer him,
yeah, I got you.
Like,
where you going? You just said it.
Well, I mean, I think that it's going to be probably 20 or 25.
Yeah.
15 to me seems really aggressively low, but where they are now with Jimmy making 60 and Steph making 60 and Draymond on the hook for 28, they may not have 25 to give him. And so if you're the Warriors, you sit back and you wait. And you wait and see if another team, whether it's Washington or Brooklyn or whoever else has money, if anyone else comes in with a big-time offer for big money, then, okay, you can't afford him, he's gone. If not, you wait, and then you lowball him.
Oh, we're also talking about this without the, hopefully, 2 more months of Jonathan Kuminga's regular season and what that brings. How does he play with these other stars who are now going to be here for 2 more seasons? Is he a starter? Is he off the bench? Is he averaging 20, or is he only averaging 14? Like, that's gonna affect that number.
And I think that, for example, this is worst case scenario. You bring Jimmy Butler in here, and you don't make the playoffs. Okay? Now, I read somewhere where right now the Warriors are $19 million under the tax, the luxury tax. And they have Kuminga waiting. But they've got to fill their roster out, too, with other stuff. So how do you go into the tax if you've missed the playoffs 2 straight years? Like, that's what every owner says. If we got a shot at it, we'll go into the tax. And Joe Lacob has. He's gone into the tax.
Mm-hmm.
But can you go into the tax if you finish 39 and 43?
Absolutely, because you gave Jimmy 60. So you gave him 60 thinking that it's not going to be this year or else. You gave him 60 thinking, all right, we got 2.5 years to try to make this work. So even if you wind up 39 and 43, or let's say you wind up 41 and 41, and that's the 11 seed, then you've already signed him for 2 more years. So for me, it makes no sense to then, turtle up and decide, well, we're not going to go in the tax. You just gave Jimmy Butler 60. You're telling everyone that you think that your new big 3 is good enough with help to be a thing. So you're going in the tax no matter what.
Is that what they're telling everyone?
That's what I hear.
Well, or did they simply say, as we've heard the 49ers or those who cover them say, this is the cost of doing business. We had to make a move. We could not make a move without the extension, so we did the extension. I don't know which. You could be right.
Yeah.
But it's one of those 2.
But they didn't have to trade for him and give him an extension. They didn't have to do any of this.
I think they did have to make a move. I think they felt like they had to make a move.
Well, I think they made a move thinking that it would lead to something. Maybe not this year, but something in the next year or 2. I don't think they made this move thinking we just want to be exciting and fun. And you know what? If we can get Draymond and Jimmy to fight in practice, that's good for business.
No, I don't think that. But I do. I wonder if there isn't a little bit more of the word hoping rather than thinking.
That's what it is, baby.
Like I don't know if strategically you're sitting there going, this is the perfect move. Like honestly, I can't even see that. I can't even see that. Steiny, I was with you. You guys started the show off with, and you both did. And unfortunately, I had to get out of the car before we heard your answer. But you guys both did the whole, like, we went to bed and then we woke up with the perspective being a little bit different than it was when we went to bed. I kind of feel the same way. And maybe I'm being sort of affected by what we watched the Warriors do last night, but like I'm even more skeptical after a night's sleep and after watching this team. They're not a player away. And if you do go into the next 2.5 years, at any point, if one of your top players is not available, which is going to happen a lot, that's your team that you watched last night. That's them. And I'm sorry, I go back.
But that's glass half full and half empty, like Steiny was looking at it.
I put it this way, like,
and it's legit.
Now that we sit here today, and I'm sorry if this is a little bit in the weeds for someone who only watches the NBA a couple of nights a week or whatever, because I know he's not a huge name, but you gave up one first-round draft pick already for Jimmy Butler.
Gotcha.
What if you gave up just one more and you got someone in their 20s and you kept Andrew Wiggins? Because to me, that's who Cam Johnson was. And I still think I would rather done that deal.
And was he available?
I don't know. He had been said to have been available.
We know that Jimmy Butler was available.
Well,
so.
right, but he had to be available. Cam Johnson was available for the right price, I think. Warriors didn't want to meet it. I get it. But most predicted that he would go. He didn't go. I think you could have gotten him for a certain price, and that price would have been, instead of Wiggins, another pick. I think I would have done that.
Well, I mean, again, it's a hypothetical that he was available because
it had been talked about all year.
Sure, but he didn't move.
Yeah,
neither did Vucevic.
I get the sense the Nets were asking for something great.
Larry Markkinen didn't move, but was available. If you want to hit the price, he's available.
Sure.
So
I mean,
that's all.
You could go buy a house in Woodside for $3.8 million. It's available.
I'm just saying, like, if we're going to go by the reports, which we all have for 2 weeks, if we're going to go by that, we all spent a week saying that, Steve Kerr and Steph Curry, they're worried about Jimmy in that locker room. Well, were they? Brian Windhorst said they were. I don't know what is just leverage plays and trying to get people to do this, that, or the other, but Cam Johnson has been reported by those in the business as potentially available for 6 months. So I think that you could have had him for a price.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. John Sally. All right, there it is. Now's your chance to win a pair of tickets to both the NBA Rising Stars game at Chase on Friday and the All-Star practice in Oakland. Caller number 7 to 415-523-4652. You're going to get 2 tickets to the Rising Stars game and the NBA All-Star practice. Caller number 7 to 415-523-4652. And to get in on all the NBA All-Star action in the Bay Area, head to NBAEvents.com or the NBA Events app and purchase tickets for fan events like NBA Crossover, the Rising Stars game, NBA All-Star Practice, and the NBA HBCU Classic. Caller number 7. Mm-hmm. Oh, hold your horses.
Oh, wait, what happened?
Oh, I read the what's bugging you already.
Right, you read it too early.
That's right. I read it too early.
Well, then, before I get to what's bugging me, which might be that, I'll tell you what's distracting.
I read it too early.
Can I tell you what's distracting me?
What?
Guru's physique. And I'll be honest, I'm looking at you, Goo, and you got the Pete shirt on.
Down 15.
You got the gun show flaring, and I'm thinking about Abundant Life weight loss, and I'm thinking, man, I lost 25 and it stayed off, but I might need to lose an extra 10 because right now, you're looking damn good, brother.
The whole goal is to get to 30. So I got 15 more. So I haven't been on it as long as you. So I'm fired up and I'm doing my day in and day out. Just following the secret to losing 1 pound of fat with Abundant Life weight loss. And now, Willard, I got people in my life saying, how are you doing it? And I'm telling them to call AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Visit the website, and I'm still going.
It's 925-854-5140, and I do want to put this to you because you and I can't do a weight loss challenge because you're going to lose another 15 or 20.
Twice your size.
Well, and we could do percentages or whatever, but I want to challenge you to see who can get more people to call the number and get on board with the program because I go 2 to 6, you go 10 to 2. The crossover's been a nice, fertile ground for us to
I accept that
work
challenge.
together. You don't want a piece of me.
I've been in sales before, and I know people, and they've been complimenting me. Oh, let's do it.
I worked door to door, and I had more doors shut in my face in the Northridge area than you ever even knocked on with your vacuum business.
Yeah, and I did Amway. I was an Amway salesman.
Is this still part of it?
What is?
This.
Can you not, listen and get the context clues? Do I need to give you a script?
I'm not a real host. And that show.
Of all the times you've laid out and tuned out this entire segment, you chose now to blurt in, yes, Steiny, this is a part of it. 3, 2, and 1. I'll tell you what, Guru, I accept that challenge.
Let's go, baby.
It's on. Guru versus Dibs. Who can get more people to call? 925-854-5140 or go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Now with more nonsense and a guy who's barely paying attention, here's Matt Steinmetz.
I mean, Steiny jumping in and not me.
It's an upset.
Hashtag underdog fantasy. Am I right?
Thank you.
Okay.
That's worse than the nation's
Let's all sell our
capital.
stuff.
That was strong.
All right, it is time for What's Bugging You, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. It is a Friday. That means Atco Pest Control is the sponsor of this segment. All right,
You
who wants to
could read
go
the
first?
sponsor again if you wanted.
You want to do it?
Hand it to me. I'll do it. Gosh. Is it that hard?
Actually, I should have done it because I have my gripe on the other side.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, don't give up your gripe.
Who's enjoying these bouts of rain and cold weather we've been experiencing?
Not me.
The weather isn't the only thing to worry about. It's ant and rodent season. If these pests have made their way into your home looking for shelter from the rain and cold, Atco Pest Control has comprehensive solutions for effective ant treatments to rodent eradication, which, Mark, you know what that would be.
An eradication sensation.
That's a buck. And exclusion work. Atco can take care of what's bugging you. Call Atco Pest Control or fill out a service request online at atcopestcontrol.com. Steiny, why don't you start?
Okay. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate
welcome.
you doing that.
Yeah, no
Job well done.
All right, what's bugging me? We got a late start on this. That's not what's bugging me.
Well, you're staying late now.
What's bugging me
I'm
is
gonna lay out on this.
the company and the boss.
Oh, now.
Whoa, what company and what boss?
Wow. Look at me turn toward you.
Name
2 weeks
check
in a row.
Odyssey
And
Nahegian.
2 weeks in a row.
So,
Been with the company for a while when you do this.
so last night, Guru and I made an appearance
Bold strategy, Colin.
at Tipsy Putt, the all-new Bay Street, Emeryville. Had a great time. And I realized something. They're not furnishing Guru or myself with a company credit card. I go in there with my own personal credit card. Now, I know what you're all thinking. Steiny wants to drink and eat on the company. That's not the case. I want a company credit card for these events so that we can buy Ernie Chavez a beer. That we can buy Alnetta a drink.
Speak on it.
Hey.
That we can, pass around the good cheer for our P1s who make the effort. Just give me the company credit card and let's move on. That's what's bugging me. Last night, I'm
Man
just
of the people.
Yeah.
it's not payday tomorrow, so I'm running a little late. And
Or today.
There's Ernie, and I can't help him last night.
I can't help him.
Well,
We got it off your chest,
and all the
bud.
people who do have company credit cards happened to be with us last night.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great
Just saying.
video you posted.
Well, I appreciate it, except for I left something out because I didn't even know it was there yet.
Which is what?
They got simulators. They got golf simulators.
Oh, boy.
We were hitting golf balls.
We'll be out there next Thursday doing the show.
Yes, we were hitting 200-yard 5-irons.
Wow.
We were doing it.
And those TVs were like the casinos.
Oh,
They're
my
not
gosh.
TVs.
The place is beautiful. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Splash down there at Chase Center and the Thrive City Plaza. By the way, we got a chance in the end to try so many different of the food items. Whew. Like really, really good. Really good. And I'm saying this not because
I'm ready.
I'm from the heart now. This place.
Not because it was all for free.
No, not that at all. It was the vibe was good. The place was packed. The drinks were good. I even had multiple. You know what it takes for me to do that.
Rare.
Multiple drinks last night.
Yep.
It was a really, really good time. But it also led to what's bugging me.
Oh, wow.
And I'm going to leave all names out of this. But what's bugging me, because when I get into an environment like that, which is not my normal environment, I'm spoken for, and my +1 was there with me.
Okay.
So we're
the lovely Christy.
The lovely Christy. So we're just having a night. But there's also other people in our sphere who are with us. And it quickly leads down the road because some of these people were single, and you're in what is known as a target-rich environment. And I am bugged by the way today's single ladies feel in terms of how hard it is to find a good single man. I am to be told that they do not exist, certainly not in the San Francisco Bay Area. And then when I sit back and I watch the way some of these men approach or don't approach the young ladies in the room, or vice versa, by the way.
Step your game up.
It's just clunky.
Wow.
It's clunky. You got the wrong people saying the wrong thing, the right people saying the wrong thing, people saying no things at all, like signs are being sent to people who are 6 feet away and they're not getting them. Wow. And I'm over here like, I'm trying to hold up some neons, like, let's go. People.
The game didn't change.
Do your thing. It's not that hard. Where's your confidence? Come on, take your hat off and go talk to her.
It's social media is what it is.
I think you might be right.
Yeah, younger people are so conditioned to clickety-clack and swipe left and swipe right. When you actually get there in the trenches, and Steiny, you asked me, I can't remember if it was on the air or off the air about action. There was action at Splash.
Yeah, Will,
there was splash-tion. There was some serious action up in there.
Grow a pair and go handle your business.
I'd have followed.
Put the electronic down.
Right. I'd have
hey, how you doing?
Because I was going to try to like strike up a combo so that I could like, just,
hello,
let me help you out, dog.
Yeah.
But then he went into the bathroom. I'm not going to follow him into the bathroom.
Wow. Anyway, all right, I'm going to go with mine.
That's what's bugging me.
So, you guys know I'm a sports romantic. I claim to be. I don't like change. I don't like the let's play 40-minute basketball games. I know it hasn't happened, but it's been talked about. I hate the runner on second base and extra innings. I hate all that. If you ain't got time for the sport, then don't be a part. And Bill Belichick, I love you and your new girlfriend, but I'm coming at you with this one. Don't rush me.
Yeah, that's a little disingenuous.
How dare you say the Lombardi Super Bowl trophy should be changed to the name of Tom Terrific, who's got 7. And here comes Mahomes already with 3, and by Monday he could have 4. I love you, Hoodie, but I didn't like that. We don't need to change the name of the damn trophy to the Tom Brady trophy. It's the Lombardi trophy for a reason, and let's leave it as it.
I like that, and I agree with you.
Tom Brady.
No, you can go ahead and give him
his fake hair.
Else.
I love you,
agree.
Tom.
I think that's a perfect place to leave it, too.
No,
Dibs?
Where are you going? As much as you didn't messed up. Sit your ass down.
Exactly.
You're going to 27.
You're the
I'm
reason
going to
we're
tell you
still
right
here.
now, keep it up, and I'll walk.
Well, you can walk.
How would we handle it if you walked?
Oh, my goodness.
We won't even know what to do.
This man.
You're baiting me.
It would be much like Lindy Waters no longer being a Warrior. Is what that would be like.
Special.
You know what's bugging me?
You're an expiring contract.
And I probably should have gone first because what's bugging me should be bugging everyone. And it's NBA stars. And I'm looking at you, Steph Curry. And I'm looking at you, LeBron James. You've got the All-Star game in your arena, and you're not going to do the three-point shootout. And
hurt me.
Don't tell me that they didn't ask him. You know they asked him. You got Dame Lillard going for a third in a row. You've got yourself. You could have all the greatest shooters ever, and you have a home game, your arena. It's your All-Star game, and you won't show up, Steph? You won't show up for your own three-point shootout? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of Tyler Hero, the big bad Tyler Hero chef? Are you afraid of Dame from Oakland putting up number 3 in your arena on your head? What's wrong, Steph? What are you afraid of? You're the greatest shooter in the history of shooting. Like my partner says, shoot your shot. It's all you got. You've had a terrible year. So come on out and show out. And I'm going to add in LeBron James and the shame that it is him never doing the slam dunk.
It's incredible.
Never, ever, 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 ever. And you all want your $60 million a year, and I get it, and you're worth it. Your product is dying. Your product had to change its all-star game because you all made it a mockery.
He's on
you
fire.
made it a joke. So while your product is going down the toilet and your all-star games become a joke, you're not going to show up to your own arena to shoot threes? Yeah. I'll say it. My name is Dan Dibley, and I'm ashamed, Steph Curry. Shame on you, Steph. Wow. Shame on you.
It hurt me. That hit
bad thumb.
Yeah. But he's going to play in the game.
Bilateral tendonitis.
He can shoot left-handed and still make the semis.
Willard, why is he not in it?
He's afraid of Tyler Hero.
I'm a little surprised.
That shocked me. Evan read the people.
I hope he gets asked tomorrow night in Chicago. Like I'm surprised.
I was hurt.
I mean, you say he's playing in the game as well, where that's actually even less contact than the 3-point shooting contest now. So maybe that's why. But like, if you're going to pick one to be a part of the 3-point shooting contest. It's actually more fun to watch. It's easier to do. You got a better chance to win it. You'll be more remembered because of it in your own building. I don't know why.
Maybe he's tired from 32 shots last night in LA.
My man was letting him go.
That's all. Like, I would like to know why.
Yeah, I'd love to know why.
Because there's probably a good reason.
I'm sure there's a great reason.
Well, LeBron couldn't answer why I've never participated in a slam dunk contest ever, and Mike and Kobe and all the others have done it.
The dunk
Bird never did it.
Yeah, the dunk contest
that ain't his thing.
Bird never was in the dunk contest. Nobody
was
gave
in
him
the 3-point. That's not their thing.
Yeah, they had a reverse
Stay in your
contest,
lane.
but yeah.
Could Bird dunk? Yes.
Maybe once.
Check him out.
All right, gents. Well,
we'll be listening.
Bring it home today, and we got Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah.
And the pick is in.
KC.
Everything is right here at your fingertips on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you for your service, Sonny.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Here we go. Friday is here. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs. We're going to take you to the finish line. Thank you so much for being here, whether you're ready to call, text, tweet, or just sit back, relax, have an autumn day, and listen. We very, very much appreciate you being here on Willard and Dibs. Greg Cosell's going to join us live from the Super Bowl.
Oh, boy.
Monty Poole's going to join us live from wherever the hell Monty Poole is tonight. No game. So we're going to get into, we're not only going to get into the Warriors and the Butler stuff, but we will get into the Super Bowl a little bit because I think most people here in the Bay Area forgot this game's even happening in 48 hours.
Well, you kind of remember that it's happening because, Super Bowl Sunday's a thing, but as you start to turn your attention to the game and you look at it, you think, no, and no.
Yeah.
Like, is there any way that this game could end in a tie? Like, what would it take for this game to end in not only a tie, but can they both lose? Is there a way? Is there an NFL rule that we can look at? Like, we all learned about the rule where if you commit the same penalty 4 times in a row, they can just give the other team a touchdown, which nobody really knew about that rule. We all kind of learned it in real time, right?
One of my favorite things that an official has ever said. If this behavior continues,
right.
I'm like, oh my God, he's speaking to a 4-year-old. It's tremendous.
Can we do that with the Super Bowl? If this behavior continues, if this quarterback and this hated fan base, if they continue to be in this game, we're going to declare it a double loss.
I'm excited to sit down with the lovely and watch this thing this weekend. At the same time, there's never been a Super Bowl before where I've been more excited to be like, just let Monday get here. Let's move on. The football state, it's not the matchup that we wanted.
It's funny you say that because my wife said to me yesterday, she's like, I'm not sure. I've thought about it. I'm not sure if I want to go to Mark's on Sunday for the Super Bowl. and I said, I don't think that. I think that they're going to be in Napa.
You ain't invited.
Right.
Because nobody is.
No, it's funny because she was under the assumption that it's Watch Party Willard and that you were doing the thing, and I hadn't told her otherwise. And so yesterday, she's like, honey, I don't want to disappoint you, but I don't think I want to go to Mark's to watch the game.
Well, thank you, Supper.
It's just too far to go, and it's right in the middle of her nap and this and that. And I was like, I don't think that he's going to be home.
Yeah, we went deep into negotiations, and
it was a negotiation sensation. Is what it was.
We shot our shot for Championship Sunday. So yeah, we're moving on, and we'll get back to the Super Bowl.
I just wanted to let you know that we won't be coming over on Sunday.
Good to
officially.
know. Good to know.
Okay.
We will soldier on, but good to know. But speaking of soldiering on. 888-957-9570. Here's a question I got for y'all. I know that the Jimmy Butler trade has already had a night's sleep, but now it had another night's sleep after it became official and you watched the Warriors play a real opponent. I know they lost both games, but the Utah one was just, I don't know, man. That whole game got swallowed up by the trade itself. So I don't even know if the world is going to remember what happened 2 nights ago. But last night, it's the Lakers. It's Jimmy is official. Jimmy's at the game. This sort of feels like, okay, it's time to get up off the ground and do your new normal. And even though Jimmy didn't play, I do think the way that game played out in making me feel like the Warriors are not one player away. So the fact that Jimmy joins them tomorrow night in Chicago, is that going to be the big fix? And now they've got an under 500 record and all of that. I will, but it's not an obvious thing. I'll just say this. After one more night's sleep, I woke up even more skeptical. And, sometimes that old phrase, you don't know what you got till it's gone. I do feel a little bit of that with Andrew Wiggins. I really do. And that's without even having seen Jimmy Butler yet. And the fact that it's another 35-year-old, and knowing that whenever any of those guys miss a game, that team we saw last night, that's going to be the team where Steph Curry's got to score over 30, and all the defense is going to be pointed at him. And there will be nights where others get opportunities to put a dagger in there like Brandon Pajemski did, and then Brandon Pajemski did, and then Brandon Pajemski did, and a clank, and a clank, and a clank. And you're like, you lose, partner. And I woke up and I just went, I really think that strength in numbers was lost. People with the number 2 in front of their age were lost.
Well, barely.
But still.
Fine. He's 30 in like 5 days.
I get it, but he's not 35 in 5 days.
That's fair.
So my point is I really looked at this and I went, and I wonder how you would answer this. What if instead of getting Jimmy Butler, you gave up one more first-round pick, but you kept Andrew Wiggins? And you got Cam Johnson, another 3-and-D player, somebody who can knock down an outside shot, and somebody who's still in his 20s. That feels better to me.
Right, but
that feels better to me.
You're doing pie in the sky what ifery because
what the hell have we been doing for the last? That's what this is.
But what it
Kevin
is
Durant was going to be a Warrior 3 days ago.
But he wasn't. And what has happened. So you can say,
so what
if they got Cam and Vucevic?
I'm not.
And I don't think that it does anybody any good. And you can have that thought if you want, and we can have this conversation. But you didn't get Cam Johnson, so he was either not available or too expensive.
What?
So. Well, what's the point of what-ifing the whole thing?
Do we work for the team? What do you mean, what's the point of what-ifing? What-ifing is what we've been doing for 6 months.
Right.
It was Kevin Durant.
But we what-ifed up to a deadline, and then the deadline happened, and now this is what we have.
So what? I'm going to sit here and tell you that it should have been something else. In my opinion. That's how I feel.
I'm going to tell you that it couldn't be something else.
You can't say that. You don't know that.
Well, I know what happened.
Right.
So, you can talk about what should have or could have happened, but we're past the deadline, and all we can do is deal with what actually did happen.
I disagree. This is Sports Talk Radio. We don't have to deal with what happened.
You can look at it however you want.
I am going to sit here and tell you that I believe it is highly likely that the Warriors made the wrong move. That is what I'm here to tell you. So you can say, oh, too bad, we've already got this, so now we've got to move on? No, we don't. I don't have to like it. I woke up.
The guy hasn't even played a game yet.
Yeah.
And you're already out on it. This is like you're doing me and I'm doing you. This is crazy.
It's not crazy.
It's like bizarro Willard and Dibs.
For 4 hours yesterday and told you that I didn't love the deal, and now I love it even less. And the more I now watched the Warriors last night with placing Jimmy into this in mind, I'm sorry. I just think it's the wrong move. Now, it doesn't mean I'm not going to have the same curiosity that we all do. It doesn't mean that I'm right. I don't know that I'm right. I'm just telling you what I feel.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that this team, especially because now this is not just for tomorrow night. This is for 2.5 more years.
Right.
I'm telling you that I would have been so much more comfortable if the Warriors had acquired somebody in their 20s and kept their depth. Like,
what if the choice was do nothing or do this? Because clearly the Cam Johnson trade that, you said Cam's been available for 6 months and nobody acquired Cam Johnson. So either he wasn't available or the asking price was astronomical and nobody wanted to meet it. So for me, it becomes a question of, would you rather have them do this Jimmy Butler deal or do nothing at all?
I'll answer it, but I'll also reject your premise, because to say that somebody wasn't traded, therefore he wasn't available, is, in my opinion, factually inaccurate.
Okay. Oh, well, what is factually accurate is that Cam Johnson was not traded.
Nikola Vucevic was available.
Neither player was traded.
Kevin Durant almost became a Warrior.
But he wasn't traded either.
Right. But to say that those discussions didn't happen or that they weren't available, I do not think is accurate.
Well, all I can say in terms of accuracy is that they weren't traded.
Right. But what I can tell you is that probably does mean that the Warriors decided to not meet that price, and I'm sitting here telling you they should have met the price.
You don't know what the price is.
Well, I know.
What if it was 3 firsts and Kuminga? Right? We don't know what the price was.
Well, no,
we know that Danny Ainge was asking for an absolute S-ton for Lauri Markkanen in the offseason, and they didn't match
that. And they didn't meet it. But I can tell you what I think the reported price has been for Cam Johnson all along, and I don't think it was going to be Jonathan Kuminga, based on the fact that Brooklyn can have Kuminga in the offseason if they want him, but they're reported to not even want him. So why would they acquire him knowing that they're going to have to pay him next? Like, I think my point is fair. I would have offered another first-round draft pick and kept Andrew Wiggins and called Brooklyn and tried to get somebody in their 20s. My point is, I think that's a better basketball team, and I think you could have gotten that done. We'll take your calls on it, 888-957-9570. If you want to claim a spot in the knockout tournament by now, I hope you know what to do. But if you don't, 4 o'clock is the time. We'll give you a keyword, and then we'll tell you what to do with the keyword at that time so that you can win your way in to join us for knockout and play hoops on the Chase Center floor. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, a 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. We'll take your calls next. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
for myself, I'm so happy to be playing basketball again, honestly. But for an organization like this one with some hellified talent that we have, I'm glad that I get the opportunity to get here and help get us to winning and do something special. I think that's why I'm here, and I will do my best to do what everybody wants, and that's to win a championship. I mean it.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I think Jimmy knows the game. Jimmy knows what to say. Jimmy said the right stuff last night.
Hellified talent.
I
like that.
Listen, I'm going to say this as clearly as possible with my chest out.
Stand on it.
Good Lord, I want to be wrong. Good Lord, I want to be wrong. I really do. And I might be. That's okay. I ain't worried about that. Happens all the time. So that's all. I'm just sharing with you what today feels like inside my gut, which is that I watched that game last night and I tried to run it through my head with Jimmy Butler on the floor and asked myself if it looked significantly different, and didn't feel significantly different. Number one. And number two, you start thinking about a 2.5-year period of Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler, and what is clear is that those three guys are going to miss games here and there. And so what you saw last night was pretty much what I think the team is going to look and feel like a lot of the time over the next 3 years. They are now cash-strapped in terms of doing a lot of things to add to this. And so I don't think it's a complete team yet. And just because they made a nice little run in the second half, we always ask this question after games like that. Let me ask it to you. Was there ever a moment where you thought they were going to win the game?
Maybe if they would have gotten the 8-second call and they get the ball back on that blown call by the officials, and I'll be the first one to say it on this program. And beyond a bad call, that's just one where as an official, you can't afford to miss that. When a team is actually pressuring and you've got a clock that tells you when it's been 8 seconds and the ball is loose, and now we're at 9 seconds, that's an easy call. It should be reviewable.
I was going to say.
It's not.
Why?
Because our review system is very arbitrary. There are things we can review, things we can't review. So you can't review a penalty in the NFL, right, even though you might have a penalty that costs a team a game.
Usually, in the age of review all sports, when you get something like that is a very clear fact or fiction, black or white, they make that reviewable. I'm not asking you to know, but I wonder if you have any thought on why would that not be reviewable? And for those who don't know what we're talking about, I think the Warriors had cut it to maybe 4
or 6, I think,
whatever it was, and they had gotten in. There was a late turnover where the ball, somebody kind of fumbled it with the Lakers. The ball was not across half court and possessed in the first 8 seconds, which is required, and it was not. And then not only did it not get called, but then it turned into an easy bucket because half the Warrior team was standing there with their arms up in the air talking to the refs, while instead the Lakers went and laid the ball in the bucket. And so, yes, it flipped the game back in the wrong direction when the Warriors had some mo, and it was not called. And I will go to my grave someday never understanding why that's not reviewable.
Exactly. And it's because we don't want to review everything. And I do think that the NFL has gotten the closest to what should be reviewed, like all turnovers and all scoring plays, they're reviewed. Okay, that makes a lot of sense because those are the biggest moments. There are still some things in the NFL that we want reviewed, like, when Patrick Mahomes slides late and 2 defenders headbutt each other and you throw a 15-yarder, which is kind of a game-changing call, that should be reviewable. And I do think the NFL is closer to figuring that out, but this is a spot where you absolutely have to be able to review that. It was a clear-cut 8-second violation, and Draymond got a T as well. So it's a spot where, it's brutal. You're down 6 with 1:02 to go. If you get that turnover like you should have, instead of a dunk, now you're down 6 with the ball with 1 minute left. Instead, you're down 8, and you get a T. So you're really, you're down 9.
No, it was over. It was over. It was over right there. I don't know that they would have won it anyway, but it was over right there.
But you earned the possession based on your ability to, coax an 8-second violation. And, you have the shot clock there as a guide because the shot clock starts when the referee pushes the back of his belt. The referee actually controls the clock now. When the ball is touched, you start the clock, and it also starts the 24. So that is in sync with what the ref is already doing, which is why you don't see him count anymore.
Yeah.
You used to see the ref count, like in CYO, and I'm back tomorrow after 2 weeks off. I have to count 10 seconds, and, I try to look at the clock and see if my count is right, because I'm not doing perfect seconds, but in this, all you have to do is know that it's been 8 seconds. It's an automatic call.
Yeah, it's right there. It should be easy. And
anyway, that was the only moment where I thought they might still win. But other than that,
no,
they were being controlled the whole way.
Totally. Like you came out last night, and I get what the Warriors have been through physically and emotionally in the last 48 hours. I understand that. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that in professional sports with all the multi-millions and everything. But, when you do 2 plane flights, lose 4 teammates, when you go through all of that, I'm sure that takes a toll on you. So the Warriors came out in L.A. last night, and they were down 20 before anybody's seat got warm. But that also, there's something else to be said about that, which is that the Warriors, too often, throughout 4-quarter basketball games, too often there's a quarter or two where they look exhausted and beat. And that's all I'm getting at, man. I told you from the beginning that it's not a perfect deal, and I don't love it. You asked me a minute ago, would I take this deal versus no deal? Yes, I would, because it was clear the Warriors had to do something. But the more I think about it and the more I watch, and it's not like I'm just coming up with this now. Grandy and I did a whole show about Brooklyn's Cam Johnson just because I happen to think he's a fit. And I really question whether or not Jimmy Butler's a fit. Damn it, I want to be wrong.
Yeah.
And I'll be there tomorrow night. I'm not going to be there. I'm not going to Chicago. But right? I'm in. Because to the level that you have to be.
Yeah, you're in. You're a fan.
But I don't think that was it. I'm concerned at the level to which they signed up for this, for not just this year, but many more at a very, very high level. And we look around the league, and I see what 20-something-year-old stars are doing, let alone 35 and 36 and 37-year-old stars. I'm trying to figure out over the next 2.5 years how often Steph, Dre, and Jimmy are even going to play together at the same time.
Right. Probably not that often.
Yeah, just a concern, man. Don't think it's a great basketball team on paper right now.
I just don't know if the possibility to get Cam Johnson or Nikola Vucevic was there. I don't know what the offers would have been, or what was out there. Maybe we'll find out at some point. There'll be a leak or a report about what the Warriors offered or what somebody else offered. I do know you got to a spot yesterday or the day before where you were kind of running out of time and you felt like you had to do something. The thing that surprises me is just the level of extension you gave him, because you're kind of hamstrung now. If Kuminga wants to sign for 15 or 20, you can keep him 15 or 20 a year. You can keep him, but that's going to be about it. And then you're dealing with a lot of veteran minimum and G League and two-way guys. And, you've got Moses and you've got other small pieces, Quentin and Pods and TJD and the rest. So if you do have a spot where Jimmy or Draymond or Steph is actually injured for 4 to 6 weeks or longer, you're done.
Which seems, by the way, I mean,
you could say it.
Likely.
Probable, yeah.
Yeah. Jimmy did have a lot of stuff to say yesterday that I thought was nice, kind of hit the mark. We'll let you hear a lot of it right at the top of the hour, okay? If you didn't kind of hear exactly, because maybe you watched the game, maybe you did like us, maybe you're out and about, watched the game at a bar, or even just when the game ended, you moved on. But if you haven't heard what Jimmy Butler said in his initial comments as a Golden State Warrior, we're going to have all that for you coming up here at the top of the hour. We're always here for your calls. Let's go to Josh on 580. Hi, Josh. Thanks for calling.
What up, fellas? Happy Friday.
Yes, sir.
Beautiful day. So, yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, I mean, I've been listening the last few days and trying to process my thoughts on the Jimmy Butler trade, and I think I came down to this, man. It's not really a basketball decision. It's more a entertainment decision, right? They have to. I was at the Suns game on Friday when they got blown out. It was just dead in there, and it's just been too many times this year where it's just been dead. And I've had a lot of buddies say it's getting too expensive to go to games when we don't know the Warriors going to win. We don't know what it's going to look like. People aren't paying for that. So they had to do something from a business side of things to just be entertaining, to put butts in seats, to get people to come to Chase Center, right? Like, it's a lot of money they spent on that building. It's only been open 6 years. They still gotta fill the seats. They gotta maximize Steph. When you say maximize Steph, I think we all like to think about that as like a championship. But it's like for them, for Lacob and the ownership, it's maximize how much money he can make us, and we had to do that by putting another star around him. So, like, yeah, Cam Johnson would probably be a better fit basketball-wise, Mark, but he's not as entertaining as a guy like Jimmy Butler is going to be. So that's why I really think the reason for that trade really was is for, like, an entertainment purpose. You know what I'm saying? I understand that, like, business-wise, and I'm okay with it because, again, in 2 years we might have okay basketball, be in the play-in. Like, I've already accepted that the run is over. It's done. You feel me? So it's okay. And they're all lined up to expire at the same time. When they do, they start fresh and we start anew, and that's okay. They really just did this to be entertaining. And
Josh, I think I get that. I think you're right, but is that comfortable to you? Like, and I wonder if that's even comfortable to them. Like, you might be right, but if Steph Curry were sitting here listening to what you're saying, I think he would probably be pretty annoyed by that concept, right? That, like, you're just You're just a sideshow to fill seats now.
Well, yeah, I definitely understand that. He probably wouldn't like what I'm saying, but the reality is there really is nothing that the Warriors can really do in general. There's no they're at a spot right now where there's nothing that they can do. There's no player besides Kevin Durant. That was the one thing that they could have done, and he didn't want to come here because he doesn't like Draymond. Other than that, there's literally nothing that they can do to be a competitive team that's going to beat the Nuggets, the OKC, or the Lakers now. Nothing. I don't care what they did. There's just really nothing that they can do. So the only thing they can do is be entertaining, right? You know what I'm saying? So that's just really the point that the Warriors are at. I've accepted it, and I'm going to keep calling because the fans just got to accept it. I know it's hard to accept, but that's just where we are at in our stage of the dynasty, that we just have to be as entertaining as possible. Again, the good thing is that all the contracts line up for 2 years, that if next year goes bad, they can trade Jimmy off somewhere if they can. They can trade Draymond to a team that's trying to, need one more piece and try to just clear the books and start over.
That's going to be hard to do, though.
That's really all they can do.
Josh, got it. Thanks. Good call. Yeah. That's easier said than done.
Tough to trade a guy making 60.
Exactly, number one. And they're just another year older next year. And then the other side to that, though, is there anything that they could have done? It's easy to dismiss that and say, nope, there's nothing they could have done. The same way it's easy for me to sit here and be like, nope, this isn't going to work. Like, it's easy to do, and maybe we're wrong and whatnot, but I don't even know if I fully accept that premise yet. Like, is there something that could have been done, even if it was just another step on the staircase, that moves them toward actually being better? And I don't want to call it championship squad, but somebody that could legitimately contend with the top 6 teams in the West. And let's just take my example. If you had gotten your hands on Cam Johnson, a 20-something-year-old, 19 points per night, 3-and-D player, and you still have Wiggins the way he's playing, and then Kuminga gets back, and that development continues, not just the rest of this year, but in 2 years after that, because that's kind of what we're talking about, the remainder of Steph's career. Like, you still have young players who are developing. Take last night out. Pods looks good again since he's come back from injury. Dennis Schroeder was starting to figure it out. It leaves you open to maybe make another move in the offseason too. I don't know if any of these things wow you, but I don't know that there was, quote, nothing the Warriors could do to be good. I don't know that.
Well, do you think they tried to get Cam Johnson? And do you think they tried to get Nikola Vucevic? The reports were that they've called every team about every star.
Well, right, so, but I actually wouldn't even call either of those guys stars. I would call them really good. I would
imagine that they called Brooklyn. I mean, they already traded with Brooklyn.
Yeah,
and they were in talks with Chicago about Vucevic and Zach LaVine.
So I'd imagine, yes.
Right,
yes.
They had those conversations, and either the price was too high or they valued this over that. And I don't know if that would be the way that this all played out. I would bet that the Cam Johnson price was higher than they wanted, and same thing with Vucevic, where no other team was able to acquire those guys. And if they were available, and we all think that they were available, no team was able to acquire either one of those guys, right, even though they were available.
Right, but that doesn't mean that somebody couldn't have. I mean, no other team was willing to do anything for Jimmy Butler either. But the Warriors did it because they had the goods.
Right. And they didn't have, honestly, they didn't give up that much. They gave up Andrew Wiggins, a player who has been much maligned here. He had a great 4-month stretch.
Has he been much maligned here?
He's been Andrew Wiggins. He's been whatever he's been. He's had 3 or 4 good months, and he led you to a title. And other than that, what's he been?
I think that's
Andrew
harsh.
Wiggins this year. What was he?
Very good.
4?
All year.
A mediocre team.
Yeah, but so that's not Andrew's fault.
No, it's not Andrew's fault, but it's not like Andrew was.
what is Steph Curry
It's not like
this year?
Andrew was amazing, averaging 25 a night.
That's not Andrew.
No,
I thought
that's
Andrew,
my point. Andrew's been fine. So you gave up Andrew. You gave up 2 rentals, a guy who you rescued off the scrap heap, and a first-round pick.
Yeah.
That you already said, who cares about the picks?
When the hell did I say that?
You've been saying you're not worried about the picks.
No, I'm saying...
You're saying you're not worried about the future.
Yeah,
that's what you said.
Yes, because you can recoup the picks.
Right.
That's my point.
So you gave up Andrew Wiggins, who is just, he's fine.
Yeah.
I
think you undersell a little bit, but go ahead.
I'm just underselling him because that's the player he's been.
Andrew
Outside
Wiggins
of
is
3 years ago.
He's a very good basketball
He's
player.
He's a good player. I wouldn't say he's very good.
I don't know, dude. He's one of the best players on this team.
Right, which tells you where you are as a team. You're not even a 500 team.
Right, but then you got rid of more than just him. You got rid of useful players, and you got... My point is
you got rid of a guy who didn't fit and a guy you didn't play.
Everyone's got opinions about first-round picks. Here's what I'd say. If you were going to dip into that market, then dip into that market and get someone who hasn't had their 30th birthday. And don't tell me you can't, because yes, you can.
Well, you can, but it might cost you 3 picks.
But maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it would only cost you 2.
Well, you don't know, and I mean, none of us know. We can all guess and speculate on what the market was. I just look at what happened and what didn't happen. And if Cam Johnson was really available and he's only making 22.5 and his salary actually goes down next year.
Exactly.
So if that's something that Brooklyn wanted to move, they would have moved him unless they were looking for a king's ransom.
Yeah, or no one met their price. But, again, we know what the reported price was. Multiple first-round picks. I'm sitting here looking at Jimmy Butler, Luka Doncic, and De'Aaron Fox, all moved teams. Do you know how many locked-up first-round picks moved for those 3 players combined?
Locked up?
Yes.
0, right?
No, locked up. How many absolute, unequivocal first-round picks moved for Butler, Fox, and Luka combined? The answer's 4. So you're telling me that Cam was going to get 3 when you could get 4 first-round picks turned into to move players like Fox, Luka, and Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, that's a little bit short-sighted when you talk about Anthony Davis, a 5-time All-Star. Does he not count as a first-round caliber player?
You can look at it however you want. He's had a 30th birthday. Obviously, that factors into it. My point is that Cam Johnson on his own, I don't think was going to command 3 or 4 first-round picks. And the reports had been stated that it was, quote, multiple, which tells me probably 2.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a team that's like, we don't have to get rid of him, but we will if somebody hits a good price. That feels like a good price to me. You're right. I don't know. I'm not in these conversations, but I'm going to sit here and tell you if that was the price, I'd have done that. I'd have rather done that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I would much rather...
You'd be a better team today.
Well, we don't know that. And
my opinion.
He can come in here and be the Jimmy Butler that we all remember from Miami, a guy who can absolutely take over games, and he's a legitimate second scorer. And Andrew Wiggins has had a great year, but he was never a threat to be a consistent number 2 on this team. If he's your number 3, you could maybe win an NBA title. And when he became there too, it's because he was a double-double machine in April through June, and that's why you won a title.
I don't argue with any of that. I just don't know that Jimmy Butler it represents what a lot of us think he represents. He's a big name. He has gone on high-profile runs through the playoffs, not all the way to the end. He has done these things. He's now 35 years old, but why don't we look at this more from a characteristic standpoint? What I've thought all year and what I've heard many people say is that the Warriors need more shooting. Well, now they have less. They made a deal and have less. They have less outside shooting than they had before, and they didn't have enough before. Steve Kerr said it before last season. He said it before this season. We've watched it. We've assessed it. We're like, look at these other teams. One player will penetrate, and then that player has 3 people to choose from to fire the ball out to the three-point line and have a knockdown shooter. What do the Warriors throw at you? Well, we got Draymond out there, and then you got Kevon Looney on the inside, and what? Like, where are the knockdown shooters? Well, then they took Andrew Wiggins, a solid enough three-point shooter, and turned him into Jimmy Butler, a nowhere near as good three-point shooter, and you also tossed Dennis Schroeder out, who also would knock down some of your three-point shooting.
Yeah.
Not great.
I mean, really?
Listen, put it this way.
He was not knocking down threes for you.
Well, he was by
and large bad for the Warriors.
He was getting better.
But he was bad as a Warrior. You have to admit that he was bad.
Listen, take my premise. There's no way you can argue with me. They have less shooting today than they had on Wednesday.
Maybe a little bit.
Okay. That's enough. They already didn't have enough.
But you took out Dennis Schroeder, who you'd rather not shoot, Slow-Mo, who you wouldn't even play, and Wiggins, who was having a pretty good year shooting the three, but he's not a knockdown shooter.
And I'm not going to get all hot and bothered about this, but Waters was also somebody who could come in and offer you a three-point shot.
Right.
Like, bottom line,
yeah,
you have less shooting today than you had on Wednesday.
Yeah, Waters, a guy who played 17 minutes a night over 38
sparingly.
games. Yeah, a guy who played about 700 minutes on the year. So, yes, you may not be as good from three, but you brought in a guy who can get to the foul line. You brought in a real lockdown defender, and you brought in some edge. And I kind of push back at the timeline that you threw out during the crossover. For me, the remainder of this year is a big old look and see. I'm not judging this deal until we get to next October.
Okay.
We get to a whole new year, a fresh year with new additions. Shout out Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike. And then I think we can see what the Jimmy Butler edition will be like.
Yeah, everybody gets to set their own timeline there. I would like the Warriors to make the playoffs this year. So
I would too.
Yeah.
But if they don't, I'm not going to automatically think that this was a failure.
Again, he asked it as a short term and a long term. In the short term, I would argue that yes, it is. Like, the whole idea was to give Steph a shot, right? You make a big swing like this and don't even make the playoffs, that's a failure on the short term.
Well, you gave Steph a shot last night. In fact, you gave him 35 shots.
That's always been
in Steph's career. When he shoots 30 times or more, they're 4-10. When Steph shoots it 30 or more times, so if this is what we're going to do with Jimmy or without Jimmy, if you're going to ask Steph to shoot it 30 times a game, you're going to lose.
He has no choice right now. And yes, maybe he will have a better choice starting tomorrow night. That would be the hope. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're also sponsored by the Inn at the Tides. Looks like we got some people who want to weigh in with some pretty hot stuff. Let's do that coming up next. We also promised you the Jimmy Butler sound. That's around the corner as well. 888-957-9570, the number. And coming up in 1 hour is the key word for the knockout tournament on Willard and Dibbs.
They're back. Legendary all-you-can-eat Dungeness crab feeds at the Tides Wharf Restaurant.
free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
James, guarded by Jackson Davis. James comes left. Step back, another three for LeBron. James hits another one. He is 5 for 5 and has 17 points.
LeBron James.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, this is so fun. This is so fun to me.
Super fun.
No, this is fun.
Is it?
Yes, I don't normally get to do this.
Do what?
Be the naysayer.
It's crazy because normally, like, your team pom-poms and I'm the hater. You called me the dismisser.
The dismisser.
A few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And now here you are. I don't like this trade.
Okay, but how y'all want it?
Jimmy.
How y'all want it?
I want it real.
Thank you. Then that's what it is.
You promised me when we started this deal 3.5 years ago.
Authenticity.
You're going to keep it real.
Dude, 408. Check yourself. Want to know what the text says? Willard, shut up.
Oh, God.
We have Jimmy now, so wake up. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on. Let me go get my pom-poms.
Oh.
Talk for a minute. I'm getting my pom-poms out.
J-I-M-M-M-M-Y. Jimmy.
Hang on, I'm having a hard time.
B-B-B-U-T-T-T-L-E-R. Jimmy. Jimmy Butler.
Wait, where's my Warrior band?
Jimmy Buckets. Where's your oversized Warrior fan finger?
I have a hoodie, too.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me wrap myself in this Warrior poster that's on the wall.
Please don't touch it. It's going to fall down, and Director of Sports will never, Grandy, as you know, I know you're eating, he will never be able to reaffix
never
it.
Again. I mean, are you going to play the Brian Baumgartner will, or do you have to be a homer?
Do you have to be such a homer?
3.5 years for me to come out and be like, I really don't feel good about this. And now we're like, well, dude, we've got him, so shut up and like it.
Why are you such a hater, Mark?
No.
Do you have to be such a homer?
I guess
Mark,
not.
you out here sounding like a hater, my brother.
Sorry.
Sorry. Keep it real.
This is how I feel. I think that there was a better approach out there for the Warriors than Jimmy Butler. And quite frankly, I'm a little surprised how many people suddenly are in on Jimmy Butler, who for the last 6 months did not sound like they were in on Jimmy Butler.
I was not in on Jimmy Butler. I don't believe there was a better deal out there. And pending any additional information about what Cam could have fetched, it doesn't feel like Cam or Nikola were out there. For me, you and Grandy last week, I was out, you were in. You guys got me all revved up over the idea of doing something is better than doing nothing.
Agreed.
Well, this is something.
Yes,
this is a big old something.
And if you tell me, if Mike Dunleavy were to sit down and be like, actually, Cam Johnson, they wanted 5 first-round picks, we knocked on every door, and this was literally the only thing available, I would have said, yeah, then you should do it. I'm not sitting here telling you that it's DEFCON 5 disaster, they're the stupidest organization ever, but this is not what I would have hoped as far as the Warriors making a move that actually makes them a better basketball team. I do think everybody should ask themselves that. And I in fact, speaking of Grandy, the three of us, we've gone round and round about this for about 3 weeks.
Yeah, at least.
And what have I said? Don't just make a deal. Like a lot of you were just bored. Like a lot of the deals that I heard people wanted, I'm like, you just want something to happen. And Grandy, I accused you of that a time or two. Like you're just bored and you want something. That's not, in my opinion, a great reason.
Can I ask you a question, Willard?
Sure.
Have you watched Jimmy Butler play basketball before?
Tons.
Oh, boy,
He's
that's a loaded
amazing.
question.
You got to be kidding me, dog. You have sat here with us for the last 6 months, and I've never heard you once tell me the Warriors have got to go get Jimmy Butler, and he was the most gettable guy this entire time. We all knew it.
I don't think he was not like my ideal acquisition. There were a few others that I wanted more. But he's going to make this team a whole hell of a lot better.
Your opinion.
Yeah.
Great. Have it. I have mine. I don't see it. And he's 35. I've watched Jimmy Butler for 15 years. Jimmy Butler is a phenomenal basketball player. I happen to not be here for all of you who have now suddenly decided that Andrew Wiggins sucks at hoops. Don't think so.
I don't think he sucks.
So at minimum,
I think Andrew is exactly what we thought he was.
But at minimum, the only way you can assess this is to tell me the gap between Andrew and Jimmy. And even if I agree with you that there is a gap, it is partially swallowed up, in my opinion, by a few other things: age, depth, first-round draft pick, the situation. Like, that's all I'm saying. And so even if you got a little bit better at your small forward position,
right,
you also are taking a physical risk with injury. You have also given up a first-round draft pick. You have also robbed some of your depth out there with veterans who can come in on certain nights and do some things. I think I'm allowed to be skeptical with that.
You're allowed to do whatever you want.
I'm allowed to feel like somebody in their 20s would have been a better move.
I get that. And for me, that part of it is completely speculative because I do believe that they were thinking about going out and getting somebody in their 20s. Zion, Brandon Ingram, Cam Johnson, all in their 20s. And all, I believe, were doors upon which they knocked, and the deal wasn't to their liking. And I look at this move. The one thing that I do like the most about it, and put aside the money they paid him, at least this takes away some of the question of, will Jimmy leave? Will he opt out? Will Jimmy be disgruntled? I think that Jimmy being paid what he's going to be paid, I think that they've all kind of decided, look, this is what we're going with. Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, whatever else we can do to surround these three, this is what we're going to go with. So for me, I like the fact that they've taken a lot of the guesswork out of it. Now we don't have to go into the offseason and think about big free agents. Are they going to land big free agent? They can't.
You're right, but I don't know if that's the greatest thing ever. Like, you're right, they took the guesswork out of it.
It'll either be the best thing because Jimmy's awesome, or it'll be the worst thing because Jimmy's no good.
Yeah, like they also took the flexibility out of it. I don't know that that's a wonderful thing. All right, people want to weigh in. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Jay in South City, our good friend Jay. Hello, my friend. What's going on?
My man, how you guys doing?
We are fantastic. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just going to butter you up real quick, Mark.
Let's go.
Dib, stand back. I'm going after Mark today. I'm going to Splash tomorrow. What's a non-negotiable? What do I have to have tomorrow?
What do you have to have? I can't claim to have tried everything, but I would smash the smash burger, Jay.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was pretty strong.
All right, that's going down like you right now. I have a pit in my stomach, a knot in my stomach for losing Andrew Wiggins. But I just feel like at some point that other shoe was going to drop. And I think he was going to kind of turn into that guy that just kind of floats. And I don't think you get that with Jimmy. And I'm not arguing with all the things that you're saying that the risk with Jimmy, but Jimmy is a dog. I mean, I think, if you look at that Laker game last night, I think Jimmy kind of calms that game. I think he kind of gets into a situation where he's like, hold my beer, let me take care of this. So where late in games, you see Pods and Buddy and a lot of these guys, they're scared to shoot. So I really do think Jimmy, he's going to bring some value. And he's a dog. I mean, and that's what this team needs. I mean, if you put him and Draymond in a room, I'm putting good money that Jimmy walks out of that room. He's that kind of guy.
Yeah, that's a funny one. I mean, Jay, look, I get it. And Jimmy is a wonderful basketball player. But I also sometimes I wonder, what do we mean when because I hear this a lot. Jimmy's a dog. Let everybody define that for me. What does that mean?
That means he will compete for every last possession, every last scrap to the absolute death. That means he's a fighter. He's a guy who won't shy away from contact, and he's a guy who you can give the ball to in the final minute and say, go get me a bucket, and make or miss, he going to try.
Sounds like somebody I can trust, who I know is absolutely going to give his all at all moments. Is that what you're saying?
On the court, yes.
Okay. And did he do that this year?
Well, I mean, if we want to peel this all the way back for availability and reliability, we can do that. And, the guy he's replacing missed a half a season because he had, things that were happening off the court.
Yeah, that's a little bit, my opinion, that's a little bit of an unfair comparison.
It is a little bit unfair, but I also think it's unfair to look at Jimmy and say, just because he and the Heat we're no longer seeing eye to eye, that now he's not a dog?
Here's what, and Jay, thank you. We're up against it. Appreciate
Thank you, Jay.
You calling in.
And I tried to lay out the best I could.
Listen, is that fair? Is it disingenuous? I mean, look, he did it. He did it.
Right.
So, it's on the resume, and we're completely allowed to have our feelings about it. And I don't think that Jimmy behaved like a good teammate this year. And I've listened to countless NBA players say that out loud into microphones over the last 2 months. Hell, Shaq went to town on him. But now he's that's all I'm saying. What does that mean to you? Jimmy's a dog. Well, yeah, he's tough. He's a great player. He's got some things on the resume. I'm sorry to tell you that these other things are on the resume too.
Sure. There's a lot of things on a lot of people's resume. Draymond Green's a dog, but his resume is 4 pages worth of things that he's done that have prevented him from playing basketball.
How long has it been since Jimmy Butler has played 70 games in an NBA season?
2017 was the last time.
Good Lord. That's on the resume. Just want to let everybody know. We're sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. More of your calls next. We're going to go live to the Super Bowl with Greg Cosell in exactly an hour, 45 minutes away. The key word for today's entrant into the knockout tournament, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Are you ready, Bay Area sports fans? San Francisco International Airport is welcoming the biggest name.
think I'm going to fit right in. It's all about winning. So whatever happens. But at the end of the day, if it's for the right reasoning and it's to get a W in that column, what else really matters?
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Can we play a couple more, and then we're going to keep going with the phones? Greg Cosell live at the Super Bowl. I just found out that game was Sunday. Had no idea.
This Sunday?
Apparently. That's the word.
Is it on TV, or is this one of those like Amazon or Peacock deals?
I think it's streaming. Yeah, you're going to have to get a subscription. But anyway.
In my house, we're probably going to end up watching that Nickelodeon Squish Splash thing.
Taking a bath?
Totally.
Perfect.
Although my daughter, who's 2.5, thinks that the Soup Bowl is the halftime show. So she'll be tuned out until the halftime show, and she's going to learn some new words now.
Do you know what? Actually, I think she's saying it right. Since it's in New Orleans, I think that's how you say it.
Soup Bowl.
Soup Bowl.
Yeah,
that's. She just got a little Cajun to her. That's
okay.
Have
a little gumbo. Gonna watch the Soup Bowl. Nice.
I like this question. Jimmy Butler was asked, "Hey Jimmy, do you want to be a Warrior, or did you want some money?"
I'm not going to say that was a big part. I'm happy about it. I am happy about it. I think the biggest part was just getting me to be able to play basketball again. I just want to be able to go out there and do what I've been doing for a very long time and have fun and smile and rip and run and not feel like I'm just doing cardio majority of the game. So I'm very, very, very happy that I'm not getting suspended no more.
I mean, good for him, but come on, man.
I mean, that's a small part of it. I just want to be out there and rip and run and not just be doing cardio anymore.
Wait a minute.
$60 million a year. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
I want to be allowed to play basketball again.
Right.
Did the Miami Heat schedule get canceled and I don't know about it?
He didn't suspend himself. Did he suspend himself?
I think he walked off of the practice floor. He left.
He might have had a phone call to take. I mean, he did a lot of things. I'm not going to exonerate him, but...
What would that be if you did?
It would be an exoneration sensation.
Thank you.
Which I'm not going to do it.
Cha-ching!
Thank you, Grandy. But I'm sure he just wants to play basketball again. And, you can go about doing anything any certain sort of way. And he took a certain tack. Yeah. And you know what? It worked.
And I'm not mad at him. You go get your money. And I also know that you can't answer that question the way that it really should be answered. You can't do that. But let's be real. Yes, the extension mattered. Yes, it was in fact everything. It was the hold up to the deal. It was why you were mad with Miami. And even though you wanted to be a Phoenix Sun, the Golden State Warriors offered you $120 million. So that's why you're here. Yeah. I hate to be so crass about it, but is that not how you see it?
Well, it has to be the way you see it because he wasn't going to sign an extension with the Warriors, and then the deal was dead, and we all turned our attention to Kevin Durant, and then all of a sudden, Jimmy Butler would sign an extension because the extension now was going to be 2 years and $120 million plus. So, that's the extension?
By the way,
I'm going to sign that.
You want me to throw something at you that I heard?
You got a pen?
I don't.
Okay. But I mean, that's what he was saying.
I hear you.
I get it.
You want me to throw something at you? You want to know why Jimmy Butler's a Warrior?
Tell me. You won't.
Want to know why?
You won't.
I will. Jimmy Butler is a Warrior because Bradley Beal's wife doesn't like the cold.
Hold on a minute. I'm going to have to hit you with a Roxy Bernstein here. Please explain.
Put it together. It's not that hard of a puzzle to put together.
So is the Bay Area cold?
Please explain.
No, the Bay Area was not an option for Bradley Beal.
Minnesota? Chicago?
Milwaukee.
It can be chilly this time of year. So Beal's in Milwaukee, and he says, hey, baby, I'm going to waive my no-trade clause. We're going to Milwaukee. And she says, hell you are.
Yeah, no, we're not.
I don't have a mink. I'm fresh out of sweaters.
Yeah.
I prefer the warm climes of Phoenix.
Bradley Beal's no-trade clause is why Jimmy Butler is a Warrior.
It's a no-freeze clause.
And Bradley Beal's no-trade clause, from what I'm told, is based on the fact that Mrs. Beal likes the sun.
Well, there you go.
So she loves playing for the Suns.
And he would be the first man in America to be told what to do by his wife? Said a guy who gets cuffed around. Let's see, 3:25. My wife actually might be in the car right now.
Speaking of needing to take a phone call in the middle of practice.
Yeah. Why don't you take a phone call while I take a phone call?
Let's do that.
I mean, stranger things have happened.
Yeah,
but
and again, I'm not trying
so
to.
Jimmy's going to call Mrs. Beal and say, "Hey, thanks. I got $120 million because you don't have a jacket."
Well, no, it happens to be here because you don't have a jacket.
Right.
And I'm not trying to be all cynical. I have no problem with the way life works, but this is how it works. I think it's funny sometimes when we look at professional sports and we get mad at guys for the money they take. I don't know. What the hell drives you when you accept a job? What is it you ask for when you get a job?
I want workplace harmony.
Yeah, when you're negotiating, well, how many different things do you bring up? When someone, hey, we'd like to offer you a job. Okay, well, let's negotiate. What do you start bringing up?
Do I have a locker?
Where is the office? Is it close to my house?
Totally.
No. It's about money.
Yep.
And that's okay. So this was about money, and that's okay.
So Jimmy says, reportedly, I'm not going to sign an extension there. And then somebody whispers in his ear, what about 2 years and $120 million? What if that was your extension? Where's the pen?
Exactly.
Where's the pen?
Yeah.
Because I have no team now. I'm here doing cardio by myself. I just want to rip and run. I get to play with Steph and Draymond and, play for a team that at least is pretending to be a contender. Whether or not they're actually a contender, they're going to try to be one. You're not going to a team that's like, all right, Jimmy, it's going to be you and a bunch of bums, and we're just going to, hope for the lottery, hope the ping pong balls bounce our way. You at least go somewhere with some champs and some OGs and an owner who at least wants to win.
Yes.
Whether or not he gets to is another question.
No, absolutely. Everybody wants to win, and there is a track record. I think you could have a debate over how realistic the conversation we're having is, but sure. It's obvious. It's a great organization. Nobody around the NBA questions that. Matt in Orinda. Hi, Matt. Thanks for calling.
Gentlemen, how you doing this afternoon?
Well, great, man. How are you?
All right. Dibs, I'm going to take you in the Wayback Machine. You ready?
Yeah, please.
I need you guys to listen to me and listen to me good.
Thank you.
I need to, you don't have to bring it up, but I think you guys both know where that's going. Mark, let me tell you something.
Let's go, Matt.
Mark, let me tell you something.
Let's go.
I'm with you on the Cam Johnson thing, okay? I'm with you on the Cam Johnson thing. But I think the Warriors need more shooting. The Warriors need more shooting. I get that. Season ticket holder, see a lot of games. What they needed was more scoring. And, we can talk about dogs, not dogs. Jimmy's a dog. We all know that. Draymond's a dog. We all know that. They needed more scoring. And you know what? Going to surround, and okay, so Wiggs is a 33% shooter. Jimmy's a 30% three-point shooter. You're losing 6 points max on the best night because Jimmy's a lower volume shooter. I think where this thing has some problems is what people aren't getting to in the out years. So Jimmy had a $58 million player option. We all know that. Looking at all the guys that come off the books on our side this season and next season, you're paying Jimmy $60 a year. That's more than Steph next year. And you've got to go fill $20 million of puts and takes from GP2 and the crew. You got to pay Kuminga $20 million. And now you're looking at a total payroll that's $222. That's Celtics level, with the Celtics have an average age of mid to late 20s, and our average age is going to be mid 30s. That's the problem with the deal.
I agree with all of that. Well, first of all, there's all kinds of things that you could point to as far as what is the problem with the deal. There's the now problems. There's the future problems. Let me restate a couple of things. And Matt, thank you very much for calling. And we should put this out there, and I'm at fault for this too. Shams originally reported this extension incorrectly. Jimmy is not going to make $60 million a year. It's going to be 56. I know a lot of you are like, oh, Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. But he's not making more than Steph next year.
No, it's a bargain.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a bargain.
They make $56 a year.
And he was set to make 52.4 with an opt-in.
Right. So it's up to it's a 2-year, $112 million deal, somewhere in that.
The way it's structured, it's 54 next year and then 58.
Okay. So the average is 56, but it's 54 next year. Look at all the money they keep getting. Every time Grandy opens his mouth, the Warriors get more money. So anyway, they're like, but Matt is exactly right. And this is what I tried to throw out there yesterday. I think what the Warriors knew, with all of the optionality and flexibility that they've been trumpeting for the last year and a half, it really only bought you one big swing. One big swing. Or you could do multiple mid-range swings. They opted for one big swing, and this is it. And you're really going to have a hard time undoing that for a different big swing if you want, if this doesn't look good. So this is, to me, a little underwhelming if this is your big one swing. None of that is to say that I think Jimmy Butler's not a great basketball player. None of that is to say that I think Andrew Wiggins is better than Jimmy Butler. He's not. So if you want to call him a dog or however you want to define this is great. Jimmy Butler's a fantastic basketball player and better than Andrew Wiggins. But they gave up a lot more than Andrew Wiggins to get him.
Yeah, kind of.
I think that, to me, first-round draft capital is first-round draft capital, and role players who come in and do some things are also a thing.
I guess.
Okay? All I'm saying is this is your one big swing, and you grab someone who's 35.
Right.
That's tough.
Well, it's your one big swing, and if you wanted to make another one big swing, what would it be, and how would you do it? And that I think is the calculus that none of us can really answer. But if you want to go into the offseason in free agency, you look at the list of potential free agents. Most of the guys who are of Jimmy's caliber are of the same age. None of the young guns are free agents. None of them are going to spring free. If you want to try to dream about trading for Giannis Antetokounmpo, well, that's not going to happen. He's making more than Jimmy, and Milwaukee's going to ask for more than Wiggins, 2 role players, and a pick to get Giannis. So if you want to talk about them making a big swing, and I do think you're right, Mark, to look at this as their last big move before the end of the Steph and Draymond era, I don't know what other big move would have been feasible or possible or even something you could have done. And I know that fans and even the team probably were all excited about Kevin Durant as that last one big swing, but that wasn't going to happen. KD reportedly didn't want to come here. So if it's not Jimmy now, who would it be and when would it be?
Okay, well, what if I threw this at you? Because what if it was 2 medium-sized swings instead of one big swing? What if it was that? Like, what if I threw these 2 lineups at you? You tell me which one sounds like a better lineup.
Right.
And Grandy, Mr. Love, all the deals, why don't you weigh in on this too, okay?
Mr. Lova.
What's a better lineup, okay? Starting lineup of Steph Curry, Brandon Pajemski, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Quentin Post, with Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody highlighting the people who are available off the bench.
And Buddy Hield, Hield.
That's
fine.
Buddy Hield, trying to help you out. People are mad at Buddy right now.
A 3-point shoot contest. He at least decided he'd show up, but go ahead.
Or Steph Curry, Cam Johnson, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, Nikola Vucevic, with Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, Buddy Hield, Brandon Pajemski available to you off the bench. What sounds more attractive to you?
Well, the second one, but I'm curious to know what you would consider trading for those 2 guys that you just put in your starting lineup.
I believe that both of those players, this is my belief, that those players were available for draft capital and expiring contracts.
So
that's
Schroeder and
Looney
and GP2 and Looney
probably would have been involved in that.
But it had to be another player because you're talking about $42 million worth of player coming back.
Right.
And so that right there is about $31 million. I mean, so you'd have to either trade
Kyle Anderson. He went in this deal. There's another $8 million, right?
And how many draft picks would you need to shovel to get those 2 players?
Probably
6 or more.
Oh God, no.
For Cam Johnson and Nikola Vucevic,
I would say that if you did Cam Johnson, That's going to probably take you 2 firsts. And I bet Vooch at the buzzer for expiring contracts and 2 seconds might have gotten it done. Like when people look at why
I don't believe that.
I do.
I believe
why didn't it get done?
Yeah, they probably offered that.
For the reason you brought up. Like literally the Warriors in the end, once they made this deal for Butler, do not have the ability to fill out a roster if they then give up multiple people to go get Nikola Vucevic also. The finances did not work. They didn't work. But basically from everything that I have heard, and that's no different than anyone else, but Nikola Vucevic was not going to be expensive. I know the reports out there, there's like, oh, they want a first, and the Warriors want to give up a second. When you got to the buzzer on that one, I think if you had enough expiring deals and multiple second-round picks, you could have gotten that done. You could have. That is my belief.
Yeah, well, they did. They had 2 more expiring deals, and they had picks, and they didn't get it done.
But they can't anymore because you wouldn't have enough people to fill out the roster because they did a 4-for-1 for Jimmy. That left 3 roster spots.
Well, you could elevate Pat Spencer from a 2-way, and you could elevate Jackson Rowe from a 2-way, and those are roster spots you could give for guys making the minimum.
You could. Yes, you could. But that still wouldn't have been enough.
It would have been enough.
No, it
roster-wise,
yeah. No, because you did a 4-for-1, and in theory, you would have had to go do another probably 3-for-1 for Vucevic, and now you're out 5 people. You don't have enough 2-ways sitting there, and you have no money to go pay people.
Well,
that became very, very complex. The idea of now going to get Vucevic after you had already gotten Butler. That was tough.
I think that would have been, if that was possible, that would have been done beforehand or it would have been done anyway. I think that the price for those 2 guys that you're laying out is higher than what you are portraying.
Maybe it would have been lower.
Yeah, we'll never know.
You know?
All I know is that neither one of those deals got done by any team in the association.
Correct.
And if any other team could have sent 2 expirings in 2 seconds for Vucevic, they would have done it.
I mean, maybe. What do you think? I mean, the Bulls are now like, they're just going to try to do this again next year. And usually the longer you hold on to them, the price goes down. # Jimmy Butler.
Right.
Like,
so maybe you can get Vucevic in the offseason.
Yeah, but maybe, well, not now. Not with a 2-year, $112 million extension. Like, there's no more room. There's no
you got
money.
room.
You want to go get Vooch?
You got Kuminga. You can sign and trade. If you're going to sign and trade him for $20 million.
Nobody wants to do that. I want to get Vucevic for Kuminga. That's an awful sounding trade.
What are we talking about then?
We're talking about what we're talking about.
Right.
We're talking about what I would have rather done than go get Jimmy Butler. And you're not wrong. I will sit here and admit maybe they tried
I'm sure they tried,
and they said no.
And trades are hard.
I don't know how they prioritized it. I really don't know that. I don't know that they prioritized 2 mid-range deals over a bigger deal.
Right.
I actually bet
I'd love to hear from Mike Dunleavy on this very thing.
I bet they well, they're only going to tell you they prioritize this now because that's what they did. But I would think the way that the Warriors have been thinking and talking, seemingly, that you would prioritize the big name. They wanted the big boom. And they got the big boom.
Yeah, they did.
They got the sham wow.
They got the sham wow. And,
So there you go.
They reportedly were all in on, Levine from, I almost said Adam Levine, but they were all in on Levine from Chicago. But because Schroeder wasn't yet tradable and Sacramento swooped in before you could trade Schroeder, you were out on that. So that's one thing I would love to hear from Mike Dunleavy is how much was the Schroeder deadline a player in what they were able to do and what they wanted to do.
I wonder how much we're ever going to get answers like that. Like once a deal is made, a team is always going to tell you that that's the deal we wanted to make all along. Zach LaVine, I don't think was a linchpin to anything. Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Guys, it could potentially work. So let's give it a chance because Jimmy actually brings something that the Warriors has been lacking for years now. Somebody who could slow down the game, back down the defender, get to a sweet spot, and actually make a layup. Or if not, he knows how to get fouled and shoot free throws. But it could also potentially blow up and become a dumpster fire. And the reason for that is if Steve Kerr insists on, because Jimmy is an old dog, he doesn't want to learn new tricks. If he tells him, hey, man, good shot for a better shot, so run around, set screen, and that guy over there is the greatest shooter in the planet, so, wait for him to curl up and and get open and pass him the ball. You know, if this dog doesn't like what he hears, this dog's going to go sit. And before I go, I got a Super Bowl prediction. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to get a great start, great jump on the Kansas City Chiefs. For the most part, they're going to lead 27-14. But somehow, some way, the Kansas City Chiefs are going to make 2 key stops and score 2 touchdowns in the end. They're going to win 28-27.
Okay, Jonathan, we're going to put that in the vault, and we'll see if it all comes true. Listen, I reserve the right to do these 2 things at the same time. I am going to watch the Warriors. I am going to hope that Jimmy is amazing. I am going to be curious. I'm going to give it a chance. I'm going to do all of those things. I can also sit here at the same time and be like, I'd have done something different. I would have done something different if it was possible. Yeah. That's all. I'm
with you on that. Yeah. If it was possible, I would rather have Vucevic and Cam Johnson, even if it cost me 4 bench pieces and a couple of picks, hopefully not more than 1 first-round pick. That ideally would have been it, but I don't believe that was there. I do think that Mike Dunleavy and company called everybody all the time for the past, who knows, 3 or 4 weeks.
Sure, they did their due diligence.
And they got to the end of it, and they probably were really thinking KD in a reunion, and when that blew up, they thought, oh gosh, we've got about 20 hours left to go here. We need to pivot, and you pivoted to Jimmy Butler, and you knocked on Joe Lacob's door and said, hey, Joe, this Butler thing is close. How do you feel about giving him $111 million over 2 years? And Joe said, yeah, let's do it. We're all in on the Steph Curry window.
Yeah. I mean, that is a scenario, and maybe that is exactly how it played out.
I'm sure that Mike Dunleavy didn't make that call without Joe. Like, you're not going to give him $112 million without Joe.
Yeah.
So this thing has Lacobian prints all over it to me.
Just like Splash.
And you can text me, Joe, if you want, because I'm here. My phone's on.
You gotta give him your number.
He's got it.
No, he doesn't.
Damn right he does.
We're brought to you by Fremont. He can get it. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're sponsored by Lucky California. Draymond Green had some interesting things to say about this deal after the game yesterday. We'll have that for you. Plus, there is actually a Jimmy Butler development that we just received that we will give to you. The knockout tournament keyword is less than 20 minutes away. 888-957-9570. We continue with your phone calls, then go live to New Orleans for Greg Cosell in a half hour. This is Willard and Dibs.
Victory isn't just...
do whatever it takes to win. I think that's what I respect most about those guys. And they've won at so many different levels, obviously at the highest level, and done it multiple times. So not only can I bring some things to this team, I think they can teach me a whole lot.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
And your pick stink. I mean, your pick stinks. Super Bowl pick is coming.
Oh, and the pick is in.
I know it's in, but none of us know it. It doesn't help us unless we know it. We're going to have to know it.
You'll know it.
You got to tell us.
You want it now?
No.
You want it?
No.
You like that?
Yes. I mean, I like that, and I want it, but not right now.
Okay.
So, later.
You just let me know when.
Okay.
This one's pretty easy.
We're good. Oh.
From a guy who's lost 10 of 12, I'll tell you what, I've never felt more confident about a pick than I do this one.
I'm going to fade this so hard.
Oh, my God. If you go 2-11 for the playoffs, that is going to be so fantastic.
Do we want to know who Guru has before or after Dibbs?
Before. I'd like to know that now.
No, I don't want Dibbs to know.
No, the pick is already in. I will not change my pick. I've actually bet this one.
Here, well, just text me. Text me what Guru said, because I missed that.
No, wait. Guru has exactly what I have. I can guarantee it.
How? How do you know?
Because great minds think alike.
All right. Do you want to just do this right now? And then we'll go back to the phones. Because it's about to get busy. We're going to go to New Orleans here with Greg Cosell in 25 minutes. Monty Poole's coming on later on.
I asked you when you want it.
Now and then.
Hit the damn button, Grandy.
Do it twice.
Hit the damn button.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain. Nostradamus gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibbs, your pick stinks.
Dibbs.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's come down to this.
One man.
There is one game left in the National Football League season. Dan Dibley has done a wonderful job driving the bus to this point. The bus is literally teetering on the edge of a cliff. There have been 12 playoff games. He's won a total of 2 of them.
Boy.
But that's good for us.
Yep.
That's good for our wallets. We hope that you've been fading the Dibbers. And you get to do it one more time. The Chiefs are favored by 1.5. This is the Super Bowl. Dibs?
Yeah, this is pretty easy to me because you've got a team that doesn't ever seem to lose, even though they're not that good. Patrick Mahomes lost one game all year that he played. I don't know how they do it. And all good things, my brother, must come to an end. The Eagles have a dominant offensive line, I think, that can win at the line of scrimmage against Kansas City, and they've got a diverse running game with the quarterback and the running back. They're going to pound the rock. Big Dom is going to get himself a ring. You take the Eagles, and you lay the 1.5. Wait, why am I clapping?
Fade. Fade. Say it with me. Fade.
You take the Eagles. Cuckoo.
2-11. 2-11. 2-11.
Guys, this is not brain surgery. You take the Eagles and you lay the points, cuckoosh. Or you get the points, sorry.
My God.
And Jonathan from San Francisco is right. It might come down to that way. 28-27 Chiefs. Dibber would win. Dibber going to cash that now.
So I get to fade the Dibbers and root against the Eagles.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a parlay.
This is nice.
You're going to root for the Chiefs?
Over the Eagles, absolutely.
That's an interesting one, and I wonder where Niner fans are because the actual absolute visceral hatred of Sirianni and Philadelphia.
Oh,
and,
gosh.
Hey, I'm Big Dom. You guys hate me.
Well, I mean.
Why do you hate me so much? I'm just Big Dom.
Both of these teams offer, at least a 49er fan, plenty of reasons to root against them.
Yep.
Both of them do. I had said a couple of weeks ago, as soon as this matchup came to fruition, and I still believe this now, the problem with this, and yes, I'm partially speaking on behalf of 49er fans, but I think a lot of fan bases all over the country. The problem with this is we tend to get fatigued by teams. The Patriots played that role for a long time, but that's fine as long as there's only one of them in the game, because then you get to do the American content good versus evil thing.
Yep.
It's kind of what every movie that's ever been made is based on, right? There's there's Han Solo, and then there's Darth Vader. There's Luke Skywalker, and there's the Emperor.
There's Dodgeball, there's Globo Gym, and Average Joe's.
Right. Like, you got to have good versus evil. And unfortunately, this Super Bowl is evil versus evil. And, like, I know that, Godzilla played King Kong once upon a time. I don't even really know those dudes, so I don't even know that they're evil, but I think that's the point.
Those dudes.
I don't know those guys. But you know what I mean? The Joker doesn't play the Penguin. Did they do that in a movie? Did they ever have that? Anyway.
No, but you did have Superman versus Batman in a movie.
But that's good guy versus good guy, and I don't even really understand what was going on there.
It was a tune-out.
The point is it's supposed to be good versus evil. And this is evil versus evil in the eyes of most and many. And now, like everything else in the world, too, it's been politicized. We've even got, like, political parties that have sort of been affixed to both teams, and people are rooting for them based on that. We're rooting for them based on, which celebrity this person is dating or who's reading books on sidelines. Honestly, everybody wants to root against both of these teams, and that's a problem. I actually think it fed a little bit into the narrative that took over this week, which is that combined with major names trading teams in the NBA. It's been the quietest week leading up to a Super Bowl I think I can ever remember.
And we can only speak to this market, but in this market, certainly it's been that quiet. I wonder in Philadelphia and Kansas City, it was probably pretty loud, but I'm thinking about more neutral markets, like not Dallas or Chicago where they traded actual NBA players, but other big markets outside of this one, like Miami would be a good test case. Like in Miami, what are you talking about on Sports Talk? Are you talking about, Jimmy Butler and that ongoing saga or the Super Bowl? Are you over Jimmy Butler?
Probably Jimmy Butler.
Atlanta.
What about this question? Remember, like, the name Paul George came up.
Yep.
What if the Sixers had traded Paul George for Andrew Wiggins? Is that getting any run in Philadelphia this week?
Yes, but not as much run as the game. I don't think. I think the game would probably, take over.
Although, remember, this is fatigue week normally. It's like by now, because of the 2-week run-up, this is the week where you're like, I'm kind of exhausted by all the stories.
Yeah.
Can we just play the game?
But you threw out something interesting on our thread today about, would you rather have had this February with NBA trade madness or last February where we were getting ready for a football game?
You know what? Let's play with that after Greg Cosell.
Okay.
Because I think that
it was interesting because I wasn't sure where I was. And
which did you find more fun? Which was the week leading up to the Niners in the Super Bowl or this trade deadline week and the Warriors landing Jimmy Butler?
I would say
what was more fun?
Last year was more fun, but it's a little bit colored by the fact that I know how it ends. Like, if I know how this ends, let's say Jimmy Butler goes full Jimmy Butler, and in 7 weeks, he demands to be traded again, and he's like, I'm not playing for them anymore. I don't like Steve Kerr's rotations. I don't like this. I don't like that. If this ends that way, I'll feel different. I know how that ended last year. Had it ended differently, that week would have felt a lot more fun after the fact. But last year was pretty awesome.
I can't believe you picked the Eagles.
Why, you like the Eagles?
You want to know who Goo picked?
He took the Eagles.
Goo picked the Chiefs.
Well, Goo picked the Chiefs because he picked the Chiefs in the Steiny bet.
One of you is going to be right.
Yeah,
1.5. Impossible to be a push.
Yeah.
I think uncomfortable with that situation.
Goo took the Chiefs because he already took the Chiefs.
That's who's pot committed. That's a good point. That's a good point. Pot committed.
A savvy move would have been for him to take the Eagles. That way he would be covered. It would be an emotional
the Chiefs
hedge.
Win by 1. What happens if the Chiefs win by 1?
Then he wins both ways.
Exactly.
It's a two-way go.
Yeah. Well, we win because you don't take the 1.5 spread.
No.
You take the money line.
You take and money line's only like plus 110, right? It's not.
It's probably not much.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I'm going to ask Greg Cosell the most important question in terms of who's going to win the game, and it's what I'm basing my Philly pick on. Can the Philadelphia offensive line do enough to a very good Chiefs defensive line to be able to run the ball? And also, I'm fascinated by the Spagnuolo versus Kellen Moore, right?
Well, and Barkley.
Right.
Like, Saquon Barkley runs for 1,000 yards every week. The Chiefs have not given up a 100-yard rusher all year or in any of their playoff games in this era.
Right.
Like, they don't do it. Is Saquon going to be the guy?
Yeah.
People tell me that defense wins championships. So, listen.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Greg Cosell in 15 minutes. And also, by the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Also, remember, we're giving you the keyword that you need to claim a spot in the knockout tournament at Chase Center in 10 minutes. So just keep listening. Don't want to move too far away, though, from some of these Jimmy Butler reaction calls that have patiently been waiting. Eric in Mountain View, hey, you're next up. What's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for calling.
So, couple of things. I think, we had to make the trade, right? Mike Dunleavy's a new GM. He had to make, his impact in the league. People had to see what he was going to do. So regardless if it was Jimmy or anything else, he was going to have to do that trade. I actually am glad that with doing the trade, he didn't have to risk too many of the young guys that we had, because it was good that we're keeping Kuminga and Moody, who's on the up and up. And then second, this is going to fall really on Steve Kerr on how he's going to bring, Jimmy into the fold and have him buy into the culture that the Warriors have been playing. And everyone should hopefully accept him as part of the team. But, this is going to fall on Kerr and the team to accept Jimmy into the fold,
No doubt. Look, this is always, Eric, thank you very much. It's always complex when you're talking about teams that have won and you've got high-level players and major egos in the room. I remember when the Lakers were doing the Kobe Shaq stuff, people used to say, well, gosh, Phil Jackson, my goodness, all you got to do is roll the ball out. Well, it's different. You have a point that a Phil Jackson or a Steve Kerr in the Kevin Durant era, for example, yeah, you've got all the better players. So you've got the better squad. This is a major advantage, and you're probably going to win the game. But don't act like every non-game minute isn't complicated, because it is. It's really hard to blend all that, and especially when you really don't know what's around the corner. Jimmy Butler came in yesterday, and he literally sounded like a choir boy, said all the right things. But we all damn well know that's not Jimmy. And you're signing up for 27 months of Jimmy Butler. And that's going to be a thing. Blend that in. Draymond, Steph, Steve, anybody else who may be coming through, and figure out everybody's assets and goals and hopes. And don't forget, Jonathan Kuminga, he would like to join that party. He would like to have a presence on the floor and have the offense run through him. So, yeah, it's going to be a challenge. Doesn't mean they can't do it. It's going to be a challenge.
And this is why you make the big money as a head coach, Steve Kerr. And you're right about the idea of being a head coach, no matter what level it is, no matter what you're doing. It's more than just when the ball goes up 82 times a year, that's when you're coaching. He's got to coach them on the plane, in practice, in the locker room, off the court, all the rest of it. It's all about creating a cohesive group. And when you have new players coming in, and I also think part of it too is when players that you've had go out. And I think that's one reason why I like the trade too, is Slow-Mo was traded. He was only here for 5 months. And Dennis Schroeder was traded. He was only here for 3 months. Lindy Waters got dealt. He was only here for about that long, maybe a little bit more if you count last year being up and down. And Andrew Wiggins was a hard one because he's a champion. He was a mainstay for about 5 seasons. But for Steve Kerr, I do think that's why he was a little solemn when he came out on the court in that first game after the trade, because it's hard. You're dealing with human beings.
Totally.
And you have these relationships, and now he brings in Jimmy Butler, and it's up to Steve Kerr to do everything he can to meet Jimmy where he is.
Totally, and I have no issue with this, but I have to admit there's a little bit of a funny feel to it. When Steve Kerr has been around the NBA as long as he has, when Andrew Wiggins leaves and everybody's really sad, I get that. He called him a beautiful soul, right? Like Andrew looks like he never hurt anybody and nobody ever wanted to hurt him. I know that's part of why Warrior fans get bummed with him sometimes because it's like, dude, where's your dog in you? But Andrew is a, quote, beautiful soul. And then 24 hours later, Steve Kerr, who has been on seemingly every franchise in every role.
He got traded 5 times.
For the last, I don't know, how many years are we talking about? 40 years?
Almost.
Around the NBA?
Yep.
And he walks to the podium and he's like, I've never met Jimmy Butler. I don't even know him.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's interesting. I'm not saying it's preventative of anything. It just kind of caught me off guard when he said that.
A little bit, yeah.
I've never met Jimmy Butler. Like, you never just went over to him like, hey, like,
I'm Steve.
You're like, the best player on the other team. Let's talk. Or in all the Olympic stuff, like Jimmy Butler never rolled through there.
Yeah. Well, he's only been coaching in one cycle. He was an assistant for a second cycle,
Right.
but I don't think that Jimmy Butler was ever
Like,
in
even
that sphere.
In the tryout or any, like, not, you've
I guess
never
not.
met Jimmy Butler.
That
I don't
caught
know,
me a
man.
little
It
bit
caught me off guard.
Yeah, but at the same time, when you're the head coach, you go over and you shake hands with the other coaches and maybe a player that you used to know or whatnot, and then you're gone. It's the players who mill about and, bro it up. And you saw last night Steph and LeBron have a lengthy conversation with their hands over their mouth, which I love because all the amateur lip readers, so they're both like, arms around each other and they're both.
Can you believe that we got Luka and you only got Jimmy? How about that?
Shut the hell up, LeBron. Okay, I'm about had it with you.
I didn't like LeBron making fun of Draymond when it was like the frustration was off of a clearly bad call. Like you can make it like, look, trash talk, do it. Make fun, do it. Don't do it when you dude, you clearly stole a cookie.
You're talking about the 8-second call?
Yes, that's what led to all of that. Now they got Draymond to get teed up, so. You can
score
say,
another one for LeBron.
Yeah, method to the madness. I get it.
And LeBron's gotten him so many times before. And, LeBron was the one who goaded him into having Draymond punch him in the family jewels, which cost him a suspension, which cost him the series.
He goaded the league into making that a suspension. I don't think that was going to be a suspension until LeBron talked it out.
I think it was going to be a suspension because of all the other flagrant points he had accrued, including the body slamming of Michael Beasley at the end of a game that there was 7 seconds left, and he picked up Beasley and threw him to the ground for no reason. So it wasn't just about the punch to LeBron's balls. That was the final blow, literally, after all the other flagrants he had accumulated.
No, probably.
It was an accumulation sensation, Mark.
Very good. That'll be $1.
Yeah,
and
I'll pay it.
Yep. While Granny hits the button, we'll go to Matt in Napa. Hey, Matt, what's going on?
Hey there, fellas. Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
Yeah, absolutely. Heard an interesting take, or I was reading the news this morning. It's a reporter I'd never read before on SF Gate or something. It was the only real original take I'd kind of heard on this thing. He said something like, the Warriors fleeced the Heat. And so I want to lay you guys down a couple of questions and then take your answers off the air.
All right.
So is it possible that we're looking at this thing from a 5,000-foot view and Dr. Dunleavy is looking at it from a 30,000-foot view? Is it possible that Jimmy Butler isn't actually the piece that we've got and that he's going to be something we move to get something bigger this summer? Jimmy plus something. Forgive my naivety. I don't understand how the contracts work. But could you guys speak to what could this guy mean by the Warriors fleeced the Heat? Did they buy low? Are they planning on selling high?
I tell you what, Matt, the only way, and thank you very much, the only way I can answer that, because I haven't read the piece, I'll search for it and see. I would need to know the context of what he's saying in terms of how the Warriors fleeced the Heat to really understand where he's coming from. I don't see it that way. If his point is that the Warriors have acquired Jimmy Butler so that they can aggregate him with another contract or two for something even bigger coming this offseason, that'd be a hell of a trick. I don't know if that's possible. It's hard for me to believe that that's possible, knowing that Jimmy Butler's essentially been available all year long, and it got to a point where Miami really was almost out of options in terms of what to do with him. I don't think there's this massive thirst around the league for Jimmy Butler. He's a great player. He's a great player, but there just usually isn't that thirst for people who are in their mid to late 30s. Again, very, very healthy helping of I might be wrong. And if the Warriors pull that off, okay. But I don't know, man. Right now, it's hard to see that one.
That, to me, is a tough one to perceive when you think about moving that. And, once you get through this league year, his new contract kicks in and he's making, what'd you say, 54 and then 58 after
Correct.
that. So you got $54 million worth of Jimmy Butler, and you'd have to find a team willing to take that on and give you $54 or so million back of actual good player. I don't think that this is a contract that is tradable. And if you want to say that they fleeced the Heat, well, if he comes in and plays better than Wiggins did, then yeah, you could say that they fleeced him. If Jimmy Butler suddenly reverts to the Jimmy from a couple of years ago, then yeah, you could talk about them winning the deal. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to say they fleeced the other side.
Yeah, this one's tough. I mean, you're talking about the two main players in this deal. Both teams have been having shopping trade conversations for weeks and weeks, if not months,
longer, yeah,
if not years.
Yeah,
quite frankly. So it's hard for me to wrap my head around that idea that anybody got fleeced here. Let's go to BPA. Hi, BPA. What you doing, man?
Hey guys, how you doing?
We're doing pretty good.
Dibs, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great because you lost another one of your S-talking wagers to me because last I checked, Kuminga is still a Warrior. So we'll go ahead and just accumulate all your L's into one big W for your boy the Dibber.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Happy Friday to you too, okay?
Good to talk to you.
So I would say I think it's a great move because, they had Wiggins is probably a fourth option on a good team. And Jimmy Butler is a 1 or a 2. And when you give Steph a 1 or a 2, which he has not had since Durant was here, he's deadly. I don't know if you saw that picture last night of Steph driving through the lane with 5 Lakers guarding him before he passed it out to Pods and then Pods almost broke the backboard again. But yeah, to be able to punish defenses for double or tripling Steph is sort of mandatory, or there's really no consequence for doing it. And you have a number 1 or number 2 guy who is, to compare him to Wiggins, he's far better than Wiggins. Wiggins is just, Wiggins is a solid wing, but he's not a guy you can rely upon as a scorer. It's worth it. Yeah, they had to do something. So anyways, that's my take. Dibs, have a great weekend, okay?
You too, babe. And you're welcome, BPA, because of all the people in this market that I've made, add him to the list.
Wow.
BPA was nobody until I highlighted his little tick that he does, and now he's like a local legend.
He's an acronym.
Exactly.
He's the only caller that's just like letters.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
GPD, Grandpa Daddy.
That's true, but we don't. We usually call him Grandpa Daddy.
Yeah, nobody refers to Brian in Palo Alto. Now he's BPA, getting run on the roast. You're welcome, BPA.
I found the SF Gate thing about the Warriors fleece the Heat thing.
Okay.
It's basically just pulling together Bill Simmons' comments.
Oh boy!
Which, real quick, he thinks it's amazing short term, and not amazing long term. Not amazing long term. And no, he does not think that they're going to be able to trade Jimmy Butler in the offseason.
So you know what this piece is then, right?
I do. It's an aggregation sensation.
Look at you.
Yeah.
That's my guy.
Come on, man.
Ramona always worries about getting aggregated by us.
That's why she won't
Ramona
come on.
Shelburne, yeah.
That's why she waited for the deadline to go. Keyword that you need to win a spot in the knockout tournament is immediately. Coming up next. We're also sponsored by MB Jesse Painting. Plenty of time for your calls throughout the remainder of the show. However, coming up next, we go live to New Orleans to talk to Greg Cosell, dive in on the Super Bowl, and in exactly 45 minutes, Monty Poole on the Warrior Beat. However, something we got to do first. Little business
before Greg Cosell?
Absolutely. And it's important business because it's time to give out the keyword that you need to claim a spot in the knockout tournament, Chase Center Court. We know a lot of you have been trying hard. Keep trying, keep coming. We appreciate the heck out of you. Today's keyword is roll. Roll.
Can you spell that?
Like, you must be butter because you want to roll.
Tootsie Roll.
Yeah, R-O-L-L.
Okay.
Double up, The keyword is roll. So sometime in the next 25 minutes, you will hear this sounder. When you hear that sounder again, that's your cue to call. Don't call now. You'll win nothing. But the contest line, have that ready. 415-523-4652. Don't call now. But again, the contest line is 415-523-4652. And the keyword is roll. So you've got those two things in the hip pocket and ready to go, because when you hear the sounder again, if you're the first caller to call in with the correct word, bang, you're in the knockout tournament, and we all get to play hoops together on the Chase Center floor on March 3rd. Okay? And Dibs is going to actually go this time.
Yeah.
Found out last night, lovely Christie's going too.
Okay.
I'm not even waiting for anybody to let me say it's okay. She talked to Director of Sports Lucas Alexander. Thumbs are up. And she used to be a point guard in high school, so she's coming for that.
All right.
She's coming for that crown.
Look forward to seeing the footwear she chooses. She's known for her 3-inch heels.
It should be interesting. Just like it is when we talk to Greg Cosell, who joins us right now on the River Islands guest line, the czar of NFL films, as it is Super Bowl week, a very, very big week. Good afternoon, Greg. How you doing?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Oh, we're fantastic. We got to admit, we've been like knee deep in the NBA trade deadline all week, so it's almost like
you have.
Yeah, the Super Bowl is almost kind of sneaking up on us. But when you look at this matchup, just sort of the view from 10,000 feet, Greg, like what are some of the specific matchups that you think are kind of the linchpins to what's going to happen here?
Well, guys, you know the kind of work I do, so that's a hard question. There's probably 20 things I could talk about. Obviously, from a 30,000-foot point of view, what is Steve Spagnuolo going to do to stop Barkley? And, because I go deep in the weeds, I think about it in terms of what is he going to do with his defensive fronts? Is he going to play a 5-man front at times when they're normally a 4-man D-line? How is he going to deploy his linebackers, Bolton and Tranquil? Is he going to run blitz on early downs? And will the Eagles, believe it or not, maybe be a little more aggressive in the pass game on early downs because they know they're going to get one-on-one matchups outside the numbers, and that's the strength of Hurts as a passer, throwing outside the numbers with Brown and Smith maybe versus McDuffie and Watson. So, yeah, I think there's, that element on that side of the ball is really fascinating to me because, Spags is not just going to line up and play like it's a regular team.
Would that be almost a give up by Philadelphia, Greg? A team that rushed it more times than any other team in the NFL feels like their best foot forward is the ground game. What do they do with the rushing attack that makes it so difficult to stop outside of, how much of the read action they do with Jalen Hurts?
Well, there's a couple of factors there. First of all, the O-line is obviously phenomenal. It's the best run-blocking O-line in the league. It weighs more than 1,700 pounds. And they wear you out through the course of the game. But the other thing that's really interesting about their offense and their run game is it's really kind of layered. Everybody just thinks they hand it to Barkley and he runs, and they got a good O-line, and boy, it's all good. But there's so many layers to their run game because you have Hurts predominantly in the gun, and when he's in the gun, you always have the zone read as an option, so you have to defend that. You have to allocate a defender to Hurts all the time when he's in the gun. And then there's other elements that they add. They add screen elements, so defenders react to that. So there's so many layered parts to just what ends up being basic runs. And the other thing that they've started to do exceptionally well is motion. And mostly we think of motion guys in the pass game, but motion's a really big deal in the run game too, because what that often does is it changes run support for the defense. So you're trying to minimize run support. You're trying to gain numbers in the run game. They did that beautifully, for instance, on Barkley's 65-yard touchdown run on the very first play against the Commanders when they used motion and then put the run numbers in their favor. They're really good with motion in the run game.
Greg, I'm glad you brought that up, that specific player, that specific thing. The run game for the Eagles is obviously such a strength, but so is what the Chiefs have done against the run game, both in the playoffs in the past and even this year. Like, they just usually do not give up a 100-yard rusher. When you look at the specifics of that matchup, do you see an edge somewhere?
I mean, I would still give the edge to the Eagles, but it's not a big edge in the sense that, they're so much better. But the thing is, guys, and I know you watch the games, when you watch the Eagles play, it just seems inevitable that Barkley's going to break a long run somewhere along the line. So obviously the Chiefs really want to prevent that. We'll see how the game goes. You know, the great thing about a game like this is you can talk about what's happened up to this point, but there's always a few tweaks and wrinkles because teams have had 2 weeks to prepare that we just don't know about. But the thing with Barkley is you can theoretically stop him. In other words, maybe he gains 2 yards, 3 yards, 4 yards, 2 yards, 1 yard, and then all of a sudden he breaks one off, and that's the killer. And the other thing to remember about the Eagles, the Chiefs are kind of like this too, but the Eagles are really probably the best purveyor of this in the league, is they are a 4-down offense. So once they get to their own 40-yard line, okay, the minus 40-yard line, if it's 4th and 4, 3, they're going for it. They are not punting. And that changes the way you have to play defense. Because if it's 3rd and 9 and you give up 7 yards and you think, hey, we get them off the field, you're not getting the Eagles off the field. They go for it. So that clearly changes how you have to play defense.
And is that something that Kansas City mirrors? And I can't help but think about Patrick Mahomes in this game and how clutch he's been, not only throughout this year, but is Kansas City a similar offense in terms of their willingness to go for it on 4th and medium?
Yes. My sense is, I could be wrong because I don't have numbers in front of me, but it seems to me the Eagles do it a little more, but the Chiefs absolutely do it. But one thing the Chiefs are exceptional at, and this is a critical down in this game on that side of the ball, is they are phenomenal on 3rd down. They convert at a really high rate, over 50%, and they do it with a combination of scheme, tactics, and obviously personnel. And that's the challenge for the Eagles defense, 3rd down. And obviously 3rd down is relative. 3rd and 3, you're thinking different defensively than 3rd and 9. But this is where the Chiefs are so good, and we all know that Mahomes does tend to run more in the playoffs, so that becomes a factor. So in a sense, if you're the Eagles, it's almost as if you have to have 2 defenses. You have to have your structured defense in which you hope the play occurs, which, is within 2.5 seconds. But then when you get beyond 2.5 seconds, where Mahomes is so special, it's almost as if you have to have a second defense, and that's what makes it difficult.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, at the Super Bowl with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Greg, for whatever reason, when these two have matched up in recent years, Devontae Smith has been wonderful, and I know he's a little dinged up with the hamstring. Yep. But assuming he plays and he goes, is there something on film that you notice as to why he's able to get loose, or is it kind of circumstantial?
I think he becomes a factor. Look, obviously everybody remembers the Super Bowl 2 years ago, but these two teams played last year in Week 11, and that's when the Chiefs had a L'Jarius Sneed, and he matched up to A.J. Brown pretty much the whole game, and Brown only had 1 catch for 8 yards. Now, Sneed's not there, but McDuffie's still there, and Spagnuolo's going to play a lot of man coverage. That's what he does. He plays press man. That's his deal. So the question is, and we don't know the answer to this, but the question is, will he match McDuffie on Brown, or will he just play sides, and whoever ends up being over McDuffie is over McDuffie? We don't know the answer to that, but Smith is a really good receiver, and he kind of gets lost in the shuffle a little bit because Brown is probably a top 5 receiver in the league. But Devontae Smith could easily be a big factor in this game.
What about the battle of the tight ends? Because Travis Kelce gets all the headlines because of his excellent play and his quite famous girlfriend. But Dallas Goedert, quietly since getting healthy, has been very effective.
And Goddard is very much a function of the schematics of the Eagles, because the Eagles' passing game is not really that multidimensional, because that's where Hurts has some limitations. Hurts does not throw the ball in the middle of the field very often. I mean, think about this, guys. In the NFC Championship game, Jalen Hurts, I think, dropped back over 30 times. he did not throw one ball between the numbers in the entire game. Think about that. So Goddard it becomes kind of more important within the schematics of what they do with the pass game, how they get him the ball with space and room to run, as opposed to hitting him, let's say, the way we normally think of tight ends in the middle of the field. Now, Kelsey, it's been an odd year for him. It's been his worst year. He averaged 8.5 yards per reception. He had the fewest number of receptions that went for first downs than he's had in a long, long time, probably since close to his rookie season. So he's been a little bit of a different player in the context of their offense, but you obviously can't ignore him, and no one would be surprised, obviously, if he went 8 for 110 in this game. I mean, he's Kelsey. So it's not as if the Eagles can ignore him, but the Eagles are a nickel defense. They play man and zone. It would not surprise me when they play man, particularly if the Chiefs have two tight ends on the field. It would not surprise me if Cooper DeJean is the matchup on Kelsey.
Greg, I'm interested in this because, and you talk about Kelsey. I'm interested in the other Kelsey because last year when the tush push really became a thing, a lot of people went, it's the personnel. It's what Jason Kelsey is doing. But the tush push for the Eagles has worked again this year. Yep. Doesn't work for every team. And we saw Josh Allen not have great success with it against these Chiefs. So when they get to that play, do you think the Chiefs have some sort of an answer, or is it going to be same old, and why does it work for the Eagles and not seemingly everyone else?
Well, it pretty much worked for the Bills in every game they played until that game. So it does kind of work for everyone else too. So, but that's the game people remember because the Bills ran it a few times and it didn't work. But for the Eagles, they pretty much don't get stopped. I mean, my guess is that they'll still run it really well. And by the way, that becomes a big factor because again, that's a fourth down play as well, and they convert on those. I mean, that's a meaningful part of their offense.
Looking at these two teams stylistically, if the Chiefs are going to win, is it more low scoring or is it the Eagles needing a high scoring game? Just looking at the film and the tempo and how these teams go about it, what do you see from a pace and tempo style which would favor either team?
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer because here, let me answer it this way. The Chiefs actually have two really burner wideouts in Worthy and Brown, but yet they haven't really been an explosive offense. Now, Brown's only come back recently. So you can look at what they've done all year long, and they've not been an explosive passing game. They've really been a third down convergent offense. But we know Mahomes can make any throw. We know that Brown and Worthy can run. I believe that they are going to attempt some vertical throws in this game, particularly going against Darius Slay. Now, if they convert those, we could see some big plays. If not, then they'll be more of a sustaining offense. The Eagles, by their nature, are a sustaining offense, but because of Barkley, they can be an explosive offense as well. So it's hard to know. I mean, I think both teams are going to take some shots early in this game to see if they can hit big plays. And I think how that turns out will dictate a little bit about the pace and tempo of the game.
It's interesting, Greg, because we've heard you often this year. We talk about the Eagles, and you've had some real insight on Jalen Hurts and what's kind of, I guess, not working in the past game. But listening to you talk about this matchup, it sounds like you're expecting the Eagles to check in on that passing game maybe a little more than they have been in the past.
I would think they would check in early and see how it goes. Yes, I do, because they know that the Chiefs' focus will be on Barkley. And they also know that Spags, unlike some other teams, see, now it becomes opponent-based. Spags does play man coverage and press man on the outside. That's what he does. That's a foundation of his defense. So there are going to be opportunities one-on-one outside the numbers, and that's where Hurts throws the ball best. So I'm not suggesting he's going to drop back 50 times, guys. Don't get me wrong. I just think they are going to take some shots early and see how it goes.
When you look at some of the gadgetry and some of the trick stuff that is done, do you look at Kansas City and their use of Xavier Worthy and, whether or not it's, Patrick Mahomes being split wide? Does Kansas City have some wrinkles that you've seen on tape that might catch Philadelphia off guard?
Well, if there are wrinkles like that in this game, there won't be any that we've seen on tape. There'll be something brand new. and it's very likely that each team will have a couple in the bag, and they'll decide if and when they want to use them, depending on the flow of the game. But they won't be something that we've seen this year.
Greg, I'm interested when I hear people break down this matchup, because of the Chiefs and the Chiefs, I hear people a lot talking about the big game experience and the success that they've had. You're a film guy, and so I wonder when you're breaking things down, how do you factor in something like experience?
I mean, I really can't, to be honest with you. I mean, obviously we know that Mahomes is the kind of quarterback that no moment is too big for him. So we know that if it gets down, I mean, obviously, I'm sure you've heard a lot of people say this week, in between discussing Jimmy Butler, that, if Mahomes gets the ball and he's down by 2 with 2 minutes to go, that the Chiefs are going to win the game. There's no way to quantify that. It just happens. Mahomes wins those games. He does not get stopped. So there's no way on film to, get into some guy's head and understand what experience means. But it's obviously a team that's been in a lot of these situations. So it's not a new situation for them at all. And it all stems from the quarterback, who I'm sure is incredibly calm in the huddle, and he plays very calmly.
Greg, what a treat to have you all football season long. These conversations have been wonderful. I do wonder if you've done any film or at least audio breakdown of both me and Dibs this year, and what you would say about that.
Well, guys, I hate to say this, but I really haven't. Now that the season is sort of winding down, I've already started and jumped in hard to watching college players. So that's my focus now, and that's a little bit of a different focus, but that's a total grind in a different kind of way.
Yeah. No, that's totally fair. Who should the Niners take at 11, Greg?
I'm not there yet, and I don't necessarily think like that. I just love evaluating players. I've done 3 quarterbacks already in hardcore detail. Those guys I'm done with, and I've seen, some defensive players. I just start grinding away watching guys. It's a different kind of experience.
Yeah.
So it really becomes fun.
Well, when you get to all the 3 techniques and the left and right guards and maybe the right tackles, we'll call you back and you can give us a detailed breakdown of the big guys that the Niners might want.
On Radio Row the last couple of days, Fred Warner was walking around a lot. I don't know him, so I didn't say hello. But those guys, the stars that walk around on Radio Row here, as you guys know, I'm sure, always have an entourage.
No doubt.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no,
Yeah.
no doubt.
And I don't have an entourage, and I always wonder about that. I don't have that.
Greg, we can work on that for you.
We'll get you an entourage.
Get you a corporate sponsor, and puff your chest out, and let's do this next year.
I think you guys need to help me out there and get me an entourage and a corporate sponsor.
No problem.
And then I can walk around like I'm really important.
Goals, Greg.
Yeah.
We're going to keep working on this, okay? Have a great trip out there. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Love being with you. Thanks so much.
All right,
Thanks,
Sam.
Greg.
There it is. Greg Cosell, NFL Films. Look at you sneaking the little buzzer beater there.
Yeah,
he kicked your butt all year long,
right?
And then he schmoozed your face right there on the way out the door.
Kind of like the whole fade the dibber bit where I went 2-10 in the playoffs, and I'm going to emerge smelling like a rose with a Super Bowl cuckoo. The pick is in. Philly in the points.
You really think the Eagles are going to be Super Bowl champs?
Yeah. And honestly, when I watch the game, and I'll watch it twice, once like a normal person and once like a wannabe Greg Cosell, but you're going to be able to know right away if Philadelphia has a chance. The first couple times they try to run the ball, if that vaunted O-line, Greg said it, 1,700 pounds of best in football, if they're unable to move Kansas City and create holes, then that game is over. I do think it comes down to that. If they can run it with Jalen and the zone pull and Saquon and all the rest of it, if they can really run the ball, they're going to win the game. That was a good take.
That is not Grandy saying that Dibs is amazeballs with his take. That is him saying it's time for you to win your way into the knockout tournament. So there it is right now. Call the contest line, 415-523-4652. First person to call that line with the correct keyword is into the knockout tournament, Chase Center Court, Monday, March 3rd. Again, 415-523-4652. 4652. Call now with the keyword best of luck. And again, it's Friday afternoon, but this isn't it. We do it again 5 days in a row starting next week. So if you keep trying and you don't win today, keep on trying next week. 8 a.m., noon, 4 p.m. every day, 5 more days. So 15 more spots to give out after this one.
Or just fall in love with Mark and
yes, you can
be his fiance, and apparently you get into
that job is full.
Okay,
negative ghostwriter.
All right.
The pattern is full.
Turns out that is a way to get in.
You can.
Yep.
You can. But I wouldn't recommend it. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're also sponsored by Kalshi. We will tell you that in exactly 20 minutes, Monty Poole on the Warriors is going to be with us. But coming up next, let's play with this a little bit. 888-957-9570. Last year, the first week of February, was all the anticipation of the 49ers in the Super Bowl. This year, one of the craziest NBA trade deadlines we've ever seen, and the Warriors landed Jimmy Butler. Which one was more fun to you? Which one more memorable to you? We will take your calls on that right now. 888-957-9570. Which was more fun? Last year's first week of February or this year's first week of February? This is Willard and Dibs.
Sports trading is now legal in all 50 states on the platform Kalshi. Kalshi is an exchange.
What do you see from a pace and tempo style which would favor either team?
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
My head almost exploded on that one.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was you got the great question.
Yeah.
You get the double back to confirm great question.
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer.
Which, as you know, when he says it's a hard question to answer, is kind of Greg Cosell's way of punting, which means maybe not a great question.
Well,
because the point of a question is to get an answer. So
it was so great and so hard that he had to take a moment.
You stumped him.
Yeah, because it was really, and he answered it very well, I thought, after I was done celebrating.
I didn't listen to a word he said after that.
Yeah.
I fell over. I'm like, you can't, great question, then go, and then double back and be like, great question.
And hard.
But also, I don't even know what to say about it. Like, if you do, I didn't know what to do with that.
Yeah. I knew.
But congrats.
Yeah, thanks. I knew what to do, which was immediately start drinking in celebration because, ladies and gentlemen, the weekend, when you get that on a Friday after 4 o'clock, it's time for the weekend. So.
You going to drink?
Well, it depends. Yeah.
No, it doesn't. Of course you are.
Sunday I will. I think we're just going to watch the game at home. My son, Quest, might come over with a friend of his, but it's going to be a home game. It's tough with the 2.5-year-old because her nap usually ends about 3, so that's about kick time. So
3:30.
Yeah, we're not just going to uproot the nap so that I can drive somewhere else and watch the game.
I will tell you, wherever y'all end up for the game, turn on 95.7 The Game when you're done and on your way home.
Are you working?
I'm working. We're doing the game, but my time slot is normally 5 to 8.
Right.
We move it back on Super Bowl Sunday.
Okay, so you're doing 7 to 10?
I will do 8 to 11.
Oh, wow.
I will do 8 to 11, and somehow.
So on Monday, you're basically going to come in here useless, exhausted.
How's that different than any other Monday?
Point.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
All I know is every year on the Super Bowl, not that anybody cares about this, but it's a weird night around my house. Because since we have not yet got to the part, which is coming someday in the future, where Monday after the Super Bowl is a holiday, whether we push this into President's Weekend or whatever like we should, once it's a holiday, we'll be good. But we're not there yet, which means it's a school night, and Dad will be somewhere in the house screaming and yelling about Devontae Smith and that holding call that the refs missed until 11 at night. And the 10-year-old needs to be asleep. He needs to be asleep by 9 o'clock.
That's tough.
It's tough. So during commercial breaks, rub his back a little bit. It's all, and then go yell more about Patrick Mahomes and the damn refs.
Yeah,
so, anyway.
And I hope it doesn't come to that. I know that there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there, and there's even some spreads, some betting action on the refs, like how many penalties, and will there be a 15-yard penalty thrown against Philly on Mahomes?
I love that there's will there be an overturned touchdown? That's my favorite one.
Yeah.
Will there be an overturned touchdown? I don't believe in any of the conspiracy stuff. I just know what I see, and that is that the Chiefs got away with a bunch of crap this year.
Yeah, and he tends to get calls that other players don't get. I'll tell you this, that the number one most wagered upon prop in the Super Bowl is being wagered upon more than the actual game itself.
It's not the coin toss, is it?
No, it's the Saquon Barkley touchdown
yes,
prop.
You're right.
There's been more wagers on that than there are on Eagles or Chiefs.
I read from a casino boss that, first of all, they would love it if Saquon Barkley does not score a touchdown.
You think?
And they would still love it, but not as much, but they would still love it if he only scores 1. If he gets to 2 or 3, they start paying off some big odds, and apparently there are a lot of people calling for that. I tell you what, there might be value in, just chill on Saquon because he's phenomenal. I'm not saying the Chiefs are going to bottle him up, but if there's anybody who can, it's the Chiefs. They do not give up 100-yard rushers. They do not. Now, that doesn't really say anything about touchdowns, but I saw his over-under numbers like 110.5.
I see it at 109 in a hook.
That's a lot to expect from a guy going against the Chiefs who never allow that. Like literally never allowed that.
Right, and that's where I really do think that the first couple of plays for Philadelphia will tell me everything I need to know about the game, because if Saquon can't get much going on the ground, then Philadelphia's in trouble. And as Greg Cosell just told us, this Eagle offensive line, they're really good at wearing you down. So if he's successful early and successful in the middle, then by the third and fourth quarter, he's going to get to that 109.5.
Yeah, I like it's going to be interesting. So I do want to, before Monty Poole joins here in about 7 minutes, I want to talk this out a little bit, but also let you all know about the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. If you've heard us talking about this recently, you know how big of a deal this is. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That is, you, the winner, plus 3 of your guests, go to Las Vegas and get $20,000. And yes, I said that fast, but we meant it. $20,000. You'll get airfare, you will get the hotel, and you get $20,000. You'll stay at Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premium sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. All you have to do to win is download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour, and you get a daily entry. That's it. Download, log in, listen. That's all. National contest, download the Odyssey app now. You might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. All right, so how would you all answer that? Was last year more fun, the first week of February, leading up to the 49ers in the Super Bowl? Or did you have more fun this year, which was no 49ers at all, a Super Bowl we hate, but the wildest NBA trade deadline that any of us can remember, and the Warriors being involved in that at a high level by landing an all-star?
For me, it's last year, just because you're on the cusp of perhaps winning a Super Bowl, and all we've been doing is waiting for the Niners to end that drought, get to the Super Bowl and win it. It was a coin toss kind of a game, the Brock Purdy Cinderella story and everything that went around the excitement, the season that the Niners had, and you're going up against Patrick Mahomes again. Forget the way that it ended up, but the lead up to it, I thought, was so exciting. The anticipation of, being the team that could actually do what now Philadelphia is trying to do.
It's an interesting word that you use, because I'd argue it's the word of the week both weeks.
Yeah.
Anticipation. Because there was a nervous anticipation with the 49ers in the Super Bowl and everything we were worried about. That whole hey, 80% of what you worry about doesn't happen? Well, this was the 20%, because everything we were worried about happened. You lost to the Chiefs again. You came from ahead again. You sort of felt like you blew it again. All of that stuff happened. So that nervous anticipation, I don't know if the word I would use for it was fun. Like, Grandy, you even said you were sick to your stomach all week, basically.
Oh, yeah, nervous wreck. There's 2 weeks between the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl.
Plus, that second week, which is the week we're talking about, for me is largely all right already. Enough talk. Let's play the game.
You remember the story last year leading up to it was the Niners' bad practice field?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, and the Niners having to or potentially change spots, and UNLV versus playing at the actual stadium, which is what the Chiefs got to do. Good point. Yeah, I remember that.
That's why Dre Greenlaw ruptured his Achilles. I mean, it certainly could have been a factor. They're playing on concrete, and the guy already had a bum Achilles on the other side. But thank you for the reminder, Grandy. I had forgotten about that storyline. But, yes, there's anticipation around Jimmy Butler, but ultimately it's not going to culminate in a championship. Last year, you were one of 2 teams with a chance to win a title. So for me, the anticipation last year was much more immediate and much bigger. This year it's exciting, and I can't wait to watch him play against Chicago in his old stomping grounds and see Jimmy Butler out there rocking number 10 in the blue and the gold, and that's going to be fun, but ultimately, what's it leading to? Ooh, we're a 7 seed. Yay!
I don't know what's going to lead to.
Right.
You know me. We've sat here for 2 days talking this out. I might be as skeptical as anybody. Maybe not as tiny, but I'm as skeptical as anybody. But at the same time, I can admit we don't know. I don't know where this is going to go. Maybe it's going to go somewhere amazing. But I more mean the anticipation of, you knew the Warriors were going to do something. You knew. We sat there when we all met together like a week and a half ago and we're like, clear the decks. The Warriors are making a big deal. And it's going to come down Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday of this week. And it did. It came down Wednesday at, what was it, about
5:15,
5:11 in the afternoon.
Yep.
It came down. So we knew. So I think there was sort of some nervous or excited anticipation both weeks. You're right. One of them could have led to a championship, didn't.
Yep.
This one is a little bit different. It's not that final and it's not that directed and whatnot. But I don't know, man. As far as the fireworks of it, I would actually pick this year because, again, that second week leading to the Super Bowl gets a little tedious. Number one, I don't think the week itself is that fun. The game is fun, although it did not turn out to be all of that fun. This just kept coming. This started over the weekend, and it was frenetic. It kept coming. You knew the Warriors were going to do something, but also Luka and AD and De'Aaron Fox and Zach LaVine, and we can keep on going down the list. I don't know, man. This ended up being one of the more memorable trade deadlines that's ever existed.
It was super fun, and I think it's more memorable because the Warriors actually got to be a part of it. If the Warriors hadn't made a deal, I don't know how much it would be one of the more memorable deadlines. Certainly the Luka Anthony Davis piece was one of the more stunning trades in sports history. And then the De'Aaron Fox we kind of saw that coming, but still, when it happened and Zach LaVine on the move and all the rest of it, and then the Warriors landing Jimmy Butler is a massive move. And so, yeah, it kind of culminated a frenetic week. But for me, the run up to the Super Bowl, even though we're not that into it here, if we were in another market, a market that doesn't have an NBA team and just has an NFL team, I do think we'd be a lot more interested in this game than we are here.
For sure. And I don't want to speak for other markets and everything, but multiple reasons, trade deadline being one of them, Chiefs fatigue being another one, us not really being big fans of the Eagles is yet another one. I cannot remember a quieter run up to the Super Bowl, though, in my history in this business. Could you imagine if we had signed up 2 months ago to go to Radio Row?
I was thinking that earlier today.
And the Niners don't even make the playoffs, and then you end up with this disgusting matchup? We would have been out there at Radio Row in New Orleans. Everybody else is talking to Fred Warner, and we're like trying to get Brian Windhorst on the phone. Like we haven't talked football the whole week.
Right, until literally today. Until we, talked today and we did Greg Cosell and we did Fade the Dibber, and that's about the only time that we've talked about it. And normally we would do a lot more than that, no matter what the Super Bowl was, but it just so happened this year that it was the trade deadline week in the week run-up, and I wonder if the NBA did that on purpose, and if they didn't, if this was just a happy accident, well, then Adam Silver, go ahead and write it down because it worked, my man. You stole the headlines from the NFL. So I know that the Super Bowl, I don't think next year is going to be pushed back to President's Day. And I saw a report earlier this week that the NFLPA, they were asking its membership about an 18-game schedule, and the players have no interest in 18 games, of course.
Thanks, players, for your opinion. We'll take that into account.
Well, it has to be collectively bargained.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you want to wait until it's 2030, I think, when they crack it open again, and if that's really something that the owners want, then you're going to have to give something back because players don't want to play an additional game.
Yeah, of course. But again, like they do not have the power. Their union has got too many people in it, and they're gonna lose that fight. They'll take another preseason game away. There will be an 18-game schedule. Is it going to take 6 years? It might, but you could book it. I almost guarantee it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And the biggest celebrity pickleball event in the world is coming to San Francisco on February 15th and 16th at the Warfield. The star power at this event is really going to be something, okay? Brandi Chastain, Chris Mullin, Hunter Pence, Terrell Owens, Baron Davis, and more. Visit 957thegame.com for more information and your chance to win tickets, or go to celebritypickleballbash.com. pivot.com. All of that is courtesy of our friends at Pivot. All right, speaking of Pivot, let's pivot and get back into Jimmy Butler and much more with our good friend Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line on a very, very big week. Monty, thanks for coming on, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We're doing okay, man. What is your dust settling initial reaction to everything the Warriors did this week?
Well, if Jimmy is healthy, he'll be fine, at least at first. His history, his pattern is that every time he shows up to a new team, he's really good, really good. It's the breakups that tend to be ugly. So if you're the Warriors and you want someone to give Steph a helping hand, Jimmy Butler's a pretty good choice for that.
What sort of a dynamic offensive game does he have? Because we've talked a lot about them needing three-point shooting, and he doesn't really have that. Is he a guy who can score at the other two levels? I know he gets to the foul line, but what do you make of his game, Monty, and how it will fit with what the Warriors try to do?
Yeah, he's kind of a point forward with a shot. His mid-range is really good. He gets to the hoop, gets to the line, like you mentioned. His three-point shot tends to come and go. It's funny how he can hit the big three-point shot, but on a regular basis, his three-point shot is just not very good. He's like a 30% shooter from three, a little over that. So, but I think his three-point shot is good enough to where defenses will respect it, and therefore they won't just like let him go out there and shoot open threes. So, in its own way, that has a certain amount of that can help the offense. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Buddy Hield is playing, even though his three-point shot's been missing for most of the last couple of months. Defenses still respect Buddy, so they follow him around. And other than Steph and Buddy, that's it for the Warriors as far as guys that defenses automatically decide we got to cover. Everybody else has to prove it, and Jimmy will, may get some of that. But I think that for the most part, he'll be able to help their offense because he's really good at orchestrating things on offense. That's the one thing he does, at least on offense, better than Wiggins, is that he can make plays for other guys. Wiggins is mostly a guy who does, he can get his own shot pretty well. Jimmy can get his own shot, but he can also set up other guys. And that's one of the reasons why he took some Miami Heat teams that were pretty good but not great to the finals. He's one of the reasons why they overachieved.
Monty, is this the deal the Warriors really, really wanted?
No. No. This was not plan A. What are we on like plan L? Plan A was Paul George. Plan B was Larry Markkinen. Plan C was Kevin Durant. And so obviously the plan pie in the sky is Giannis. But this is plan, I guess, D or E, you might say. Because he's an impact player who comes in right now. He's a right now guy. Timeline fits with Steph and Draymond. He's 35. So I understand the move, and I also understand the skepticism around the league that I've heard over the last couple of days. So I think it's going to be interesting to watch. But he's a smart player, and it's a pretty good fallback option because Jimmy's one of the guys in this league who, when he walks into your locker room, he's a dude. There's a handful of guys like that he walks in and the temperature changes, and he's one of those guys. So I'm sure that Stephen Curry is extremely happy to have somebody to kind of, give him a little hand here because he's been trying so hard to carry this offense, and it has not gone well the past few weeks.
Yeah, and you can see last night where he shot it, 35 times, he couldn't do anything but shoot it. That's kind of the only option they had. As you look at the construct of the roster, not for this year, Monty, but going forward, what does this mean for Jonathan Kuminga? Because Jimmy's going to be making 55 or so, and you're starting to run out of dollars for JK.
I think the Warriors are at that point they're saying we'll figure it out. And the truth is that when there's somebody you definitely want to keep, you always find a way to figure it out. Now, does that mean moving somebody else? It probably does, but I think they're at a point where they're saying, let's see what we can do right now, and let's deal with the offseason in the offseason. The fact that they didn't pay Jonathan Kuminga last summer tells you that they weren't sure. A lot of his guys that were in the same draft class got paid. Some guys got max contracts. Cade Cunningham, Franz Wagner, Scotty Barnes, Evan Mobley. These guys all got max contracts in the same draft. And Franz Wagner was chosen after Kuminga was. So the Warriors that said, no, he's not a max guy, and he's not. And they also said, no, he's not a $40 million a year guy, and he's not. So they got to figure out exactly how far they're willing to go with him before they can really kind of proceed with the rest of the offseason. But right now, I think that's one of those things they're looking at as a back burner for right now. Things are so urgent now to where I think their energy is about what can we do right now on February 7th to make our team better.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, all over the Warriors, with us on Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game. Monty, there was that Brian Windhorst report at the beginning of the week that Jimmy Butler called off this whole idea he is not going to sign an extension with the Warriors. Then he did. So what changed, and do you think he's actually in his heart of hearts happy to be here?
Well, here's one of the things that changed is that there was no way for him to get to Phoenix. The Warriors wanted Kevin Durant to return, and Kevin said, no, I'm not feeling that right now, so let's not do that. And as I've been saying for the past few days, the most powerful man in the NBA also said he ain't going anywhere. That's Bradley Beal. And Phoenix wanted to move him. And Miami, their teams that wanted Bradley Beal, and Brad said, no, I'm going to sit right here. And my no-trade contract says I can do that. He and LeBron are the only guys that have no-trade contract, and he used his. And so the fact that he didn't want to be traded meant that KD wasn't going to be traded. It meant that Jimmy Butler wasn't going to go to Phoenix. So I think Jimmy figured out, okay, Phoenix is not an option. And the Warriors came back at him and said, look, I'm sure we can work out an extension for you, and we'll figure it out from there. And boom, here we are.
Yeah, and that's quite an extension. When you heard the details of it, Monty, were you a little surprised at just how lofty the number was for 2 years?
Well, I mean, that's what he can command. You know, I mean, they couldn't pay him $30 million. You know, he's way past that already, and he's not at the stage of his career where he can say, "Well, I'll take a giant pay cut." So that's what it took, and I think the Warriors felt a sense of urgency here, and they also knew that they didn't have many other options that were appealing. No KD, then where do you go from there? I think there was a time, 4 or 5 years ago when people thought, well, maybe Bradley Beal could fit with the Warriors. Well, that time has passed. They're not interested in Bradley Beal anymore. So, but now Jimmy Butler, the contract he has, at some point he can be moved. And, maybe the pie in the sky dream of Giannis Antetokounmpo ends up here in a year or two. Who knows? Because I think a lot is riding on what the Bucks do in terms of Giannis's future.
It's interesting, Monty, to hear you say that it sounds like the Warriors still have, I don't know if flexibility is the right word, but like mobility on the trade market, because I sort of look at how hard it was to trade Jimmy this time and feel like it'd be even harder as they get older. Do you still think the Warriors have the ability in the next year to make more deals?
There's always a way, unless you're stuck in one of those aprons. There's usually a way. A good general manager, and Mike Dunleavy's doing a pretty good job, I think, in general. Finds ways to offload people that don't fit anymore, or that their salaries don't line up anymore, and make it work. The Jimmy Butler deal wasn't easy to do, but they found a way to do it, and it involved 4 teams. So I believe, and the same thing that applies to me in football too, and even to a lesser degree in baseball, is that if there is someone you want on your team, there's usually a way if that person is willing to come to your team. And so they could have made it work for Kevin Durant, but KD said, I'm not doing that right now. And Jimmy Butler came around and said, you know what? Let's do this because Miami.
Gone.
Yeah. Must have hit a dead spot there.
I am in no way done with that conversation.
No. There's always more with Monty.
Yeah. Like we got plenty more things that we want to go through with Monty. So we're going to work on getting him back right away, because from why Kevin Durant didn't want to come to, by the way, why is Steph not in the three-point contest and any other deals?
Yep.
Like, let's get to my hypotheticals that I was throwing out there to see gauge what the Warriors' interest might have been in some of those other deals that they didn't make. So we'll get to all that with Monty. We'll get him back on here in a second.
And I'm just curious, like, where he sees the Warriors now after this trade. You sent out 4 players, you brought in 1. Does this appreciably change who they are? Now tied for the 10 seed right now. Is Jimmy Butler enough of a boost to make any real noise this year? I mean, I'm curious what his thoughts are.
I mean, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, we're going to want to see him make his debut, which he will tomorrow night at the home of his very first team in the Chicago Bulls. All right, back out to Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. Go ahead, Monty. You were saying.
What?
You were talking about Miami and Miami's unwillingness to capitulate to Jimmy Butler and his needs.
Yeah, well, Jimmy knew that Miami was no longer an option, and he wanted Phoenix, but Phoenix became not an option because KD didn't want to be traded, and Bradley Beal said, nope, I'm not going anywhere. So I guess you can say the market shrunk on him. And the Warriors were obviously out there looking for a big name, a big fish, or whatever you want to call it, and Jimmy fits that bill. They didn't bring him in, I don't think, to become a team leader or anything like that, like he was in Miami. But he can make players around him better. So I think with the Warriors, they're thinking, could we do better than Jimmy Butler right now? And the answer is no, based on who's available. And so they make the move because they feel like they're hamstrung. I mean, they've been a sub-500 team now for 2 months, and they obviously do not like that at all. And so now you look at Jimmy coming in, and it's hard to believe that they're going to be 500 all the way through. In fact, if they end the season at 41-41, that means that this trade did not help them. So this is a move that they believe will get them into the mid to high 40s, and therefore out of the play-in tournament. And when I talk to people around the league, yeah, there are some people who say, yeah, that's possible if Jimmy stays healthy, and there's others who are just skeptical about the fit. They still need, I think, shooting, and I still think that there are times when they look too small to compete in the paint. So this team is not perfect. It's not close to perfect, but it got better a little bit because you now have a guy who comes in with instant credibility and can help your offense kind of get on track. And right now, you watch the Warriors on offense, and you see too many times where teams just load up on Steph and say, who else is going to beat us? And nobody has left to do that. And Jimmy is a guy who I don't think they'll take that risk with.
Monty, I think all of us can guess at what some of the reasons might be, but you're tapped in. So I want to know your reasons as to why Kevin Durant didn't want to come back.
I don't think it has anything to do with Draymond. That's the popular, he didn't like Draymond. He and Draymond have been together numerous times since that happened. Hell, Draymond had him on a podcast, and that was, 3 years ago, I think now. So I think they would be okay. Kevin is a curious guy. I think he likes living life on his own terms. And when he came to the Warriors, he knew he took a lot of flack, but he did it anyway because it's what he wanted to do. When he went to Brooklyn, people were like, well, why are you doing that? Well, he wanted to play with Kyrie. Well, then that didn't work out, and he wanted to get out of there, and Phoenix sounded good to him. You got to remember that Kevin is a guy that he could have gone to any college he wanted to go to, and he grew up on the East Coast. He chose Texas. Why Texas? That's a fair question.
Right?
Why Texas? Of all the colleges you could have gone to, you chose Texas. He's a curious guy, and he likes to find out things and discover things. So I think Kevin wants to keep his options open. At some point, he'll want to get out of Phoenix. I don't know when that point is, but I can't see him staying there as long as his Suns are not in the championship picture. I think at some point he'll want to get out. The question is when and where, and who knows? Maybe a year from now, maybe less than a year from now, he might change his mind about the Bay Area.
Yeah, and we all were hoping that would have been a couple of days ago where he was, kind of itching to get out of Phoenix. One thing Mark and I talked a lot about is smaller moves, incremental moves. Cam Johnson is a name that's been thrown out. Nikola Vucevic. Was there any talk that you heard, any rumblings about those deals? Or after KD, was it just, a focus on a big swing at Jimmy Butler?
No, Nikola Vucevic was definitely being discussed, but not so much in the days leading up to the deadline. Not this week. I think they kind of pivoted away from that and thought, he's going to help us, but he's not going to help us enough to where it really kind of gives us the bump we need. Vucevic is a 2010 guy, but he tends not to be his team. He doesn't make his teams better, and he's a numbers guy. He can shoot the three really well for a big. He's not a good defender. So there's pros and cons there, just as there are with Jimmy. There's pros and cons there, and the Warriors thought, you know what? Yeah, he could bring him in, but is that really going to make us much better? And I think the answer there is no. And I agree with that one. I think he would have made them incrementally better, but not enough to where you break up things. And plus, the Bulls upped their asking price when they realized that Vucevic had some market value out there. And there were several teams who were talking about him, and the Bulls decided, we've been getting roasted for the LaVine deal, so what can we do now? Okay, our fans have been roasting us. And they said, okay, we're not going to get stung again, and that's why Nicola's still there.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. Hey, it surprised some people today, Monty, when the NBA released the contestants in the three-point shooting contest for All-Star Weekend, and we didn't see Steph Curry's name on that. Do you know why he said no thanks?
I think I don't know why, but I never thought he was gonna play. I mean, if he has a specific reason, but I think Steph is got a big week ahead. He's got a lot going on ahead, and I wouldn't be surprised if he lobbied to for Buddy, because Steph's been there and done that last year. You remember, obviously, he went out there with Sabrina Ionescu, and that was quite a show. And there was discussion about possibly he and Clay going against Sabrina and Caitlin Clark. That didn't happen. That's not going to happen. So I think Steph's plate is full enough. He's been carrying this team for quite a while. I think anything he doesn't have to do at this stage, he's probably not going to do.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just a little disappointed when, you've got it here in his backyard and Damian Lillard's going for a third straight and, Steph would get a third. And so kind of a head-to-head battle. I was excited for the entertainment part of that. As you head into the All-Star game here, Monty, what do you think the level of excitement is around the organization? And is it bolstered by the fact that they did something this week at the deadline?
Yeah. I mean, let's face it. The Warriors kind of captured the news cycle over the past couple of days. Once the Luka and AD thing, trailed off a little bit, and people are still talking about that, but that stole the weekend. And then you have the De'Aaron Fox deal. I mean, you got all these deals coming and going with the Kings and the Spurs and the Bulls. And we were joking in the office last night about how, wow, the NBA found a way to put the Super Bowl on the back burner this week. It's like all these things that have happened. And so, and Jimmy Butler is, that's if you look at the biggest trades of the week, that's one of them. Wiggins is a really good player, and he'll be good in Miami. And so, I think that the Warriors like the idea of having eyes on them, and they certainly got them right now, and they'll have them next week, obviously, on the entire Bay Area with the All-Star festivities happening on both sides of the Bay.
Okay, Monty, what's your thought? Are they one of the best 8 teams in the West now?
I think that remains to be seen. They haven't proved it, so therefore, to me, they're not. The record says they're 11th. They've been hanging around 10 and 11 and 9, 10, 11 for the most part, and that's outside the top 8. So until they get there, I can't put them in there.
That's a completely fair answer. Monty, thank you for both of the phone calls that you just took from us. Thank you.
All right, guys. Take care.
Thanks,
all right,
Monty.
There it is. Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. It's really good intel.
Yep.
Really good intel. You want to know one thing that stood out there that was a little bit, down the road, whatever, kind of intricate, though? He didn't rule out Kevin Durant down the road.
Right.
And I do want everyone, whether you believe it or not, obviously you can be entrenched if you want. Monty Poole totally blew off the idea that Durant didn't want to come here because of Draymond Green. He thought it was a healthy list of all kinds of other stuff. Interesting.
Right. And if you aren't ruling that out, and if you're going to reserve the right to believe that Jimmy Butler still wants to go to Phoenix, then you start to think about what that deal would look like. Kevin Durant next year is making 54.7. Jimmy Butler's making about 54. So if you want to talk about an off-season thing where Jimmy comes here for 2 months and it works out fine, they don't really make a lot of noise, and KD finishes up the year in Phoenix, and they do whatever they do. You get to the summer and all of a sudden KD has a chance to take a look at it, and maybe at that point he thinks, all right, we got 2 more years, and maybe it's a clean 1-for-1. It's a Butler for Durant, our 30-year-old star for your 30-something-year-old star. I mean, I won't put it in the trade machine yet, but
I got my doubts.
It's a long shot, but if he's not ruling out KD coming here at all, it's possible.
Well, the Suns have to do something. The Suns are a mess. The Suns were a predictable mess before the year started. Their locker room fractured. Heard Ramona Shelburne yesterday call it toxic. And I do think it was already heading down a bad road. And then here's what the Suns have done basically in the last month. They've gone to Bradley Beal and said, you're no longer starting. We're trying to trade you. Brad said no. And they went, okay, fine. Hey, Kevin, we're about to trade you. And he's like, I don't want to go there. Like, fine, we're not going to trade you. And now we're just sitting here. How do you think the players are feeling about how they've been treated by management and ownership over the last 2 months?
Probably not great.
Probably not great.
If you look at their salaries, they have 3 of the top 7 in terms of this year's salary. You've got
the whole league. Yeah.
Durant is 4, Beal is 5, Booker is 7. 3 of the top 7 salaries, and yet you are barely in the play-in tournament?
Yep.
That's not good.
No, it's not good. And now you went and ticked them off, too.
Right.
So
at least 2 of them, 2 of the 3.
Like the whole thing is it's in a bad way. All right. 888-957-9570. We would love to get back to your phone calls. So let's do that on the Jimmy Butler experience in any way, shape, or form that you want to do it. This is kind of the last half hour. We'll have a chance to do it here this week before we get back here on Monday and talk about 2 things, which is obviously the Super Bowl and what did Jimmy look like in his debut in Chicago on Saturday night. Let's go to Pat in Foster City. Hi, Pat. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, thanks for taking the call. Yeah, regarding the trade with Butler, I guess my point of view, I'm curious to see what your reaction is, but I don't think it's really fair to compare Butler to Wiggins. I look at it more, I think the Warriors would have been better keeping Wiggins and getting Vukovic from the Bulls. I think that's a stronger team than what we've got now. That's my opinion. Because I think we needed three-point shooting. We needed space. We needed someone who could play that position. We don't have anyone like that. Maybe the rookie's going to get there, but he's not there now. I think that would have been a better move. And, you look at the stats and, Vukovic is scoring more than Butler. He's rebounding better than Butler. Not as good a passer and team player. I agree with that. But, all of a sudden now people are saying, well, Wiggins isn't all that great defensive player, but all he did is guard the best offensive player for the last few years when he's been healthy. He's done a pretty good doggone good job of that. And Wiggins is a year younger than Butler too. So I think they overpaid for him. I mean, he's going to be what, $54 million next year?
Yep.
You know how many guys in the NBA making more than $54 million this year in the NBA?
No, the answer's 1.
Yeah, very few. Pat, I will say this when we want to get to some others. Thanks very much.
He's more than 1 year younger.
Yeah, he's 5 years younger than Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler is also a very, very good defender. Some could call him great in his heyday. You left out the part about Vucevic being an awful defender, which is a piece of it. I get where he's coming from. You don't want to compare Butler to Wiggins. I really don't want to compare Butler to Vucevic, though. To me, you got to look at the whole starting 5. And I've said this earlier, and I'll say it again. If Vucevic had been paired with a different addition of a wing, like a Cam Johnson or someone along those lines, even if you wanted to go talk about the guys down in New Orleans, either one of them, that I might have been more interested in than Jimmy Butler. But if you're just talking about Vucevic and that's it, and that's your only move, then no. I would rather go Jimmy Butler for the reason that Monty Poole said, which is that, I'll even admit this, there's only a handful of guys that walk in the room and you're like, that's a dude.
Yeah.
That's an NBA 1. You know how many of those there are? Fewer than the number of teams.
Right.
And now the Warriors have 2 of them.
Well, a lot of teams have 2 of them. And you look across, certain teams now, the Lakers have LeBron and Luka, for example. And, if Anthony Davis is a guy you consider to be that, I know he's a little bit more docile, but Dallas has Kyrie and Anthony Davis. And so you look at a lot of the really good teams across the Western Conference, and, Phoenix has 3 of them, but not really. You've got, Bradley Beal, who's now on the bench, and KD is one, and Booker is one, yet it doesn't necessarily translate into wins, but you bring in Jimmy Butler, and defensively, you still have the same level of toughness and edge that Wiggins brings, probably even a little bit more. You lose a little bit of shooting, but that's where, okay, Moses Moody, you want all these minutes that everyone's been clamoring for? You got them, kid. Yep. Come in here and knock down threes. And Quentin Post today, they just announced that he got signed to an actual big boy contract.
Off the 2-way, yeah.
So he's now here, and he's now going to play. And if he can shoot it, then all of a sudden you're not missing as much as you thought.
888-957-9570, the number. Andrew in Berkeley. Hi, Andrew. Thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Good show.
Thanks.
Calling because I wanted to bring a subject that doesn't get talked a lot. It's all the conversation seems to be about the team making progress and the team improving, when in fact, LeCobe is chief deputy dog, and he's making decisions based on what he figures is good for himself and his reputation and Chase's reputation. He's going to lose season tickets, and so he basically paid for Butler with the guys that he left off the list that he traded, and then he also chalked up the loss of season tickets, so he paid for Butler, and that's just basically a business decision on his part that he doesn't share with the team necessarily, but it's how he operates his business. He's looking down the line of the value of Chase, the value of the team, his value, all that kind of stuff.
Well,
as far as
Andrew, can we weigh in on that real quick before you continue? I'm not going to discount your point. Businessmen and businesswomen obviously look at everything through that window and that pair of glasses, but it sounds like you're insinuating that Joe Lacob is not interested in winning, and I don't know, man. That's a pretty hard point to make based on his history, don't you think?
It's a stretch, but I think that he's got to prioritize his money. Everything is, whether it's going over the caps, whether it's paying salaries, whether it's filling the seats with fans or season ticket holders, it all adds up to the same bottom line in a certain sort of way.
Agreed, but I do want to point out that last year he paid more money in luxury tax payments than any team in the history of the sport, and their total bill was the largest in history, so it's not like he's been going on the cheap. And he made this trade and gave a guy $112 million over 2 years, and it looks like they're going to be headed over the second apron again. They're in the luxury tax already, and it looks like they're going to stay in the luxury tax if you end up bringing back Kuminga.
Well, they're hard capped on the second apron, but you mean next year?
Next year,
yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I think again, based on that conversation that I've had, the Warriors would have the opportunity to stay under the second apron if they gave Jonathan maybe even as much as 25.
Yeah,
which I don't know if that's what he's going to get. Doesn't look like they can go a whole lot over that. But yeah, does Joe Lacob care about his money? He should. He should. He's a businessman, and so yes, cares about his money. But to say that he won't put his money toward the Warriors and winning, I don't think you can make that point.
No, the evidence has been to the contrary.
Yeah.
And honestly, he also has to answer to the other owners. It's not like he owns 100% of the team. I don't know what his percentage is. He is the majority owner, but there are a number of other investors to whom he must answer. So he can't just go out there and make decisions based on his whims and his desires. You got an ownership group. And, if you are one of those owners in the group, you're pretty happy with what he's done. That franchise is now worth, $8 billion, Mark? Is that the number?
It's getting dang close. If it's not already there. Yeah. One of the top organizations in all of sports.
In the world.
Yes.
So, yeah, they're doing just fine. He'll spend, and he does want to win.
Would you like to hear what Andrew Wiggins just posted on Instagram?
Are you going to read it, or does he actually talk?
I'm going to read it.
Okay.
It's just a picture.
All right.
And a caption.
Okay.
It's a note. It's a letter.
To Dub Nation.
To Warrior fans.
Okay.
And Miami fans.
There was a corresponding video montage of him with the Warriors, but
exactly.
not him talking.
Not him talking. He would never do that. So this is what he wrote. Thank you for unforgettable years. It has been an absolute honor to wear this jersey, represent this organization, and compete alongside such an incredible group of teammates and coaches. From the moment I arrived, I felt embraced by the Bay Area and the entire Warriors family, and that support has meant the world to me. Winning a championship in 2022 and growing both on and off the court in this environment is something I will always cherish. To my teammates, the coaching staff, the front office, and the incredible fans who have been with me every step of the way, thank you from the bottom of my heart. The Bay will always be home. With that being said, Miami, I'm ready.
All right, Wiggs. Nice. Classy and heartfelt. And, thinking about the Andrew Wiggins era now that it's been closed, to have it have gone this way is a very pleasant surprise. Because I remember when they got him, it was, oh great. This guy who can't stick anywhere. He doesn't impact winning. He was, the whole K-Wig bit that we used to do about him being soft and warm, the quiet storm, chilling on the weak side. Hey, I'll be here for you nightly. And then for a brief period during the championship season, he became a monster.
Yeah.
And then he had off-court challenges that kept him off the floor. And then this year he again showed signs of being that player from the championship year. So it was an up-and-down ride, but I never would have thought it would have netted a championship. That's for sure.
No, nobody thought that. I don't think necessarily, but I think Andrew Wiggins is just like any other human being in life, and that is you're going to start to love him as soon as you accept who he is and what he is. And it's hard in NBA culture because when you're the number one overall pick and the next big thing, when he was coming through the ranks and everything, everybody just attached to him that it's like, that's it, dude. You have to be MJ. You have to be LeBron. You have to be Steph. You have to be Magic. You have to be one of these guys. And Andrew's not that guy. But what Andrew is incredibly valuable and a really, really good basketball player. Just because it didn't necessarily meet the hype doesn't mean it's necessarily a bad thing. It's a very Reggie Bush type of a feel where it was like, oh my God. And then it was like a really good career. So maybe not the career you wanted, but I hope that time kind of heals some of the things that people have said and felt about Andrew Wiggins, and you will look back on it sort of the same way that he just wrote about it, because Wiggins was fantastic. He was things that people never thought he could be, and he was an absolute must in a championship victory. And I would hope for fans that that's enough. Everybody wants to have the take about whatever. He wasn't a dog and he coasted. It's all fair. That's professional sports.
Yep.
But I'm going to remember Andrew Wiggins real fondly.
Yeah, I'll remember him fondly. I don't know about real fondly, but fondly. And when you think about that championship run in 2022, it doesn't happen without Andrew Wiggins. And I do think he was one Steph Curry 50-burger away from being the MVP of the finals. He was that important in that series. And then Steph just went banana land, and they won it in Boston, and that was going to be the way that went. But you mentioned him being number one overall, and you don't have to go back too far to find such names as Kwame Brown in 2001, Andrea Bargnani in 2006, Greg Oden, who got hurt, Anthony Bennett from UNLV, who might have played a game or two, Markelle Fultz, DeAndre Ayton, and the soon-to-be bought-out Ben Simmons.
Yep.
So there are a number of other number one picks since 2000 who would dream to have the career that Andrew Wiggins had.
Now, Wiggins was a bigger deal on the way up, than most of those guys that you named. We were hearing about Wiggins.
Not Greg Oden. Greg Oden was an equally big deal.
Maybe not Greg Oden, maybe not Ben Simmons, but I will say even those guys, we largely heard about them once they started dominating college basketball. Wiggins we knew about before college basketball.
That's true, yeah.
Before he got to Kansas, Wiggins was going to be the next big thing after LeBron. Let's go to Dub in San Mateo. Hey, Dub, thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How you doing?
Happy Friday.
Yeah, to you as well.
Excellent. So first, I want to talk about why I think Durant didn't come back to the Bay. But first, I just want to say real quick on Butler. I initially wasn't too stoked about it, but the more I thought about it, and what we gave up really wasn't much to get a true number two. Even at this point in Steph's career, 1A, 1B, scoring wise. And defensively, I mean, he's making us a better team. As much as I love Wiggins, we were just talking about Wiggins and what he did for us in 2022. We'll always be, as Dubs fans, grateful for him. But when it comes down to it, player to player, Jimmy's a better player, and he's going to help us, as far as the next couple years, actually compete, because Curry really needed that help. So, to me, it's a no-brainer. Hey, we got better. We were going nowhere fast, like you guys said, with the current roster. So it's not too hard to understand why they did it. Second of all, with Durant, look, man, we know that the guy is an egomaniac. He's got an ego and he's got issues, and that's why he responds to people on Twitter and, with the burner accounts and all that. He left to go to Brooklyn to go with Kyrie, and that experiment failed miserably. And that was him to say, I'm going to go and do my own thing and win my own championship. And then he forces his way out of there and goes to the Suns, and, look where they're at now. They're the same record as the Warriors, essentially. So, seeing as how the Warriors won in 2022 without Durant, his ego was never going to allow him to come back here and, come back with his tail between his legs and, okay, let's give this one more shot, guys, because he knows he should have never left in the first place. It was a big mistake.
Yeah, Dub, thanks. I mean, again, I just think when I hear people talk about Kevin Durant, I hear so many assumptions being made, and I can't tell you that you're wrong.
Yeah.
But to say that he made the wrong decision, I honestly only believe he can say that, because I don't know what his goals were. I get that a Warrior fan's like, dude, you could have won more here. Oh, you're probably right. But if Kevin hated his existence here, then why should he stay? And that's literally what Mark Spears said publicly last week. He's like, I watched Kevin Durant win basketball games and be miserable every night. Well, there's nothing that's worth misery. So I'm not going to say that he made the wrong choice. I just don't know why he didn't want to come back. There could be 1,000 different reasons.
Right. Well, 3 years, 2 titles, and then it ended the way it ended, where he clearly played on a compromised leg and blew out his Achilles. And then he missed an entire season. Yeah. And at that point, Clay was out with injury. You were out with injury. It was time to move on. And, I think he's been chasing something his whole career, and he's probably chasing that thing that Steph got, where you're the team, you're the guy on the team, and you win the title. And so Kevin went to Brooklyn and tried to build it there. He went to Phoenix and tried to make it happen there. And if it doesn't work, and this is now year 3, I don't know where else you go where you can try to be the guy when you're almost 37.
Yeah, no, that's all fair. And then we'll take more of your phone calls coming up as well. But I also just want to say this real quick. This whole idea when you go, Jimmy Butler's better than Andrew Wiggins. Agreed. I don't think the deal is that simple. That's me. I don't think you can whittle it down to that simple. Jimmy's better than Andrew, therefore a good deal. There's so many more aspects of this to me.
Yeah.
So more on that coming up. We're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. This is Willard and Dibbs.
New year, fresh start. Why not with better water? LifeSource Water gives you clean, filtered water from every tap with no salt and no frequent maintenance. Call 800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com today.
Warranty limitations apply.
Dan Dibley here, and as you head into the weekend, it's time for you to think about getting better yourself. I'm talking about Abundant Life weight loss, and you too can find out the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every week with Abundant Life weight loss. I dropped 25 pounds back in March, and the weight has stayed off thanks to this great personal plan. I lost a couple of inches off my waistline and a full t-shirt size as well. All you have to do to start on your own weight loss journey is give us a call. The number is 925-854-5140. When you call, tell them you heard Dibbs talking about it. I've got a coworker who's also on the program. He looks great. He's losing weight. but he and I have a little side contest on who can get more calls to the number. So do me a favor and call. It's a free consultation, 925-854-5140. While you're on the phone, you can learn about how you can drop between 20 and
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, that's called a precursor. That's what that is.
Yeah?
Premonition.
Okay.
If you will.
I like that.
We have reached that time.
Yeah, we have.
And before we go back to the phones, I think there's some more Jimmy Butler thoughts that are about to be shared right here on 95.7 The Game.
Okay.
I do think before we head into Super Bowl weekend, I think that Fade the Dibber should reiterate himself.
Yeah, I would love to. The pick is in, and for me, it's pretty straightforward. You've got a team that is number one in terms of rush attempts. Saquon Barkley is everybody's boutique pick to be MVP of the game. Jalen Hurts is a threat on the ground as well. And yeah, Kansas City, good run defense, great overall defense. I'm fascinated by Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator, and how he tries to stop Saquon Barkley. But I think there's too much beef. Where's the beef? It's on the Eagles' offensive line. I think that they will win the day. I'm taking the Eagles in 1.5. Thank you. The pick is in.
Listen, man. Listen, man. This is a tight spread. And these are really good teams. And
okay, that's all.
I can tell you're going to do one more.
Goosh.
Okay.
Kind of spoiled it, but
nothing is going to surprise me in this game. But one thing I am not going to do, probably ever again,
is bet against Patrick Mahomes.
Bet against Chiefs.
Yeah.
Like, I'm done. I don't know about y'all. I'm exhausted. When they put uniforms on, they win. That's what I've noticed. When the helmet goes on, they win. I'm not betting against them.
Yeah,
I don't care
me
what
either.
the hell. I don't.
I can't stop.
I don't know what message everybody needs to hear. I am not betting against the Kansas City Chiefs.
I get it.
So I will be fading the Dibber.
You fade me. I feel like the idiot at the roulette table who walks up and it's been 3 straight reds and it couldn't possibly be red again. Give me $100 on black. And then it's red. Well, now it's gonna be black. Make it $200 on black and it's red. And $400 on black and it's green.
I remember doing this for a few years with the Spurs. Like every year I'd come out and be like, this is the year the Spurs are missing the playoffs. Like the dynasty is over. We're not doing this anymore. Like I'll just wait until I'll be the last to the party.
Okay.
I'll wait. When you guys are done winning all of your football games, I'll be there for it. But I'm not betting against the Kansas City Chiefs anymore.
Did you last year with the Niners?
Did I bet on it? Probably not.
Right,
this is my squad. Like I don't need that kind of action. Like I don't need to lose twice.
That's true.
So anyway, couple things to get to before we go back to the phones. It's time for Triples for Autism. It's brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. The Warriors made, count them up, 16 3-pointers last night in L.A. They needed pods to hit a few more. But it does mean another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. Steph had 6 of them. Buddy Hield had 4. Draymond, Moody, Quentin Post, 2 each. That's the 28th donation of the season for Triples for Autism. And we certainly thank our partners, Pettinelli Financial Partners, for getting involved with this and all of these donations to the Autism Society. If you'd like to make a donation yourself or get involved, go to sfautismsociety.org. And that was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. And then, of course, one more time, the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Someone's going to get travel accommodations for 4. That's you and 3 guests to Vegas plus $20,000.
My God.
You will stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premium sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. And winning is very easy. You download the free Odyssey app, you log in, you listen. That's it. For at least an hour each day. Every time you do it for at least an hour, you get a daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now. You might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000 $100,000.
It's pretty sweet.
Yeah. All right. Bobby, Los Altos. Hi, Bobby. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call so late in your program. Listen, I definitely want to talk about Jimmy Butler. Just really quickly on the Super Bowl, I'm not crazy about either team, but I'm going to choose good over evil, meaning that I don't like KC, but I can't really call them bad guys. But that Philly fan base, they're just obnoxious, flaming garbage. So go Chiefs.
Yep.
That being said,
fair point.
That being said, with Butler, look, since I've heard about this trade, my mood has been as gloomy as the weather has this week. And I guess I'm going to use this analogy. You know, when you find out that there is no leprechaun that visits you on St. Patrick's Day, or like you find out that your parents are putting green food coloring in the toilet and it's all fake and a farce. That's kind of how I feel about the Warriors right now. I guess I have this perception of the Warriors and Warriors culture, and maybe it's because I worship Steph and I'm projecting his excellence and his character onto what Warriors culture actually is. But I'm just so gutted by this trade. And obviously from an asset standpoint, I guess it seems like a fair trade. But the fact that Lakeup would approve a player like Butler coming to his team, a guy that like destroys everything around him when he's dissatisfied. Yeah, of course, he has great playoff performances, but the guy just goes nuclear and lays waste to every organization he's part of when he becomes dissatisfied. So how long will it take for him to become dissatisfied and destroy this organization? So look, I don't know the whole story, but the fact that Lakeup approved this, it just hurts me. And then I gotta believe that they ran this by Curry, and the fact that he said okay to this really, really hurts me. And I just feel like the Warriors, from a culture or whatever you want to call it, ethos standpoint, I just feel like my perception of them and I don't know, I put them on a pedestal, and I just feel like they destroyed me with this trade.
That's heavy, Bobby.
Yeah,
that's heavy.
Bobby, I get it, and the Jimmy Butler thing, you know, from a personality standpoint, might be hard for some. I wonder how you compare Jimmy to someone like Draymond Green. I know he hasn't, quote unquote, cratered the organization the same way Jimmy has, although some feel like he has certainly done some things that have pushed in the wrong direction. But that was heavy. I listen, I don't know if Jimmy's going to do something, get disgruntled with the Warriors. On that front, I'm at least open-minded to see what the whole thing looks like.
Yeah, you got to let it play out. And, you know, end of the career, maybe Jimmy will decide to comport himself in a different manner now that he's in a different organization. Is there any way we can end the week on a little bit of an uplift after that call from Bobby?
I have one idea.
Tell me. I'll do anything after that.
Let's go to Kurt and Hayward Hills. Kurt!
Hey, there's the boys. Willard and Dibbs. Willard and Dibbs.
Hey.
The best sports boys in the Bay Area. Nobody compare with you two guys. Nobody can.
Love to hear that. This is what I needed, Kurt. I needed you in Hayward Hills tonight.
Well, let me tell you something about Jimmy. We already know he's a 35-year-old player, but he is a dynamic player, boys. He'll make a difference when he gets on that court. Believe me, he's going to make a big difference to help Curry out. And Green's going to be... See, when they have those two on the court, Curry and Jimmy, how they're going to cover two guys with that kind of a talent? You tell me. I don't think it's going to be easy. Then you got Green passing the ball. So it's a big thing to bring Jimmy on. The reason why we didn't get Kevin Durant, you already know why. I know why. He didn't get along with Green. That's the bottom line. We would have loved to have Kevin Durant. He would have been an ideal for us, but we didn't get him. So the bottom line is, bring Jimmy in. The question is he going to be a Warrior, or is he going to cause problems like he did in the past with his attitude?
Well,
I think...
Yeah, go ahead, Kurt, real quick.
Player. He's going to be a great player. What about the runt? Is the runt going down?
Well, what do you... Well, Kurt, I'll just say this. We'll see the Butler era start tomorrow night, but it is also almost 6 o'clock on a Friday. So what do you say to employees when it's 6 o'clock on a Friday?
Get out of here!
That's what we're going to do.
The best color on town.
Yeah, that's right. And the best of the game is what's coming up with our guy, Mark Grandy, here just in a moment. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You want to do it again tomorrow?
No, I'm reffing.
How about the day after that?
Game to watch.
Fade the Dibbers. How about on Monday?
Yeah, it's President's Day, but I'm feeling presidential. I'm here for it.
All right. We will dive on in on Monday. Have a great weekend. Thank you for all of the interaction. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It is all you got.
And that little runt is going to be on his ass.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.